Ladies and gentlemen, hope you're all doing well. Just getting the tournament started right now, getting the players all fired up and good to go. Thank you all for joining. It's going to be a double elimination tournament tonight, so not going to be Swiss. You basically get 2 lives, and that is the end of the road. So let me do this. Okay, let the goblins know that the tournament time is now. Goblins, round 1 is live. Good luck, have fun. Well, start of tourney. Yeah, so just give me 1 second, guys. The Chihuahua is, I was making her a little dinner, cooking her up some chicken, so I'm going to go give her their food real quick, and I'll be back to get going with the tournament in just a second. Let me find a lobby to get into. We're going to do Stingers. No, that one, yeah, he might need to wait there. We can do, ooh, man, a lot of good matches. We'll do Shaper of Fate versus Apostate Prostate. That sounds like fun. Okay, lobby code, please, and let's get the lobby code here. Lobby code, please. So let's make sure to get into the lobby. 1 second. I will be right back. All right, there we are. So let me get in the lobby. So we do have it, and this is going to be one of the first round matches. And in just a moment, I'm going to show you guys all the brackets, and we'll get it going. Lobby name is Dommy Mommy. Jesus, oh my god. Yes, Rise. That was the password. God, can you guys just put 1, 2, 3 on your lobbies instead of trying to be all fancy? Oh, you got to do the 1, 2, 3, 4, huh? All right, I see how it is. We don't know what it's going to be yet, William. We'll see. I mean, it's an SFT tournament, so it's tricky to track what everybody's playing. But, oh, this is super fun. Now, this is a very lopsided matchup. Typically, it's very favored for Tzeentch. But we're going to see. We don't get to see Tzeentch terribly often. Where have you been? Oh, we just took a day off yesterday. I usually stream about 5 days a week. So there will be a day or two where I don't. Yeah. So that was yesterday. You ever plan on hopping back into Bannerlord? Yes. I will do another Bannerlord campaign as soon as they add the orcs and the dwarves, or one of them, either or really. Then we're gonna do that. Hey, Steak, I'm glad to hear that, man. So we got our first round matchup here, looking good, all good. And thank you guys so much for joining. Yeah, we're gonna have a good time tonight. It's gonna be a longer one, I think. I don't know how long this will take. We have about 20 people signed up, give or take, for a double Elim tournament. Double Elim can take a while. Thankfully, since it's SFT, it's going to be massively speeding up the pace of the tournament. So, you've been staring at the wall for 24 hours. That's rough. Hey, man, I appreciate the dedication, though. We'll hopefully keep you entertained here. But yeah, tonight is single faction, double Elim. Let's go ahead and break it down here in a moment. And okay, this will be the last time I need to run away. Just gotta. I went to the market. Thought I had dog food at home. Turns out I didn't, so I decided to make our Chihuahua a fancy chicken dinner. So I'm literally cooking her up some fresh chicken right now. So we're going. You just watched Anticity's Grand Cathay Cavalry run? Yeah, really strong. it would be cool to see what other factions can play that way. I mean, Skaven could maybe do that with Wolf Rats and Rat Ogres, and then like Jezzail's in the back. There's so much exploration of the meta in this game, and that's one of my favorite things about Total War competitive in general is like a lot of games are very set in their meta. There's like one or two competitive ways to play, but in Total War Warhammer, there's such diversity of builds, even at the higher levels. I mean, there is a bit of overlapping and consistency, but still, there's a lot of unexplored meta, I think. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Just give me like 2 or 3 minutes. BRB. This freaking dog is so spoiled, I swear. It's such a diva. Oh my god. I love it though. Soon, Dark Age, very soon. With the Blizzard hashtag trademark soon. Yes. Okay, so we're still waiting for the players. Looks like I didn't miss too much. I mean, yeah, life's good, man. So, soon, very soon, we're going to be doing an RTS week, which is going to be fun. I don't know which week we're going to do it. Got to kind of check the schedule and see what's cooking. But what I'm thinking about doing is having a week where we have a tournament for a different RTS every single day of the RTS games we've covered. So, you know, day one could be Total War, Age of Empires, Dawn of War, Company of Heroes, Warcraft 3, Dune Spice Wars, whatever, right? We could do... I think that'd be really fun. Have it be like a little Hall of Fame thing too, where we could like record the winners of like the RTS week events. I think that'd be really fun. Would you guys be into that? I know a lot of you guys are here for like different games. Most of you guys probably for Total War, but yeah, I think that could be cool. Okay, one sec here. Okay, just responding. And here we go. Yeah, all's good. My favorite Dwarf Lord to play with or lore-wise? If we're talking about playing, I think Malachi is my favorite because he can repair gyrocopters and he's like just a fun character in general. Hard to say, though. Hard to say. You're here for the Pit Lord? Dude, are we going to have to start an OnlyFans account for the Pit Lord? I think so. He's the most popular character around here, man. He even has transcended games. The Pit Lord gets brought up on Total War screens, too, or Total War streams. All right. Hey, Noctilus, I appreciate that, man. Oh, the Changeling. Look at that. Wow, what's it going to be changing into? Is it going to be Satang? Probably Satang. Well, although you need a wizard still, because that Tzeentch build does not have a wizard. Tank Cleave is what it's about. Hell yeah, man. Tretch Craventail. That would be so funny. Oh my god, if we get a Tretch change. So this is the first round of tonight's double elimination tournament. Let me just check this, see if we have any admin stuff I need to do. I know one player is running a little bit late, and let me go ahead and tell them for top bracket. Just let opponent know. Bottom takes a while. All right, cool. So we should be all set. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have our first round match. It's going to be the Vampire Coast facing off against the forces of the Changer. Now, this is a matchup that historically is massively favored for Tzeentch, but again, the Tzeentch build on the other side, coming in from Shaper of Fate, is not meta at all. As a matter of fact, it's relatively off meta, and I would say it's not favored at all against this Vampire Coast build. Hey, Caleb, thank you for becoming a subscriber. Greatly appreciate it. Now, breaking down the build for the Vampire Coast, we do have a couple units of Depth Guard. Now, what are Depth Guard good against in the Tzeentch roster? Well, they're going to bully most of the infantry, which is nice, but they're a little bit weak to shooting, and Tzeentch has things like Changebringers, and some of the magic like Blue Fire is going to be very effective against them as well. So we got zombies, a little bit of firepower via the black spot. We do have a single Carronade in the back, double Depth Guard, Luther Harkin, who's a pretty cool character. He does have magic resist if he brought his item, but ooh, he didn't bring the item for the magic resist. A bit of a mistake considering blue fire spam, but not the end of the world, so we'll see how that goes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, spawning in on the other side of the map, it is going to be the Shaper of Fate, and, you know, very lore-friendly, playing his faction. He is going to be playing Tzeentch. Now, Forsaken are pretty much an S-tier infantry unit. Now, of course, they do have low melee defense, but, you know, against zombie pirate deckhand mobs and those type of things, they'll be fine. They don't want to be fighting Depth Guard, probably, but anything else in the roster that they can catch that has low armor, the Forsaken are going to be incredibly good. We do have 2 units of pinks in the back, so 1 pink here, 1 pink back here, and these guys are S tier against the Vampire Coast. They're able to really just roast a ton of the roster with their fire damage and their magic damage. So Sirens, Morngulls, Animated Hulks, Zombies, Deckhand Mobs, all that kind of stuff, right? Very, very good. Chef's kiss. So we got Aecold Hellbrass. Now, he is probably the best tool that I'm seeing on the battlefield for Tzeentch here that's actually going to be effective against the Depth Guard units, because he has armor piercing and anti-infantry, and he looks kind of cool. I mean, he's not the coolest looking Chaos champion, if we have to be completely honest with you here. But, I mean, he's still cool looking. You know, most of the Chaos... Who is the most badass looking Chaos character? I don't know. I think, like, for me, I really like Tamarcon, but I'm also a big Archaon enjoyer. Archaon is like the classic 1990s, like, heavy metal Chaos look, right? So outside objective, there was a little bit of skirmishing. We did see Apostate Prostate trying to use his Scurvy Dogs. So this unit right here, he's trying to like ninja and harass the objective, but already there are some Zangors over there. So these are Tzeentch marked Chaos Beastmen, and they're able to get up on the point and grab that objective. So not really going to be much play because the infantry have more capture weight than the dog units. So he'll be able to get that point right there. Now, moving on up, we do have the Forsaken heading to the point. Middle objective is owned by Tzeentch, and we still haven't had the exciting revelation yet. So this is a character, for any of you guys new to the game, called the Changeling, and it is a Tzeentch Lord, legendary Lord, and he can turn into any character in the game. Now, there's a little bit of a tax, and he also doesn't get the items that the characters have, but he does get their abilities and their stats, basically. So it's a very hilarious thing to have in multiplayer, right? You don't see him too often. Like, if you were to go into any other RTS game and be like, yeah, I have a character that can mimic the hero, every single hero that every faction have, you'd be like, that's the most OP shit in the game. But here, for some reason, it's actually not that crazy because of the tax and the fact that he doesn't get items. Now, on the outside, we do get Luther Harkin coming in. So the Lord of the Vampire Coast looks like he's eating one of those beastmen right there. Yeah, his Terrorgeist wanted to feast, but he's a good generalist fighter. I mean, he could definitely beat the Zangor unit on his Terrorgeist if he wants to stay the course. But looks like he did lose a dog unit, which feels pretty bad, and is going to be retreating away right now. That is for sure. So, deck droppers on the way for Vampire Coast. Now, of course, they're really good against Zangors and infantry, so these are bats that drop bombardments, but the Furies coming in from Chaos most likely are going to be able to shut them down. So we do see the Chaos Furies of Tzeentch screaming across the old battlefield and looking to, you know, pressure into the deck droppers here. Firepower also coming in from the pinks on the other side, and it does look like the forces of Tzeentch are kind of sitting down and getting comfortable here. As a big micro blunder from Apostate Prostate, he does let his guys here get caught, so he's going to be losing these very expensive deck bombers to the Furies, which is not a good trade for him at all. Now, Luther Harkin can help a little bit. He can pick off some of the Furies, but he's not like a unit that has a ton of AoE killing power, so he's not going to get through the Furies quickly, and on top of that, he's taking some damage from those. Now, Tzeentch is going to be sounding the horn of war in the front line, and when is the Changeling going to friggin' transform, by the way? He's been blue balling us. When's it going to happen? Oh, the Forsaken sneaking through the gap, but they're going to be met by the heavy metal of the Vampire Coast. The Depth Guard are here. Depth Guard will dominate Forsaken pretty hard in combat. The anti-infantry bonus in tandem with their healing and their armor is going to be enough to most likely win that. All right, so Depth Guard getting a good fight, and we do see the Forsaken moving through, but intercepted by Depth Guard. So even though there was a couple variables that went very, very bad for the Vampire Coast back here, like losing a deck dropper unit out of the gates, losing a Hound unit, the frontline fighting is massively favored right now, I would say, for Vampire Coast. Burning Head does go down, but we do see a Forsaken unit killed right here on the backside. What is this guy doing? The Changeling needs to transform, dude. What is he doing? Is this just a meme? Did he not bring anything to transform into? Okay, this has got to be a meme, right? What the hell is he doing? He literally moved his Lord into the back of his opponent's army, and it's just, okay, is he transforming? He's doing it. Wait, what is he doing? What the hell? Was that an illusion? Oh my god, did we all get tricked? Oh, it was! That was the illusion! Oh, because he can make a copy of himself that's fake. Okay, so the real one is the Changeling right here, and we have the ultimate Giga Chad, Aecold Hellbrass. All right, let's frickin' go, baby. So Aecold Hellbrass is a really cool character, and he basically can make undead mortals again. So what's hilarious is the undead now have a debuff called it removes their undead attribute and lowers their leadership. So look at this, the undead are running! The undead are terrified! How cool is that? So it is going to be Harry the Hammer. So that is what the Changeling has decided to turn into here today, and he's going to be teamed up with Aecold Hellbrass. So he can make undead units run away, which is one of the coolest mechanics in the entire game. Now, Tzeentch going to be dropping another Burning Head back here, going to be cooking down into the black spot. Beautiful Burning Head right there, guys. So freaking good. Basically KOing that black spot, which is like a 600, 700 gold unit. Now let's take a bit of a macro look at the battlefield. Objective 3 does belong to the Vampire Coast, but maybe going to be stolen by some Zangors coming out of the woods here. Vampire Coast does have a good gun line here, a little bit in position, but these Zangors are pretty much a hard counter against the gun line. They have shields, which is going to be mitigating 55% of the damage coming in. They do also have Tzeentchian shields, and they're very quick, so they're able to close the distance very quickly, taking minimal damage on the way in. And yeah, because the other gun unit was also pretty much dead back here, so it wasn't a whole lot of DPS. On the backside, it does look like Luther Harkin's trying to fight his way towards his opponent's back objective. I think this is kind of a mistake for Luther Harkin to be back here. Using Luther Harkin to go after, you know, Harry the Hammer, going after Aecold Hellbrass, I think those would be a little bit better for sure. So, Pink Horrors getting chewed up here by the Scurvy Dogs, as well as these Zombie Pirates. Looking at the middle objective, value's very, very close, 5.5 against 5.2. Harry the Hammer, you know, he's in his natural habitat right now. He's going after the Depth Guard here. So Depth Guard are a unit that Harry is going to be very, very good against. And a huge Burning Head going to be coming down from the forces of Tzeentch, and that's a beautiful cast. Burning Head also goes through a bunch of the Zombie Pirate gunnery mobs. So far, the Tzeentchian magic, I would say, has been extremely on point. But this is what I'm talking about. This is where it comes back. Hey, Tanner, when are we going to get Turin competing again? I did it like 3 days ago, but soon I will. Thank you, Tanner. I really appreciate that. And Steak, thank you for becoming a member on YouTube. I really, really greatly appreciate that, boss. All right, the party continues, but this is the correct play. Luther Harkin is one of the premier duelists in the game because not only does his dragon attack, but he also shoots his pistol at you while he's on top of the beast. So he basically has 2 attacking profiles, which makes him insanely strong. And he's going to be dueling Harry the Hammer here. And if the fight continues, the Changeling is going to die. Tzeentch is going to need to call in some reinforcements or something to help because Luther Harkin, like I said, is an insanely powerful duelist, and he's just chewing through this bad boy. He's been hornswoggled also, so that's one of Luther's debuffs. And Changeling is in some trouble. So Vampire Coast is back on the menu. Been a very good back and forth battle so far. Here we do have Objective 2 belonging to the Vampire Coast, and this objective belonging to Tzeentch, but it does look like Vampire Coast is holding on to 2 objectives right now. However, Tzeentch with a little bit of a rotate. The Zangors were able to do pretty good on the flanks here, and as such are going to be heading over towards Objective 3, trying to steal that one from the Vampire Coast. As far as points go, these guys are very, very close. Very, very close here. So Luther Harkin, is he going to get the job done? Changeling sitting at 1800 HP. There's no reason for the Changeling to switch back into his, Changeling form. Tzeentch needs to call in some, firepower, some Changebringers or Screamers or something to provide some buffering. Otherwise, the Lord of the Vampire Coast, the Pirate Lord himself, is going to eventually kill the Changeling. He's not going to have a good time. Back here, we do have Aecold, or the Cultist of Tzeentch, fighting in here. This is also a bit of a misplay from Shaper of Fate. The Cultist himself is a pretty weak fighter, has very pitiful combat stats and low armor value, so he's really not going to have a good time. And yeah, it's only a matter of time until Harry the Hammer, aka the Changeling, gets karate chopped here. Call-ins for the Vampire Coast are mainly big meaty tools, so we do have some animated Hulks and some Mourngulls. Mourngulls are pretty good here. Weak against shooting, very good against infantry. So a lot of being good at Total War Warhammer competitive is like reading the room and knowing what you need to call in. It's much like Company of Heroes, Dawn of War. Your opponent brings out one thing, you bring something out to counter it, but that's not always the case. Sometimes you have to play the macro state of the battlefield and, I need objective capture weight. So despite what they're calling in, I need something that can hold objectives or, et cetera, et cetera. Looking in the back here, it does look like the Changeling was able to survive on the back objective. I think Vampire Coast is going to stabilize it. They have a lot of killing power back here. The Depth Guard are absolute chads. These guys are going to be able to butcher the Zangors, and it looks like they do route them back. And now the Depth Guard going to be zeroing in the Vampiric Warriors of the Deeps, going to be coming into the back of this formation here and helping their Zombie Pirates. The Zombie Pirate gunnery mobs are some of the worst melee fighters in the game. They're pretty awful. But with Depth Guard flanking into the back, they might actually be able to win this. And the leadership is going to be a problem too, because when you get attacked in the rear, it's a negative 14 leadership penalty. So that's going to mean that unit is going to be running very, very quickly if it's not like a high leadership raid boss or something like that, right? So Zangor's here getting ready to fold up. Backpoint in the clutches of Tzeentch. And it looks like Tzeentch might actually be threatening a triple cap. So despite Vampire Coast pulling ahead on value, Tzeentch still does have some capture weight. But Tzeentch, how far ahead are they on points? About 150 points, give or take. So it's not, I don't know if it's going to be enough, because it feels like Vampire Coast is going to start running away with this. Because Luther Harkin is such a hard carry character. He's kind of like a Blade Master or Demon Hunter from Warcraft 3, if anybody's a little bit newer, in the sense that as the game goes on, his strength isn't going to wax and wane like a caster character or a support character. He is expensive, he's a centerpiece, and he's going to do some work. Nice Burning Head going down from Tzeentch, so we did see the Cultist popping out there on his horse and casting a Burning Head there. It's okay, actually. It wasn't that great. It did cook a couple Depth Guard units, but not the end of the world. And at the end of the day, the Vampire Coast is victorious on the back objective here. They have a couple units kind of remaining stationary to guard this. And now the battle's mainly going to be taking place over towards Objective 2 and Objective 1. And Luther Harkin continuing to put in work. The Changeling is pretty strong when he's in the form of Harry the Hammer. And, yeah, he's tanking, but not really doing a whole lot of damage. Looks like he's trying to beat down the Morngulls and whatnot. But, yeah, Luther needs to just be spam clicking on him. If I were the Vampire Coast player, I would basically just have this bad boy just spam clicking on the Changeling and just trying to kill him. Because if he goes down, it's going to be pretty rough. So what Tzeentch wants to do here, guys, is they know they're kind of losing the battle, I think. Because we're going to be seeing a lot of scary Vampire Coast reinforcements coming in. Animated Hulks are going to be arriving, and Hulks are a pretty good counter against Forsaken. I mean, Forsaken do okay against them because Hulks have low armor and bad melee defense, but Hulks have huge armor-piercing values and hit very, very hard, and Forsaken have low MD themselves, and we do see Vampire Coast bring in Bomber Bats as well. So the Bomber Bats are going to be just wrecking these infantry, and it won't be long before Tzeentch is pushed off the middle objective, I would guess, but I don't know. I mean, they do have a fair amount still going. What do we see here? We see zombies moving through the trees, so I think the Vampire Coast player knows, whoa, what's going on back here? Oh my god, a ninja attempt. So check this out. These units are invisible until you get close to them. These are Morngulls. Now, Morngulls are pretty badass because, you can sneak up on somebody's objective and they're not going to know you're on it until you're capturing it, right? So here, oh my god, I don't think that the Tzeentch player is paying attention. His back objective is being stolen by the Vampire Coast, ladies and gentlemen. And on the middle, though, Tzeentch is holding well. Tzeentch does have more capture weight, but the Changeling's in trouble. Luther Harkin's coming for that bread. He does have the pistol. Use the pistol. Shoot him. He's going to be chasing him down. Harry the Hammer's on the run. Potentially going to get killed here by the Goose. And is he down for the count? He's got 57 HP. He got knocked over, but he's not finished. Harry the Hammer needs to get away here. The Changeling needs to waddle if he can. And man, oh man, it's going to be a big blunder for Apostate if he doesn't chase and finish. Oh my god, 57 HP. Oh, but he's out of ammunition. Luther Harkin's pistol is out of ammo. He realizes he didn't get the kill, and now he's going to be moving in. He's going for it. Is he going to get it? Oh, and he misses. The jukes from Harry the Hammer. All right, so Harry able to drop a little bit of a juke move right there. 57 HP. Luther is taking a lot of damage from the other units while he's going. Is he going to get the killing blow? Oh my god, the Changeling gets eviscerated by the Terrorgeist. Absolutely cut to pieces. So the Lord of the Vampire Coast has defeated the Tzeentchian Lord. By God, yeah, he got steel chaired, dude. He got steel chaired hard. Now, this is a big win condition, honestly. If this wasn't happening, I would be like, maybe Tzeentch can still rat it out on objectives, but the fact that these, this one little play here, these Morngulls come over here, they secure the objective, right? And then that's buying time for all these, slow-moving zombies to get there, and they can just, hold it after that. So Luther Harkin's going to be running away here. On the middle objective, Tzeentch is holding on to this one. As it currently stands, though, guys, Tzeentch will win if they just hold one objective. So Tzeentch is so far ahead on points that they can just say, screw all the other objectives. I'm going to send every new unit I get to the middle objective and try and hold that, right? A couple pistol mobs are on their way out, trying to hold the side objective. Depth Guard are chilling here as well. We do see some Centaurs. Oh, this is a cheeky play. I like this a lot from Shaper of Fate, because Centaurs are a hard counter against Depth Guard. They have huge armor piercing and shock damage, so they're going to be able to get in there and just take these Depth Guard to freaking Pound Town. The Schemer got schemed. It's not over yet, guys. It is not over. All right, guys, getting in there. We do see a big charge coming in. Beautiful damage. Depth Guard, the defenders of the objective, are going to get folded up. Hey, Jared, it's great practice since adulthood is nothing. Yeah, that's right. It's very true, Jared. Thank you for the donation, man. Those are just spitting facts there, I guess. Yeah, so check this out. The mobility, the Tzeentch speed able to get over here. And, yeah, now they're going to maybe steal this back objective. Okay, Vampire Coast might actually still lose this freaking game. Oh, my God, the Tzeentch Gremlin play. They're both being such gremlins, which is so fun. I love to see it. All right, so the back objective is going to be going to the Changer, and every objective lost here by the Vampire Coast is so freaking bad. Because if we currently look at the scoreboard, Tzeentch is very far ahead on points. They can't really afford to be losing objectives. And we do see Vampire Coast holding back here, but more Centaurs coming out. The mobility, very, very good. Centaurs are going to get in, and they're going to annihilate the shooting. But the way to counter this is with overlapping shooting like this. So having some pistol mobs shooting them in the side here is going to be very good. I don't think it's going to be enough, right? Because let me break it down. These pistol mobs are 300 gold. This Centaur unit is 1,200 gold. So this Centaur unit is of the value of 3 or 4 of these things, give or take. But I mean, even 2 or 3 of the zombies could kill the Centaur in the right circumstances. So Vampire Coast needs to find a way to get this objective back. Is it over? It's going to be very, very close. I would certainly say with no fumbles, I think that Tzeentch probably wins this one. I don't know, man. Like, pull the Furies back here and just Helm's Deep on this, or it's hard. Yeah, this objective still belongs to the Vampire Coast. We do see a Cultist of Tzeentch coming out. A couple Zombie Pirate Pistols going to be coming over, shooting as they go, but again, they're a very cheap unit, and they're probably going to get run down by the Centaurs we're going to have to see. The Cultist trying to get in. Does he have any Burning Heads left? Burning Head would be excellent for clearing out the zombies. That is for damn sure. So macro look at the battlefield here. Centaurs charging in once again. I think that's going to be sealing the deal because this objective is going to be going to Tzeentch as well. And a lot of the Vampire Coast army is very slow and very static, and he's not ahead by that much. Like, he's only ahead by like 500-600 value, so it's a very close game. But with healing taken into account, you know, that's one thing to consider. But yeah, I think that Tzeentch is going to edge this one out. The mobility and the ambushes of the Centaurs, the decision-making of Shaper of Fate to transition into a mobility style play, because Vampire Coast was very loosely defending. I think we need more pole arms. There needs to be more like Zombie Pirate deckhand pole arms in this build to like hold the objectives and just kind of anchor things down. But I don't think that's going to happen, guys. And Tzeentch looks like the change, it was all part of the plan. You guys have to remember, when you're playing against Tzeentch, you know, even if the Lord dies, it was all part of the plan. That's just how it goes. So, GG, well played. That was a really fun game. It looked like it could go either way. Both players had pretty disastrous engagements at one point or the other, but at the end of the day, the mighty victor here is going to be the Changer of Fate. The changeling schemes are in full effect, ladies and gentlemen. All right, fun game. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that one as much as I did. That was a great one. Plans within plans, deception, this and that. Okay. All right, perfect, perfect. Okay. Sorry, guys. Just doing a little bit of admin work here, and we're going to find another matchup to do. Yeah, so we're going to get a lot of games tonight. Double Elimination usually has a little bit more action going on here. And next up, we have a round 2 game. We will in a moment. Okay. So, Perfection. I'm going to go let the Chihuahua in. She is done feasting on the freaking handmade dinner I made that thing. What mic do you use? I use an Audio Technica 2020. It's a really good microphone. I've had it for like 4 years. It's a freaking beast. Like for the first 5 years I did YouTube, I used a Blue Yeti microphone, which is pretty good. But this one blows it out of the water. So I use a Audio Technica 2020 with a Focusrite audio mixer. Yeah, I'm not like tech savvy at all. I'm a bit of an idiot. Like, but yeah, it's a great microphone. All right, I'll be right back. 1 second. Come on, Chihuahua. All right, we're back in business, baby. Really fun first match. And where are we going now? Let's refresh, see if we have any round 2 matchups here. And we can look at the value as well. Take a peek. Luther was pretty good. The Depth Guard, I guess they did all right. Yeah, they didn't do bad. Cannon got shut down a little bit. Yeah, it was honestly not a bad build. I think if the Vampire Coast was just a little bit more focused and didn't lose their bomber bats, because they spent a lot of money on these deck dropper bombers and they just did nothing. I think that was a big momentum shift. But aside from that, you know, the Tzeentchian magic was very good. The burning heads were sweet, and the Centaur play was like very clutch. Because Centaurs in the early game against Vampire Coast are not so good because the shooting is online. But when the shooting's offline and you can kind of isolate a much slower faction, that's when those guys really start to pop off. So, all right. So next round of the tournament. Well, not even the next round. We're just in a bracketed tournament tonight. All right, we have another matchup. So we're going to do Blake 85. So these are 2 players I haven't seen too much. Yo. Lobby code, please. So hitting up these players. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're doing a Hobo Honkers game. All right, that's got to be fun. He's the new favorite, the Hobo Honkers. Lobby code, please. So we have a round 2 matchup coming here, and let's show you guys what's cooking over here. Yeah, let's take a little peek over here and see what fun times are happening. So if we look here, okay, perfect. There we are. All right. So this is the tournament for tonight. You can see the brackets are all up. We're going to be casting Blake versus Ridley. Ridley defeated Jesse James, and Blake actually defeating Maximillionaire, one of the best vampire count players out there. So that's very impressive. Yeah, the Hobo is taking no prisoners. We got Tim the Wilder here going to be playing the winner of this. A couple of round 2 matchups going. And here's the bottom side bracket. So it is double elimination. So our little website here does all this. And then, of course, here's going to be the grand final. So should be a fun little tournament tonight. Good times for all, man. Good times for all. All right. So let's switch back. What do you think of the Dawn of War 2 objective scoring versus Total War scoring? Dude. So Dawn of War 2 is a goated game. It's so fun. The only issues with Dawn of War 2 is like the jank from being a little bit old and clunky. But I have been playing so much Dawn of War 2 Elite mod lately. I am loving it. Like it's such a freaking flavor win of a game, you know? Can you stop doing this, please? There we go. Okay, Ridley is here, so Ridley needs to get a spec slot open. Spec slot. Okay, there we go. All right. Yeah, I really in Total War though, the problem with having the Dawn of War 2 objective system for the Total Wars, the games would take like 50 years. So personally, I think the system we have now is better for Total War. Yeah. But I love it for Dawn of War. For Dawn of War, it makes a little bit more sense, you know. Okay, so let's refresh this. Your eyes burn. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I blast you guys with the jump scare there? All right. Hey, Julian, I'm glad you enjoy it, man. You know, High Elves versus Nurgle. Let's freaking go. This is going to be good. I'm hyped for this one. Yeah, Indy Pride and I, Howitzer, we played the other day. Indy and I, we streamed Dawn of War the other day when I was trying to learn the Imperial Guard. I just hit a point in Dawn of War where I've gotten Dawn of War 2 where I've gotten a lot better. It happened yesterday and the day before. I don't know what happened, but I'm excited to stream it again. And we will have an in-house Dawn of War tournament probably for beginners mostly. It's tricky to measure, but yeah, it'll be fun. I want to make it on your streams about it. Yeah. Weber, are you playing in the tournament tonight? I mean, I would love to cast one of your games if you're playing. 100%. Yeah, Indy's great, man. He's always fun to game with. Old Indy Pride of the milk and cookies. We're going to be uploading another DAO game tomorrow. Tomorrow we have my Imperial Guard versus Professor Pone's Tyranids going up tomorrow. It was a really good match. Super fun. You broke your toe playing volleyball. That's tough. Hopefully you feel better. You missed it, Weber. No, I'm sorry. I played a little bit of volleyball in college. Not like, you know, on a college team, but I played club volleyball. It was fun. And I played beach volleyball too. Beach volleyball is my favorite. Like, because I love that the 2-on-2 element of beach volleyball is really fun. You just get one of your homies, you go out, you train, you get and hang out at the beach. And if you're Irish like myself, you just get sunburned into oblivion and become a tomato. It's good. It's good times, man. So Sour Patch, I would say what we're probably going to get for the Skulls event, like my conspiracy theory, my tinfoil hat, is that we're going to get a Dawn of War, new Dawn of War announcement. Yeah. That's my tinfoil hat. Conspiracy theory stuff. It's okay, whoever, no worries, brother. But your claim to fame is India's killed you in Hunt Showdown. Nice. I would be so excited to get a freaking Dawn of War 4 game that's actually like done properly. Like when I play Dawn of War 2, I see the potential, you know. I'm seeing like how good a new Dawn of War game could be if they just emulate the successes of previous titles, don't try and go too crazy, and just give us more factions, you know. Yeah. Dawn of War 3 did bad, but it wasn't because of the IP or like, I think it was abandoned relatively early, and it had some you know, aesthetic decisions that I think people didn't like too much. Yeah. I'll do Co 3 again at some point, 100%. It's going to be part of the RTS week. So, yeah, we'll do like 5 tournaments Monday through Friday. Maybe do the weekends, I'm not sure. I don't know, there was something a little off about, I mean, to be completely clear with you guys, I enjoyed Dawn of War 3 at times. Me and the homies, when we were playing multiplayer, we were having a lot of fun, but there was just something that was a little, I don't know, when like Dawn of War 2 is much more enjoyable. Yeah. Yeah, 2v2 PvP siege battle. Those are kind of laggy, honestly. Siege battles aren't really good for competitive. I mean, they're good for like fun showcase stuff. It's hard to balance. The defenders have such a big advantage typically. All right, guys. Let's get it. Dawn of War 1 remaster. I mean, I wouldn't complain. Yeah, I'll take that. Whatever, you know. Ladies and gentlemen, let's break it down. It's going to be a good time here. As we are in a round 2 matchup, it's going to be everybody's beloved champion, the Hobo Honkers. And he's going to be playing the High Elves. So, Silver and Guard in the front. Silver and Guard are pretty solid against Nurgle. They can hold for a long time, and they also are just resilient. Charged defense against all. What's not to love? Lothar and Seaguard are going to be the range damage dealers. And they're, basic archers are probably more cost-effective here, simply because Furies are going to wreck Lothar and Seaguard, and they'll also wreck regular archers. But, I mean, Lothar and Seaguard aren't bad. They have decent holding power. We do have a front line of the White Lions of Grace. And, White Lions are good against most kind of basic Nurgle infantry, but they will struggle against the more elite ones, I suppose. Curious to see how they do. And it is going to be Tyrion on the high ground. Tyrion is going to be here with a Noble and a Mage of Metal. So Mage of Metal is pretty good against Nurgle because Nurgle loves to blob with heroes. So one of the more meta ways to play Nurgle, of course, is to get like 2 Exalted Heroes and a Chaos Lord or a Chaos Sorcerer Lord, right? So getting the final transmutation to punish all that is super, super good. Dude, man, holy shit. That's a big old donation coming from Magic D. Thank you for the $30, man. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, guys. All right. So that's the High Elf army, and looking at the Nurgle forces. The one thing I don't like about the High Elf army is it lacks mobility. Nurgle's biggest weakness in this game is their mobility. I mean, it's one of their big weaknesses. So having like 3 or 4 Illyrian Reaver archers to just provide utility, get the objective advantage, like all that stuff is pretty big, and the fact that he doesn't have that makes me a little bit nervous. Now, Nurgle did go very wide with cheap chaff infantry, and this is a risky pick by the Red Rocks. The Exalted Great and Clean One's an insanely good fighter. One of the better fighters in the game, honestly. But he's a missile magnet. So if he just gets pincushioned by archers, he's going to die pretty quickly here. But, if he's left to his own devices, he's going to feast. Aside from that, we got Marauders. It's a Marauder army. So it's basically just all chaff units. Like, it's all Chaos Chaff, which is good against High Elves. High Elves don't like to be swarmed like this. Oh my god, look at the Nurgling Vanguard. He wanted to steal his opponent's back objective. So Red Rocks deployed like 3 or 4 Nurglings over here with the intent of bum rushing his opponent's back objective. But rather, he's going to run to the middle and just, play that game. Honestly, though, this would be the correct decision. You would leave the Nurglings back here as a perpetual objective stealing threat, and then when your main army clashes, you bring the Nurglings up and you alpha strike. Like, combining them with the main army here in the front isn't going to be too strong, in my opinion. But, it is what it is. Little tactical things here and there. Magic D, thank you so much, man. That is very generous of you, boss. All right, so the battle is on. Marauders of Nurgle hanging out, and the Hordes of Chaos gather on the middle objective, led by the Great Chungus, the Great Unclean One. He's swinging his bell around. He's got it. He's got his... Dude, look at the jiggle animation on this man's neck. Creative Assembly does some beautiful, aesthetic work for sure. Look at that. Look at the jiggle. I think his stomach jiggles a little bit. Yeah, it definitely does. He's got some rotation, man. Morgie, we're doing very good. So, battle is on. Nurgle player going to be sending forward the Nurglings. Let the Nurglings feast. Now, Nurglings are going to do 0 damage against Silver and Guard. We have 55 melee defense against 23 melee attack. It's in, low weapon strength. But, I mean, they are tar pitting them, but you're tar pitting a spearman unit, so it's not necessarily the most effective. Granted, getting a Fury around the back and using the Furies to hammer and anvil with the Nurglings could be quite good. All right, guys, the Great Chungus is moving in. This is so dangerous. So he's going to be fighting Tyrion. Now, Tyrion would lose one-on-one to an Exalted Great and Clean One, but not fighting alone is a big thing that the High Elves have. Okay, I think this is going to be a quick one. The Great Unclean One is back here. He's a little bit arrogant, and now he's getting pincushioned by arrows. And in the backfield, Hobo Honkers does also have fire damage. So the fire damage is going to be mitigating healing. So when something's on fire in this game, they basically don't heal as effectively. So he's going to be trying to run away. I mean, Nurgle could still salvage this game if they don't lose the Exalted Great Unclean One. Beautiful final transmutation going down as well, trying to finish the job on the Exalted Great Unclean One. That hits a lot of the Nurgle army, and the big Chonkus is going to be getting back. Is he going to escape? Oh no, he's disintegrating! Oh, he took too much damage! Is he going to stabilize? 55? Okay, he's done for. So that was a very catastrophic engagement, but does Nurgle's healing stabilize him? He's banished? No, he's done for. Good night, sweet prince. You will be missed. So, that's a rough way to go. But honestly, Nurgle would have been fine if they didn't blunder that. So let me use this as a teachable moment for you guys, because I think we have a bit of an experience difference, but, Red Rocks the build wasn't bad, honestly. But you don't want to, engage your big centerpiece down the middle against archers. Rather, you would use it on the flank. So that's going to force the enemy archers to come up here, at which point you can, overwhelm and maybe flank them, or you can retreat back into the trees, right? Little things like that. Oh, it's all good. I think the Nurgle player is a little bit newer, and he's throwing his hat in the ring in a tournament like an absolute Chad. So you got to give props to the big red rocks. I mean, he's doing. He has some elements of the build correct. Like swarming high elves with a lot of chaff units is pretty cost effective, especially great weapons. But that engagement was a little bit rough. You got to be careful, with like 3 or 4 archers sitting back there, and you don't have anything shutting them down. And Nurgle is massively behind in value. They are a faction that can play pretty well from behind. I don't know. Yeah, if they can play behind on value if they have the points lead, is essentially what I'm trying to articulate. So in the backfield, a couple of Furies trying to shut down the archers, but Tyrion now is going to be karate chopping through the Marauders here. We do see the White Lions of Krace, a pretty good trade, honestly. These guys have good armor and better stats than Marauders. Nurgle Marauders will hold their own, though. I mean, they'll lose, but they'll bump and grind. The Grey Weapon Marauders will trade very cost effectively. So the only chance that Nurgle has, basically in this game, is if there's some big decision-making throws from the High Elves, and if the High Elves just kind of struggle to get the objectives, right? We'll have to see. I mean, Red Rocks, if I were him, I'd probably save up for the Great Unclean One and try and call him back out. I know that's a desperate play, but I think it needs to be done. A couple of Reavers trying to get into the backfield here. One of the Marauder Horsemen is on the run, and a bit of an intercept right there. But yeah, you could see, you see what I'm saying, guys? Like, Nurgle is still not doing bad on the field. Like, they're pressuring a lot of points here. Like, High Elves are kind of struggling to get them off the objectives. Like, if they just were really conservative with their Lord and had some good, decent, careful engagements, like, where would you engage right now if you had the Great Unclean One, right? You need to assess the situation. You have 2 archer units. Their range reaches about here. So you would want to be engaging here. When the archers move up, you rotate up this way. And then you take on isolated positions here with the Great Unclean One. Now, it's not optimal, and there's a reason why you don't usually see Great Unclean Ones in the High Elf matchup, because they're just too easy to pincushion. But you can get away with using them. It's not optimal, it's off meta, but it can be made to work under the right circumstances. So currently sitting here, Nurgle is actually trading really well with how bad of a start that was. The High Elves are really just struggling to get past the walls of Nurgle infantry. We do get Pestigors in here now as well. Pestigors are really good against High Elves. Honestly, if you're playing against High Elves, you want to bring 5 Pestigors like always. They're just like a god tier unit. Because they just have crazy good armor piercing, can chew through things that are much above their pay grade. And the Elven Archers are doing pretty good on ammo. We do have the Lothern Sea Guard setting up shop, so this is a big kind of paradigm of this matchup. Marauder Horsemen throwing weapons are really good against armor, but you use your Elven Archers back here to zero in on them, shoot them down, and you're going to see there's going to be a lot of casualties going down as the Marauder Horseman Unga Bunga is going to be taken to Pound Town right there. So on the backside, Nurgle's still holding onto the objective, and it's going to give up soon because the High Elves are calling it elite killing power units to try and get the objectives back here. These guys are really cool. These are the Swordmasters of Hoth. These guys are basically the Jedi of Warhammer Fantasy. They actually have technically they have a shield because they're so elite with their swords that they can swat arrows out of the sky with their reflexes, which is super cool. So Swordmasters of Hoth, yeah, you can see they do have the shield ability. So it's a bronze shield, so it blocks 30% of arrows coming in, but how freaking cool is that? It's like the scene in the Deadpool movie when he's like getting shot by Cable and he's like deflecting some of the bullets. He deflects some of them, but not all of them. Some of them do get in there, but yeah. So the Elves are gonna be wrestling this point. Nurgle's retreating to their back objective already, which is he's not far enough ahead. Now this is a very common strategy with Nurgle, is to stuff your opponent and then retreat to your back objective to win the game at the very end. But he would need to have like 1,200 points right now to even have a glimmer of a hope here because the Jedi have arrived. Normal shield, so bronze is the most common shield archetype. That's 30%, and then silver shields are 55, and gold shields, you only see those in campaigns, so I don't really know off the top of my head. But yeah, Nurgling's going to get obliterated, and you have to remember the entire Nurgle army right now has a leadership penalty because of the fact their Lord is dead. So when your Lord dies in this game, that was kind of cool. They had like a celebration with their swords. But yeah, this game's over. It's only a matter of time. If I could fast forward, I would, but I think that Nurgle players should probably tap out. I mean, there's nothing against like fighting to the bitter end when you maybe have a sliver of a chance, but this is not even a sliver. This is actually the only way Nurgle could win would be a disconnect from the High Elf player. Basic Reavers instead of Reaver Archers, they're both good. You would want both, honestly. Optimal High Elf build would have like 3 or 4 Illyrian Reaver Archers against Nurgle. Because Reaver Archers hard counter Marauder Horseman throwing axes. They counter the light infantry. They're so effective. So, yep, that's going to be it. Gold is like 75 or 80. Got it. A bunch of Jedi versus 1,000 unwashed Yodas. Yeah, they kind of do have like Yoda energy a little bit, right? Yeah, a little bit here. All right, guys. So this game is over. If he doesn't leave in the next 30 seconds, I'm going to jump out and go cast another game because I don't want another game to start that we could have cast, if we're just sitting here watching a game that's already basically over. So I don't know why the High Elves aren't advancing up. They should just be hard pushing towards Nurgle's back objective to, give a full send here. Yeah. The Hiles won. Yeah, it was a bit of an experience mismatch, though. Hobo Honkers, I think, is a little bit more experienced. The Nurgle player honestly did pretty good. I was not... The only thing he blundered really badly was his Lord. Everything else was fine, decision-making wise. Like, Infantry Swarm Nurgle is not bad at all. But just the Lord, you know, getting karate chopped is tough. Oh, that's why he's waiting. Oh, my God. Look at this. We get the dreaded Great Unclean One being resummoned from the Abyss. But, dude, guys, that's so freaking expensive. And, all right, we can stay. We can watch the Exalted Great Unclean One die again, because he's probably just going to get pincushioned by the archers again, and then Tyrion and the Noble will kill him. The Noble is, of course, an anti-large fighter. So Nurglings are advancing. I don't know why the Hives are running. Rangers annihilate Nurglings in combat. Yeah, just commit to the fight. Get all your archers to 0-1 of the big man. He's back and he's pissed. Yeah, round 2. He didn't hear no bell. So immediately the fire arrows are going to start zeroing into the big man, and he's going to get his bell and bonk some of those guys. He rage bonks some of his own Nurglings, which is classic. Already the fire damage saturating, and Tyrion, the Lord of the High Elves, is going to be moving in for one final duel of fates. And yeah, the Great Unclean One's going to not have a good time. He has insane mass, so he can actually push through you. Even if you're attacking him, he can keep moving, which is good. The mass mechanic, of course, has gone through a lot of iterations in this game, but the Great Unclean One trying to fight. Already down to about 60%. More and more Nurgle infantry on the way out. And, I mean, okay, I respect this by Red Rocks. He's thinking maybe the Great Unclean One can swing the deal of the fight here, but the Talons of Torquelade are basically wrecking him. Another final transmutation, and we have freaking Phoenix Guard here too. So these are the elite of the Isaurian. These guys are awesome. Magic damage is also very good. And yeah, Dad is back, but Dad is not having a good time. He's trying, but he's really a risky pick against Elves. And under the circumstances, he's like an S tier pick in some matchups, but here he is not. And yep, Pincushion down to 3,200. Tyrion and the Noble doing work. Tyrion is actually almost dying though. The Elven Lord is kind of taking a bit of a beating, but it's definitely worth every penny. We have the Jedi on the other side. The Jedi versus like a chaff infantry. Pretty great stuff. Nurgling's going to get absolutely bonked by these Swordmasters. And yep, there goes Dad. He's gone again. Twice over goes the Great Unclean One, ladies and gentlemen. All right, fare thee well. You were too good. Is he going to go? Looks like he is. Man, he's really giving it his all here. He's got 700 HP. Tyrion and the Noble almost got him. 300 HP, 236 right there. Is he going to be going down? I think he is. And the Elves have so many elite units on the battlefield too, right? They have the Phoenix Guard, they have the Fireborn, and that's going to be it. GG, well played. You know, we got some fun cinematics that game for sure. Well played, you Red Rocks. If you are watching this, so this faction, Nurgle is my main faction. I can give you a build that I've beaten High Elves with very consistently. So Red Rocks, if you're watching this back, well played to you, brother. Thank you for throwing your hat in the tournament, even though you might be a little bit newer to competitive. So we're going to show you the works and get it going. So honestly, yeah, let's break it down. So we're going to go here and here. So my Nurgle build versus High Elves is like so. So basically what you do is you get 2 Marauders and Forsaken. You get 2 Exalted Heroes on the Rot Beast with a Sorcerer Lord to heal them. And then you get the Noxbringer, which is the ROR Soul Grinder. So you shoot their archers and drain their ammunition. You use these guys to control their single entities. And then Pestigors basically come in to clean up the rest of the Elven army with some Marauder Horsemen and Furies and stuff. So it's a pretty strong build. Final Transmutation can punish you. You need to watch out for that, but it's not just going to end you, right? Well, it can, but depends on the circumstances. Okay, and let's go ahead and see what other matchups we have now. All right, so let's see if those guys started. We have an old Tim the Wilder game. Oh, dude, 0 stress. Okay. And where are we? Okay, so, did you start? Let's see if our boy Tim the Wilder's in a game. We'll check the Hitman Hippo game down here. Hitman Hippo, yo-yo, in-game. We're shopping around to see what matchups are available right now, and that one should be refreshing here. The series in was finally answered the question if you remind me. Okay, I'll check that out best. I'll check that out. What would be a good faction to start? Norska's really good for beginners, honestly. Yeah. Norska's like due for... Norska's got to be eventually getting some love, too. I would say Norska's really good for beginners because they're simplistic, but also very strong. Yeah. And they're cool. Who doesn't love like the Viking aesthetic, right? Okay, so checking here. So they're all in game. So we can do Shaper of Fate versus Maximillionaire. I think that's going to be Vampire Counts versus Zinch. Okay, so we just got to chill out for a minute. I thought we could do that one. Fate, yo-yo, you guys in game. I would love to see some Zinchian play. So it looks like the Shaper of Fate, the Zinch player we saw, was defeated eventually and sent to the lower brackets. Yeah. Yeah, Carrot. I think it's going to happen. Norska is very good for beginners. Kislev is also good for beginners, but a little bit harder because Kislev you have to micro like archer units and range units. Norska's range units are very simple. Like Marauder Horsemen, you just like follow them around and they use their throwing weapons. Okay. Do we have this? So Hitman Hippo on the top side. Okay, we can do Hitman Hippo versus Attack Speed Enjoyer. Okay, that's perfect. Lobby code for next game, please. Go without me. Got one. All right, so we're going to do Hitman Hippo versus Attack Speed Enjoyer. So taking a look at the brackets real quick. Let's do a quick update. And we can see the brackets are advancing. So Attack Speed Enjoyer defeated the Zinch player. And now we're going to do Hitman Hippo versus Attack Speed here, which is going to be the semis of the winners bracket. And then on the bottom side, we of course have a handful of games going, but players are progressing, and we're making pretty good time of it. It's going a lot quicker. I like mixing in double elimination every now and then. I think it's fun. Lizardmen are pretty forgiving too. I would say they're a pretty forgiving faction. I can say safely get behind a Lizardman recommendation. Okay. So Hippo, where is that invite here? And let me lobby code versus you and Hitman. Thank you. So far, so good. Skaven are extremely hard for beginners. Skaven are, I would say, an advanced faction. Like you can play them, but like, man, you're gonna struggle a long time. Like trying to learn Skaven is like trying to learn Undead in Warcraft 3. It's not going to be like picking up Human or Orc where things are very intuitive. Like it's a whole different system. Like the way you deploy, the size of the armies, the leadership. How do you handle finals for double elimination? Yeah, so tonight we are giving 2 lives to the top side. That was the one thing I was like, I had wished in Grubby's tournament. I was like, God, because I won the top side bracket. I was like, I wish I had 2 lives in the grand finals. I understand why you wouldn't though. It would take forever, and it was honestly I wouldn't have beaten him anyways. But yeah, man. So 2 lives to the top side. It rewards you because it's a double elimination. Everybody should have 2 lives, I feel. Sometimes if we're time constrained, I won't do that. Like if I have to go somewhere and yeah, it's a Wood Elf mirror. Okay. It's fine. Yeah, so we're casting a Wood Elf mirror matches. A Wood Elf mirror match here. All good. Bring way different banners. All right, so yeah, we don't get to see mirror matches often. I mean, this is a very skill-based mirror match. It's going to be very sweaty. So we need a spec slot here. Slot, please. Okay, and are they in the lobby here? They're both hosting. Okay, looking around, refreshing. So this is Ridley, and maybe this is the one here? Okay, spectate. I don't know, maybe this is the lobby. Any Dawn of War 2 content? Yeah, tomorrow. I'm going to be posting another one tomorrow. Oh, wait. Is this the right opponent? Wait, aren't you against Hitman? Okay. Oh, I think he's like working on his build in the shadows there. Okay, that's fine. That's all good. Spectator slot, refresh this, and let's go ahead and find that. We're going to spectate that. Okay. Ah, so I was in the wrong lobby. Okay, I'm what they call an idiot. I read the bracket wrong. Oh, shit, they hadn't played. Oh, they hadn't played. Okay, I get it now. I see what we were doing wrong. Okay. Oh, it was in wrong one. Read bracket wrong. I read the bracket wrong. Okay, so we're going to go back to that Wood Elf mirror match. Sorry about that. Okay. Read it wrong. Gonna cast you guys. Spec slot. Yeah, by the way, if you're playing in tonight's tournament, just leave a spec slot on open so I don't have to ask for it every time. I'm sure it's annoying for you guys to have to go back and forth and do that, but yeah, that would be nice. Okay, Hitman Hippo still going. Ridley is playing down here. That game's going to go down, and the elves are doing it. Okay. Or maybe we don't have to do a mirror match. Okay, never mind. We're going to do Hobo versus Tim. Okay. Give it to me. Okay. Come on, Tim. Give me that spectator slot. So we got Hobo Honkers versus first game Tim. Okay. So Tim the Wilder is going to be playing Hobo Honkers. That's going to be a true test for the Hobo. Hiles versus... I don't know what Tim's playing. I would like to see Tim play some terrible factions. Like, I would like to see Tim play, like, low win rate factions and see what he can cook up. I think that's one of the reasons why we all enjoy watching Anticity so much, is he cooks with, like, factions that are perceived as bad and finds, like, really strong win conditions and stuff, you know? Okay. So join code here. Let's do that. And we have this. A non-mirror. On my wayward son. Okay, cool. And here we go. All right. So Lizardman versus High Elves. That's a Warhammer 2 matchup. I actually haven't seen this one in ages. Now, Tim is pretty scary. He's one of the best players in the world. Will the Hobo Honkers be able to defeat him here today? Yeah, correct. It's double elimination. So if you lose in the bottom bracket, you're eliminated. You get 2 lives, basically. It's the same as what Grubby did for his Warcraft 3 tournament. Yeah. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man? Oh, by the way, we have our top 8 for the event. For the Warcraft 3 event. We have it all set. So I'm going to coordinate with the players. And yeah, so Mike, I know you do casting. If you're interested, what we could do is we could have you cast part of the bracket too. Because I want to do most of the game simultaneously until we reach top 4. So if you want to, Mike, if you were interested in casting, we could have you cast like a couple games, a lower bracket, and then, you know, I don't know. Because I want to split it up and get through the event, because best of 5s can take a while. Sounds good. Hit me up. I will. Thank you, man. I might have some admin questions as well. I'll defeat 3 stacks of Lizardman with an Elven Spear Doom stack. Yeah, that sounds about right. All right, Lizardmen versus High Elves, cool. And we're on the Proving Grounds, which is probably favorable for lizards, and the shooting is a little bit, although archers are fine on this map. Yeah, so Motel Midnight, yeah, you're Red Rocks. Okay, so you're stealing the build I gave you. Yeah, so make sure that you're Noxbringer. You don't want to shoot the archers at max range. You want to shoot them at like 250 range so you can actually hit them. Soften them up a little bit, and then, you know, build up your army while skirmishing and use your heroes as bullies. They're really good. It's a bit of a finesse build, but I believe in you. I think you can do it. Professor Pone did not make top 8, unfortunately. No, the goat himself was eliminated. So as far as like people you guys might know from Total War, we had Anticity qualified for top 8. Orange Pest, who of course you've been seeing him playing on the streams, and he's also the #1 co-player, co-3, or he was. He's not active anymore there. But Orange Pest, Davok. You guys know Davok from Dune Spice Wars. He qualified for top 8 with Night Elves, which is super exciting. So yeah, we got some familiar faces there. It's going to be great. And then we have some community champions as well who've made it. Yeah, it's going to be good. Yeah, Noxbringer, you want to shoot at medium range. It's at long range, it doesn't hit very effectively. Yes, yes. Well, guys, thank you all for joining tonight. What have you guys been watching today, man? You know what TV show I've been really enjoying and binging? So I'm a big fan of, like, I like police shows a lot. Like, but not like the really corny ones. Like, I like some corny ones. Like, The Rookie is extremely corny, but my wife and I love watching that together. No, Anticity is still in top 8 of the Warcraft 3 tournament. We haven't had the event yet. It's a show called Bosch. Yeah, well, this one's called Bosch Legacy. It's like the sequel, but it's with Titus Welliver. I think it's based on a book series. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's fun. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, Morgie, that ELO might not be up to date now because the cutoff was a couple nights ago and people are still playing, so yeah. Okay, let's get it going, man, and have some fun. But yeah, it's a good police show. If you guys like kind of, it's like he's like a LAPD detective who kind of, you know, little gray area. It's fun. You should look at the police. Okay, Jared, I'll check it out, man. I love those kind of shows, man. I mean, I grew up in the 90s watching frickin' the Cop Show. Remember the Bad Boys, Bad Boys? Oh my God, that was so ridiculous. So there was a Canadian version of Cops, and it was, God, when was it? It was, oh, Mr. Mike, you probably know it, but it was on like Netflix or something, and I started watching it, and I have never seen so many mullets and Canadian tuxedos, which is like a full denim suit. Like every other person they're like investigating in this freaking Canadian cop show, they have like a jean jacket, they have jeans on, and they have a mullet. I swear to God, it is uncanny how many mullets you see on that. Yeah. All right, guys, let's break it down. You know, I thought we had the mullets down here, but man, Canada does not mess around with the mullets. I can't remember what the show's called. It was like 2 years ago I was watching it. Mr. Mike, I'll have to look into it. All right, guys, one sec. I'm going to open my window in here. It's getting real sweaty. You got to love California summers, man. Real sweaty like. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. We have the Hobo Honkers facing off against Tim the Wilder, or Own Goal, as he's going by now. He might go back to Tim the Wilder. We'll see. He's testing the waters, I suppose. So, Rangers in the front line for Hobo. They're okay. Rangers will trade up into Saurus relatively okay. It's a more of an evenish trade. But the problem is they get wrecked by the skirmishing. So the Skinks, the range shooting of the Lizardman army can be incredibly brutal. On top of that, we do have the Everqueen's Court Guard and the Talons of Torquilada. So this is a combo. The Talons of Torquilada, when they shoot you, they make you weak to fire damage. They cause a flammable effect. And then you use these extremely elite Sisters of Avalorn here, who do fire damage, which is going to augment their damage. So it's a cool, cheeky combo, but a player like Tim is going to be very privy to this and is not going to let you get that bread for free. We do have Tyrion and a Netcaster. So this is a good combo if you're going to be going for an Archer build, like an Archer sniping build. Having the Mage here is going to be great. So, yep, Mage of Light with Nets of Amantok, and Tyrion's going to be here with Sunfang, and that is it. A lot of Rangers here for the Elven Army. Now, looking at one of the goats of Total War Warhammer 3, it is going to be Own Goal here, a.k.a. Tim. And he's going to be here with his Skink Skirmishers in the back. We do have, a monster build. Okay. So we got a Bastillodon with the Solar Engine. Now, this is a ranged artillery piece, which is designed to basically shoot at archers. So I don't hate that at all. And then there is going to be a big old Dread Beast. Oh, Dad is home, baby. Interior crocodile alligator. I drive a Chevrolet movie theater. I do remember that. But the Feral Dread Saurian, yeah, I mean, it's a monster. It's especially on this map. Line of sight can be tricky. But you have a red-crested skink chief. What the hell is this, dude? Oh, my God. Yeah, so anti-large fighter. That is an off-meta pick if I've ever seen one by old Tim. Haven't heard that song in a decade. I know. I went to go listen to it on YouTube recently, and it was like, this song was posted like 15 years ago or whatever. I was like, oh, I'm so old. Yeah, crazy times, man. So, yeah, a little bit of range harass. Solar Engine's going to put in some work. Tyrion is going to be grabbing the objective. So out of the gates, we do see the Hobo grabbing objective number 2, and he is going to be getting objective number 1 as well. But this is the problem with the Rangers. Spearmen have silver shields, so when they get shot by like blow darts and shit, they don't really care. It mitigates a lot of the damage, but the Skinks here are just going to be feasting on the souls of these poor Rangers. You can see the HP is getting dropped. It's only one Skink, but as more and more range units kind of move up, we do see Own Goal over here coming in with the Salamander Hunting Pack as well, and they are going to be blasting from downtown. But the Archers should be moving up. I don't know where the Elven Archers are. Like, parking the Elven Archers right here and nuking these little gremlins every time they pop in probably would be the correct play, I think. His Archers are a little bit split up, too. We do see one Archer here and one here. Yeah, definitely want to consolidate those since they're like a combo piece. So it's going to get poking, man. Yeah, look up music videos from your youth, and it's like 15 years. I know, it definitely is. It's a weird phenomenon to experience. It's a weird one. Pulling back are the Salamanders, and I'm surprised they're not shooting yet. Didn't want to get caught by Tyrion. I think they saw the Prince of the Isles running out, or King, or whatever the hell he is, moving out there. And the Solar Engine's trying to find some opportunities. He's trying to get zeroed on the Archers, but Hobo's doing a good job hiding it. Now, this is a good play right here, guys. Moving the Spearmen in the front is very, very clever because, you know, you are getting blasted. So you want to hide your Rangers behind them. But Tim is a predator, man. He's going to be coming in. He's got those cold-blooded instincts, and he finds a way around with his faster units, and it's just blasting these poor Rangers back here, guys. That is a lot of pain. And, yep, those guys are down to about 50% HP. So this is very much a Tim the Wilder kind of style. Basically, he likes to build up and poke you and harass you with Lizardmen, and then he alpha strikes you at the very end. So, I mean, you can obviously push him if you want to. If the High Elves wanted to, they could advance. But then that gives him the home field advantage. So, you know, there's some pros and cons to that. It's much like in, like, you could do the same thing in most Relic-style games, like Company of Heroes and Dawn of War. Like, if you yield the objectives, it's a little bit different though, because in Company of Heroes and Dawn of War, you're yielding resources, whereas here you get a steady flow of resources, so it's a bit different. Nonetheless, we do see the spearmen here, and they're getting chewed up pretty good. Elven Army taking a hell of a lot of damage. The damage tracker is not necessarily accurate. He's taking a lot more damage than that, so it feels bad. The Storm Rider's on the way in, and when will the forces of the Lizards advance in? Probably not going to be for a while. He has a long time, but now the Salamander's going to be shooting a nice salvo into the Spearmen, and even though they're anti-large fighters, they still do have a nice splash profile and do pretty good work here, so yeah, this definitely sucks to be these Spearmen. That is not a fun situation, and they're not taking too much damage, though. As long as they keep their shields facing forward, these skinks won't do too much to them, and now the Elven Archer's going to be returning the favor from the trees, and we do have some fighting in the middle, so Rangers chasing down the skink skirmishers. This is, if you guys have ever seen the best movie of all time, it's actually known as Kung Pao Enter the Fist. This is what I like to call the face-to-foot style. So, you know, you just kind of run at your opponent, get kicked or punched in the face until they get tired, and hope that you win. It's the Homer Simpson style. So the Rangers basically got pulled apart. Rangers are a little bit risky as a mainline unit against Lizardmen for this exact reason. Not having any mitigation against all the blow darts and poison is very, very tough. And one unit of Rangers is already routed, and they're running for the hills, basically just dead, right? So now the Elves are going to try and hold this. We do see some fighting going down over here, and oh, it looks like the Lizardmen are going to be sounding the horn of war, charging in with the Cold One Riders. Well, where are the Elven Archers? They're shooting out of the trees, and we do see a big salvo coming in. Dread Saurian is here as well, baby! And the Dread Saurian's going after Tyrion, who has gotten Foz protection and stand your ground, so his melee defense is literally 120, which is bonkers. We're also going to be seeing a Sunfang coming down. That is an Elven sword ability. You'll see it. And there it goes, roasting a lot of those units, and the Dread Beast is going to be forced back. Good Flock of Doom from Tim there, able to nail that entire brick. And we do see the skink cohorts getting chewed up here. So honestly, not a bad hold from the Elves on this position, but their flanks over here have been completely lost. The harass and the poke, those isolated Elven units really paid the troll toll. A couple Silver Helms with shields going to be running down the skirmishers, which is a good call. They're heavily armored, they have shields, they don't really care about the blow darts, and that's a great, great answer. To have them chase down those skink skirmishers feels pretty good. And Hobo Honkers is kind of pulling it back, not the game overall, but the value trading. He's getting a little bit back here, wasting some of the Cold One Riders, but Tyrion is trapped. Now, the thing about trying to snipe Tyrion is he has a healing ability, which is insanely good. The archers are actually still pretty stable. The Everqueen's Court Guard and the Talons of Torquilada shooting comfortably from the trees. The flank here is a little bit suspect, though. We do see some Elven Cav and Rangers holding it, but Tim sees an opening here. He's going to be rushing through the cohorts, trying to get back to the archers back here. And nice net going down, so the Elves do use a net on the skinks, but unfortunately the clever girls are also going to get by and will be able to get into the archer line most likely. Tyrion battling the Dread Saurian here. The clever girls do get a little bit caught up in some of the Silver Helms. So we saw the Elven Cav over here. They do rotate over and try and intercept these bad boys that are moving through. But some of the Velociraptors will get into the Everqueen's Court Guard. But the thing about Everqueen's Court Guard is they're actually elite melee fighters too. But, you know, there's levels to this shit. When the Dread Saurian gets into your backfield and starts to shut down your archers, you're going to have a bad time. So the Elves need some sort of a monster, some sort of mass to try and potentially fight this. So this objective belongs to the Lizardmen. Tyrion is kind of getting whooped on a little bit. The Red-Crested Skink Chief, he's an anti-large fighter. Pretty good against Tyrion, actually. Tyrion now going to be engaging against the Dread Beast. We have the Godzilla fight, guys. So there it goes. You're going to see how this goes. Definitely going to be favoring the Dread Saurian, probably. Although it is a little bit damaged. Dread Saurians literally have like 1,000,000 HP. Those things are insane. 8,000 HP on this and 2,000 on Tyrion. But Tyrion, like I said, does have the healing ability. Now, a big thing for the Elves is going to be, can they stabilize their archers and can they do it quickly? We do get the Everqueen's Court Guard stabilizing. They still have 60 models there. They're going to be trying to help out Tyrion, but the Lizards are just dominating so many of the fights. See, these are all Lizardmen units swarming into the backfield. Objective number 2 actually does get taken by the Elves. So during that skirmishing here, it does look like Hobo was playing the other 2 objectives, which is very, very impressive, actually. So he was able to win a fight here. He was able to reclaim the middle using his Fireborn, so he does have some elite cav out. So now what would probably be the play for the Elves is to do a mass rotate. So retreat all your archers, come back in under here, and start playing the middle, and use some cavalry to, obviously keep them from being run down. So Talons of Torquilada running, so are the Everqueen's Court Guard. Still could be stabilized here. We do have a mage back here to provide a little bit of support. And Tyrion did get his healing ability. So you guys notice how Tyrion is healthy again because he has his star ability, so he was able to heal. But so he's buying time for the Elves. If he's not going to win his fight, he is buying a hell of a lot of time and is being an absolute chad. The Dread Saurian's in a good place, Balance 5, Steve. Yeah, for sure. I think it's totally fine. I have no issues with it. Fireborn moving out. Now, Fireborn do have fire resistance, so the Salamanders will do very little damage against them. So they're going to be wheeling about, trying to salvage the Elven position. And value trading is kind of close. The Fireborn are going to be clashing with the Velociraptors. And he didn't give the right charge order, unfortunately, and now they're going to get countercharged. So they're going to get zerged. I mean, there's so many dinosaurs on the battlefield, and Fireborn are very good against these kind of units, but there's just way too many of them. So Tim basically baited him. He ran with the salamanders, pulled the heavy cav in, and then countercharged him with like 4 of his own cav units. So big kind of overextension there by Hobo. But I'm honestly very impressed. Like, you know, Tim is a player that I think if I played Tim 10 games, I might beat him once or twice. And this is like he's putting up a good fight against like Tim on one of his main factions too. So this is not easy at all. This is hard. Turin able to stabilize. Elves still holding on to the 2 objectives. They are closing in on points, but value trading is going to be favoring the Lizardmen for sure. With the Fireborn being crumped here, so those elite expensive Elven cavalry right there just getting lured to their demise. They're broken, they're stirred, they're going to be running with 0 leadership right here. And now the Elves are going to be calling in some elite infantry, which at this point in the game, it could do a little bit in the middle. If they can get to the middle before it gets lost, these guys are really good against most of what the Lizard have on the battlefield, because, you know, the Lizardman army is basically all just Feral Cold Ones and Velociraptors and low-quality infantry, which these guys will take basically 0 damage. On the outside, Objective 3 still belongs to the Elves, but the Lizardmen were able to kind of sweep the battlefield over here. Dreadsaurian's kind of beat up as well. We do see the Dread Beast coming in, but it's only at 3,200 HP. The Lizardman army is not using healing, so the value metric you're seeing here is relatively accurate, aside from a couple things it doesn't track properly, like Flock of Doom. But I do think that the dinosaurs are probably going to win this game. The Elven army is looking very beleaguered and very small at this point. A couple Rangers being called into the backside to move over there. I do think a Spearman-based army would have been better, either Silverin or Basic Spearman. The Rangers were just so finicky in the beginning, and they lost the Elves a lot of ground. But Hobo's honestly playing super well. You know, keeping the game like close and contested, despite, you know, having some rough engagements early on, is very, very big. So definitely get the Phoenix Guard in the middle. Like, fighting for this objective where the Lizardmen are strong is not the way. Park the archers right here, like behind this like mound, and they can fight over here. They can fight over here. There's going to be a lot of good stuff that they can do, right? But middle objective does go to the dinosaurs. An unholy Zerg of Velociraptors are here. The Phoenix Guard, the absolute Chads of the High Elves are going to be on their way out. I love these guys. They're so freaking cool looking. Yeah, definitely Swordmasters and Phoenix Guard. I think Harganeth Executioners are my favorite like greatsword of the Elven units, but of like the Halberd units, although I don't know, Blackguard definitely look cooler than Phoenix Guard, so. The Dark Elf aesthetic is rad. So he does brace for the charge, and the Velociraptor Cav are going to be charging in. Now, the Elven Infantry will take a little bit of damage, but pretty minimal. And they're going to return the favor and definitely kill a handful of those Cav every time they pop in. Dreadsaurian kind of getting blasted in the face. The 2 archers are still online, so Hobo able to keep these online. Okay, you guys deserve this. So Hobo able to keep 1 archer here, 1 here, and they're shooting very effectively into the Dreadsaurian over there, and they are able to give it the giant shaft. And you can see that thing is going to be fleeing the scene. So Phoenix Guard moving up. They are being shot by the Solar Engine. Very good attention to detail coming in from the Lizardmen. Basically seeing that this unit is a counter to his cavalry, so he engages it with chaff units and starts shooting it with the laser beam. You guys wanted it. I know. I couldn't blue ball you guys. Tyrion going to be going for the kill, though, man. So Tyrion does isolate the Red-Crested Skink Chief, and killing the Lizardman Lord would be a very nice play. Granted, on the outside, I think this is going to be sealing the deal. There were some Rangers sent. See, this is why the Rangers are kind of haggard, because the Lizardman Cav units are going to just eviscerate them. If he had sent a Spearman would be able to potentially fight off both these units, especially a Silver and Guard. But that's going to be GG. It does look like the Elite Halberds are going to be drowned in chaff units. Tyrion is trying to put this game on his back, being an absolute Giga Chad, but there's just way too many dinos. And the Dreadsaurian's still alive. The Archers are now compromised, and yeah, that's going to be all she wrote. Well played, though. That was a really fun match, honestly. It was good. There was like some glimmers of hope for the Elves, but at the end of the day, Tim showing why he's one of the Dark Lords of Total War Warhammer 3, and there is a chance for a rematch later. Hobo will go to the bottom side bracket, and we'll have the chance to climb out of the pits like Bane from Batman, so we'll see if he's going to do it. Yeah, really fun match. Cool stuff. You know, like Tim's innovations, right? The Dreadsaurian, the Solar Engine, and the Red-Crested Skink Chief is, I'm really curious about that one. That's some cool sauce right there. GG, guys. Well played. So, Lizardmen are advancing pretty far in tonight's SFT. And one sec here, guys. All right, just needed a sip of water there. Cool. That was great. So, let's take a look at the brackets. The double elim is definitely easier to admin than Swiss tournaments. That's for damn sure. It's just like a simplistic bracket. So, we are going to have Attack Speed Enjoyer. You guys want to watch like an uber sweaty matchup? How sweaty do you guys feel like being right now? Do you want it? Let me just bathe you all in sweat. We're going to be like the Baron Harkonnen in Dune when he's just like in the vat of oil, just rubbing himself. That's going to be us right now. All right, so Attack speed enjoyers Wood Elves versus Tim's Lizardmen. So lobby attack speed. Lobby code, you versus Tim. 8 hours of marathon sweat. Yes, let the pools form. Can't get cooler than Aztec. Yeah, they're pretty damn badass. I mean, I've never been a big Lizardman fan, but I respect their game. You know, I respect it. Aircraft carrier crew in Top Gun sweaty. That's a great reference. Beach volleyball scene in Top Gun sweaty. Val Kilmer and Tom Cruise getting real sweaty together. That's what's going to be happening here. Okay. So lobby code, please. So we're going to cast this game here. Unless we get a bottom side bracket, that's better. Same lobby? Okay. So they're already in the same lobby together. We could do, ooh, Hitman Hippo versus Subutai. Yo, you two start. And here we are. I tried your build, but Omen of Isorian and Fireborn are super difficult to deal with. Yeah, you need to call out your Rot Knights to deal with the Fireborn, and then you use your 2 Exalted Heroes, should be able to beat the Omen of Isorian. I'd have to watch the replay. Yeah. Send me the replay. I can do like a replay breakdown for you if you want. Okay, so let's go get in this, and we're gonna fire it up. I think we just stay in the same lobby. Oh, sweet, I don't even need to go anywhere. Awesome sauce. Yeah, Lizardmen are a solid faction. They're very solid. So the Omen killed the Soul Grinder. So where were your Exalted Heroes? Were they like caught somewhere? Main guy in the airplane sweaty? Oh, that's such a... Dude, Airplane is such a funny movie. And speaking of like movies from that era, are you guys excited for the new not Top Gun, Naked Gun with Liam Neeson reprising the role of Leslie Nielsen? I'm actually quite excited for that. That's got to be fun. So yeah, you guys talking about Val Kilmer? My favorite Val Kilmer role, hands down, was Doc Holliday. I mean, he was fun in Top Gun as Iceman, obviously, but him playing Doc Holliday in Tombstone. Tombstone's probably my favorite Western movie, along with I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough choice. Unforgiven with Clint Eastwood's probably my other one. I love that movie. But his Doc Holliday performance is just goated. Yeah, it looks like Hippo and Subutai are playing it out on the pits right now. And here we go. So just waiting for the game to start. We got a little bit of time. Quick and the Dead. Yeah, man. 2 factions you don't know fighting each other. Yeah, so we have Lizardmen, Wood Elves. I don't know who's favored here. Probably Wood Elves, right? Like at the highest level. I've always felt like this is a matchup we've seen like always. Like even in the olden days of the Forbidden Land battle times, we had Wood Elves and Lizardmen were always facing each other. I don't know what it was, but like every tournament final, it would happen. Yeah. I'll take Wood Elves since they're your cousins. Yeah. Leslie Nielsen was a national treasure. Yeah, those Naked Gun movies were very, very quintessential like comedy of that era. There's a new Karate Kid movie coming out. Who's playing who in it? Because I know they had a remake that was with Will Smith's son, and then it had, I think, Jackie Chan was in it. That one was like 2013, 2012. Or are they going to actually like bring back the Karate? I mean, is it going to be a follow-up to the TV show? Like, how are they doing it? That would be. I mean, they might as well just use the characters from the TV show, which is wildly popular. That would be like a swing and a miss not to do that. Yeah. All right, guys, let's fire it up. Dude, what is with this red-crested skink chief? Some weird Tim tech here. I'd be really curious to have him explain that. Yeah, Liam Neeson could be funny. Like I thought he was quite funny for his very brief role in Anchorman when he appears as the History Channel, and he's like, "And we bring the mighty Minotaur," and then that scene is just so ingrained in my mind. Yeah. Ralph Macchio's in it. So is Jackie Chan. Oh, that's cool. They have the Karate Kid cinematic universe beginning, huh? Archer build, yeah, I'm not surprised to see it. I mean, elves and their bows. Elves and their bows. Where they learn kung fu and figure. Oh, yeah, howitzer. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's break it down. So, taking a look at the Elven build, it's literally going to be 5,000 archers. So, Attack Speed Enjoyer has what appears to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think he's got like around 10 archer units, which is pretty freaking insane. So what he's going to do is he's probably going to try and utilize the edge of the map here and then just get his archer line and slow push out here, right? And then if Tim tries to flank around the outside, he can counterpunch him with his own cav and then just slowly push the lizardmen back. But here's the thing, guys. Lizardmen have access to solar engines and artillery, so and ancient salamanders too. So with good micro, these things can actually harry and harass archers as well. They have 160 range, which is less than the archers, but you basically scoot and shoot, and you just kind of run in circles and zigzag and take like good positions and all that stuff. So Tim is saying that the red crested skink chief is a good duelist, hard to kill, and he has a good item. Okay, yep, so straight, good enough answer for me. So breaking it down, we do see skink skirmishers into the sunset. So these are just cheap chaff units to go up and grab the objectives. Obviously against elves, probably going to be more chaff infantry out of the gates. So we got cold ones, croxagores, and velociraptor cavalry to contest the mobile game. Little duelist character here who is going to be bringing what item? What does he have? He has, I don't know what item he's talking about, and we'll have to look later. Now this is very much in a Tim special, the Ancient Salamander. This bad boy is very micro intensive, but it's very good against elven infantry and archers if it's able to get the shots off and not be focus fired. A lot of the game is going to come down to this thing probably. Like, are the elves able to isolate it and archer it down, or is it going to get its shots off? We'll see. So looking here at the old elf army, it's going to be a front line of chaff. So Eternal Guard, just basic spears, which are very good because you're going to be facing off against cold ones and croxagores and other big threats and dinosaurs too. So cheap spears are very good. Glade Riders into the sunset with some War Dancers mixed in to chew through good quality infantry. But really, it's just a big archer formation. This is an army of like maybe like turn 20, turn 15 in the campaign for elves. You've got your spears and you've got your doom stack of like Glade Guard or whatever, Deepwood Scouts, and you go from there. So we have basically a turn 15 campaign army versus I don't know what turn this would be for lizards. Probably a pretty similar time frame, to be completely honest. All right, guys, let's get it going and let's have some fun. So advancing up, the Eternal Guard pushing, and like we talked about, the elves are just going to be playing objectives 1 and objectives 2. I mean, elves can play the mobility game, but the lizardmen cavalry are actually very good against the wood elf cavalry. So I think he's going to want to play a little bit tighter to the chest to move out. And here comes the Duel of Fates. So you're going to see the salamander. He's going to throw up a furball here. You guys ready? He's like, oh, he didn't do the throw up animation. He just shot. So this is like what I'm talking about. You shoot, you scoot, you run. Really, like he dodged all the arrows. That requires a lot of micro and a lot of timing. So yeah, he's able to get some good value and take down 8 Eternal Guard there. So he's going to do the exact same thing. Now he's going to go for the archer unit. Maybe going to get popped here this time. Oh, I don't think he's going to dodge that salvo. So he's going to take a lot. And that one did not hit that hard. Only took out 1 archer and lost quite a bit of HP. So feels bad for the old Ancient Salamander. Interior Ancient Salamander. Yes. Objective number 1, going to be going to the lizards, and this is going to be a dreaded build-up probably. So what we're going to be seeing is we're going to be seeing the lizardman army. Now this is not a usual style, by the way. This is the player you're watching here, the lizardman player. He's like one of the only players in the world who does this consistently. There's a couple people who do it in some matchups, but he's going to sit back and let his opponent cackle on 2 objectives here, and then he's going to build up as big of an army as he possibly can. He's going to just save and save and save and build up a huge army, and then he's going to alpha strike and send everything at once while, skirmishing in the process, right? So he's going to use the Ancient Sally and just continue poking away here. So where's he going? Ooh, Arrow of Kernus coming out. So the elves do call out a Waystalker. Waystalkers are pretty cool. Basically Legolas. It's a hero character, so it's a single entity. He has good long-range shooting and does also have a special ability, which is extremely cracked, the Arrow of Kernus. So he's able to put some hurt on the Salamander and force those guys back. So Chip to Ripa, yeah, that's right. When did save and sit back become a viable option? It's only the principle of it is basically that when you're playing somebody who's massing 1 million range units and has like insane defensive capabilities, and your faction's biggest strength is swarming, you want to maximize that, right? It's also like a weird roster centric thing. I could get into the layers of the strategy, but he wants to get as many units on the field as he can by saving up his resources and banking and pushing. But the mistake for the elves is not to. They should bully him off objective 3 because that's not going to let him spend as much time. They definitely could too. So a couple Dryads are going to be getting called out as well. So here they come. The Dryads have arrived, and moving on up are the lizards. Kind of, yeah. He's preparing. You can see he's got some cav coming out of the bushes here. I don't know if he's going to wait too long. I think he's actually going to push out quicker than we think. He's assembling his cavalry on the flanks, so we got the Velociraptor cav. And I think there's some clever girls in here. No, just cudgel cavalry. So these guys are just generalist cav. They're good against cav and infantry, and honestly okay against monsters as well. But the elves going to be utilizing the map very well, using the dreaded border, which is the forbidden land battle tactics of old. And what do we got here? Skink cohorts and skink skirmishers preparing to envelop. And now you can see the elves are tightening their formation, right? They're pulling their box closed, using the archers to poke back, and the lizards don't appear to be saving much in supplies. Like, they're spending it as they get it. Now, let's evaluate the magic for both players. We haven't done that yet this game. We do, of course, have a skink priest here, so the skink priest is going to be chilling out with the Flock of Doom. Flock of Doom is an insanely good spell, which is always good. And we do have the exact same thing over from the Wood Elf, so it is going to be a Beastmaster. Flock of Doom spam. It's just so cost effective. It's just such a good spell. But yeah, she's floating. She's doing some yoga. I live in a town with a fairly substantial hippie population, and this kind of seems like something that would be going down in our local park. They wouldn't be floating, of course, but they would think they were, for reasons. All right, guys. So back to business. What are the calls going to be? It's going to be Cold on Spear Riders. Currently, the elves are getting 2 victory tickets per second. So there's a timer, right? You can be cagey and skirmish, but there does come a time. And yeah, this is a very, very patient envelop. You could see, yeah, he wanted to get all these units up on the flank and do a full surround into this archer box, which is going to be pretty brutal for sure. And it's not going to be easy. Salamander getting poked, but really only superficial damage going down to the lizardmen so far. They're hanging in there. And yeah, here they come. The Midsommar intensifies, yeah. We're not not that much of a town, but yeah, it's fun times for sure. All right, so advancing up are the dinos. They're creeping slowly towards it. They want to make sure that everything is perfect. And you can see the skinks have already been given attack orders, but he's going to pull them back. Okay, I was going to say that would be a little bit dodgy. Some skirmishing on the outside. Legolas has been caught, so Legolas has gotten a little bit of DACA here. He's taken a couple hundred HP, and he's going to be retreating back while the skinks continue to blow dart him. Going to be ripping a shot at those bad boys as he does flee the scene, not taking too much damage, really just superficial. Elven Archer's been pretty good ammo, but yeah, the envelop's coming. The full Zerg, baby! Sometimes it takes position to get, takes time to get in position for these alpha strikes like this against this mass bow army, but we do see the Flock of Doom activated. Really good Flock of Doom, going to be hitting that entire position there. And the Horn of War has been sounded, and now the dinosaurs do get into the archer line. So the Colden Rider's able to flank around the side, getting on top of the Glade Guard, finding an opening. And now the Wood Elf's going to be counterpunching, so he was a little bit slow to that, unfortunately for him. The Wild Hunters of Kernus are here, and they can definitely help clean up these Colden Riders, but it looks like they're going to go after the Croxagors. We'll have to see. In the mainline fighting, Archer's going to be zeroing into the Colden Riders, some of which have found a way through, but the Christmas Cavalry are here, and they're going to be space jamming into the fight. So Wild Riders do typically not trade super well head-to-head against these heavily armored cav, but it depends on who gets the charge, right? On the outside, ooh, a big micro blunder by attack speed enjoyer. Man, oh man. So he got a little bit sloppy on his micro, forgot to charge this unit, and then he got attacked by Croxagor skinks and by enemy cavalry units. So overall, this is a massive win out here for the Lizardmen. Now back in the epicenter of combat, absolute chaos. Archers are ripping shots, but it seems like a lot of the archer fire isn't necessarily hitting the most efficient targets. We'll have to see. Cav units right here. We can see Cav on top of 2 archer units, and the Salamanders even in melee as well. So many of the archer units are being compromised, and now during the heat of the action, the Lizardmen were able to reverse Uno and get all the objectives back. So they were able to get objective 1, 2, and 3, and the elves have been essentially pushed off all 3 objectives. So this is the counterpunch for the Lizardmen. Is it going to be enough? Currently looking at the value, will any of the archers stabilize? Back here, we do see the red-crested skink chief bonking away with his little hammer, and the Wild Hunters of Kernus were able to partially escape. So at the very least, escaping with this expensive cav unit is nice because they can come back and be functional. What you would want to do with them is use them to come back here and help clean up your archer line and like save what archers you can, right? Because they're going to be pretty valuable. But Lizards do have all 3 objectives, and more pressure is on its way out. Cold One Spear Riders, Feral Cold Ones, all the big Velociraptors riding Velociraptor army is going to be on its way out. And they're going to be cruising for a bruising, ladies and gentlemen, as this absolutely chaotic battle continues to erupt across the battlefield. Looking at the objectives, not really any threat here. We do have some War Dancers kind of poking away on the point, but they are tar-pitted by a lot of chaff units. Certainly will not have a fun time versus the cavalry. And the Lizardman Lord, or the Lizard Monster, actually hunting the Lord of the Elves. The Spellweaver, not a strong fighter, and it does look like the Red-Crested Skink Chief is coming for that booty. So we can see this tiny little lizard right here moving across, and he'll be okay there. More Christmas Cav coming out of the woods to ambush and try and push the Lizardmen out of their territory. But this is a good fight for the Red-Crested Skink Chief, actually. There's going to be a Flock of Doom from the Lizardmen, which is going to be hitting quite a few units. Hits an expensive archer unit and does also hit some of these Wild Riders as well. So are the Wood Elves fighting back anywhere on the battlefield? Let's kind of look at each portion of the battlefield from a micro perspective. Here it does look like they are. We see a lot of green and a lot of routing Lizardmen, so Attack Speed Enjoyer looks like he has gotten the ground back. He absorbed the onslaught and is now moving forward, but that's going to get him only one objective, right? The other two objectives are still, well, he might be able to actually roll over here and get this one. Is the Lizard player going to be able to fall back and hold these objectives? Because now we do see the Wood Elves kind of counterpunching a little bit. You know, that's the danger of fighting so deeply in your opponent's zone and not using like a solar engine or like a ranged type build. But yeah, scary stuff indeed. So Ancient Sally going for the Lord Snipe, and it does look like the Dinosaurs are going to be going for a Lord Sniping option here, as they do get the 2-on-1 here. Salamander able to get some good roasting and taking down the Elven Lord to be quite strong, but she's no slouch and does have a little bit of help nearby. And here comes the Wild Riders. Christmas coming a little bit early, guys. It's coming a little bit early. And these cavalry will be okay against the Salamander. They're not anti-large, but they have a great charge bonus, and on impact, they do good damage. So it does look like the Ancient Salamander is getting folded up, and now the Children of the Woods are starting to get out of their cage a little bit. But will Own Goal, will Tim the Wilder find a way to hold the objectives and keep the fight away from the points? The longer he can kind of keep the Elves kind of busy back here, the worse it's going to be for them getting up on the objectives, right? Because with 3 victory tickets per second, you're rapidly approaching a situation where your opponent potentially could just lose on objectives. And you can fall back and do a Helm's Deep and all that kind of stuff, right? More Cold on Spear Riders being called out. A very difficult unit to deal with for the Lizardmen. Elves trying to take this point back with some Eternal Guard, but the Lizardmen ever so annoying as these Skink Skirmishers with their blow darts able to just, volume of fire is volume of fire, right? So these guys are getting poked good. And Croxagor is coming out with their spanking paddles, and oh, it's crocodiling. It's the interior crocodile alligator. Let's go. So they get in. Spears normally would defeat them, but they're very, very tattered right now. And the Elves, they've had enough of this shit. They're going to be calling over their Christmas cavalry to try and run these little gremlins down, and we're going to see if it works out. So Elves also stealing the side objective here. Will the Lizards be able to hold this? I don't know. That's a lot of mobility coming in. Croxagors do get run down, but now we have light cavalry chasing down the skirmishers, which is going to be a disaster. And I do think that the Lizard armies are kind of falling apart a little bit. It does seem like the Elves are getting a lot of momentum on the battlefield. They dove very deeply and very greedily. This objective here is being stabilized by Tim. Tim's sitting at 1,100 points right now, guys. So the Lizardmen are still in this, but it's very, very cagey. Cold on Spear Riders battling it out, and very well played to Attack Speed Enjoyer during all that chaos. He managed to stabilize 4 archer units, and yes, they're very damaged, but their fighting capabilities are still going to be very good here. So Cold on Spear Rider's going to get folded. He's desperately trying to hold this point. Over here towards Objective 2, it is going to be cavalry fighting spears, which is terrible. So these Eternal Guard, even in their very beleaguered state, are going to be able to drag them down. So those Velociraptors are going to pay the troll toll, and the Wood Elves do get this far side point as well. So I think this game's over. We have 9,400 value against 6.6. So basically, the Wood Elf army just out-value traded the Lizardmen. So very, very good stuff indeed. I mean, this could be a rematch in the Grand Finals. We could absolutely see this one again. Because Tim is going to go down to the pits. He's going to go down to the losers bracket, but he's going to have a chance to climb his way back, which is certainly possible. He was saying something before the match. He was saying like this matchup is cursed and that it's very hard. I don't know if he was talking about for which faction, but I can see it being tricky for the Lizards. Honestly, my newbie instincts as a Lizardman player, I'm not good at Lizards. I'm pretty terrible at them. I would be like double solar engine. Yeah, just like double solar engine, a lot of poke. The Alpha Strike situation was cool. It was fun. Like seeing the big armies collapse on each other. Always a good time. All right, guys. GG, well played. And let's go see what other matches we got. Okay. And refresh the brackets. So Tim down to the dregs. But he will be back, I'm sure. So Attack Speed Enjoyer and the Wood Elves are going to be waiting in the Grand Finals. And now we need to find another matchup here. So I'm going to see who's ready. Max Millionaire, okay. You guys in game. And what else do we have? So Stingers and B6 are playing, which I believe is another High Elf one. Stingers, you two in game. Okay. No problem. So we'll have another matchup here in a minute. A lot of High Elves tonight, huh? Yeah, well look at the skink item. Somebody wanted to talk about that. Said they had a good item, so let's go look. So Lizardmen are over here, and the little skink chief is there. So he's got the Opal Amulet. Okay, Opal Amulet is good. Yeah, that's probably what he was talking about, the ward save item. The Warrior's Crest is an activated ability. It's okay. Probably he's doing this, though. Just like the 750 like is so cost-effective. So probably just like a bare bones red-crested skink chief. Prey of Anothrema is good, but just not in that matchup. No, Frankie, they bring it all the time. Hey, Filer, thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. And if you guys have an old Twitch Prime laying around, we do stream on Twitch and YouTube now. So yeah, consider jumping on over if it's just laying around. Thank you guys so much. And let's get it going. Okay, so do we have another matchup going here? Hey, Bellis, thank you as well. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate the channel support. Thank you for becoming a subscriber. And cool beans. So let's look at the brackets and kind of assess the situation. Let's see who's still left in the tournament, like what factions are chilling, right? Okay, so on the top side, let's refresh the brackets here. So we have Wood Elves in the Grand Finals. Okay. And we actually have a lot of factions still left. Lizardmen, High Elves. I don't know what these folks are playing. Could be some Skaven. B6 loves Skaven. Max could be on Vampire counts. So yeah, we actually have some pretty good faction diversity left. But waiting for one of these games to finish right now because they're both in-game. And we'll be casting the next one. So we could do Solanius versus... Solanius is on Wood Elves too, I know. Yeah, we'll see what we got. We'll see what's cooking. We will see what is cooking. So we just need to wait for those. Slaanesh is a little bit too strong in single faction tournaments, so they're banned. Yeah, Slaanesh is the strongest faction of the game, probably. Not, that's kind of the juxtaposition. If in traditional campaigns, Slaanesh isn't that strong because the format is just, in campaign you often can sit in a box and not care, and Slaanesh just has to bang against your walls. Whereas here you have to move around and play the field and micro a lot of the those units out there. So Slaanesh becomes much stronger with objectives. That is for sure. By the way, the season of the Total Tavern Season 10, which is what we're on right now, is going to be ending on the 23rd of this month, so in 5 days. We're going to be ending the current season of Total Tavern, which means we're going to have a season finals. So the top 16 players in the world, which, let's take a look at this. Peeking down here. All right. Yeah, so Oishi's number 1, Charix, Anticity, Max, Attack Speed Enjoyer, Navigator, Tim, Son of Heaven, Hitman Hippo, Rusto, Scrambled Egg Special, Ulrich Rawl, Sipa, Opal Black Bear, Nacho, and Boss Toss. So these are going to be the big dogs. So if these guys, if it stays as is, we'll see if anybody can break into the top 16 before then. But on the 23rd, we take these champions when we organize a big grand final event, which is going to be hype as hell. I'm super excited. Super excited. Hey, Tyler Ledger, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. Appreciate it, boss. Thank you for the support. Okay, we got a couple new subscribers on Twitch. Eric Azor, thank you for resubscribing, and Hootie as well. Man, you guys are going hard in the paint today. Thank you all. Yeah, Total War Competitive is pretty great. It's a niche little RTS, but honestly, we're like the little engine that could, man. We keep going, and yeah, we got a lot of great people. It's been fun. Looking forward to the future, hanging out with all you guys and future RTS games and all that business. Yeah, Hootie, thank you, man. Thank you, dude. I'm very excited for the future, man. I hope like Total War is like a weird flicker of awesomeness in the RTS sphere, which is often just neglected, and like a lot of like modern RTS games are just kind of like, a little bit like they're fun, but they're not like super developed and they get abandoned. And, it's nice to have this. And granted, it's like a hybrid RTS / battle simulator, but yeah, it's great fun. Outer Region's number 17 right now. Damn, is he not winning? Outer Region could easily get a couple tournament wins, but he might be burnt out too. I'm not sure. The grand final date isn't set yet, Cookie. We need to get everyone in the Discord, and then I provide dates, and I give them the dates. I'm like, this is when it's going to be. Can you guys make it? That's how we do it. So, but there's a high likelihood that even the number 17 player gets into the grand finals because people can't always make the dates. So yeah, there is that. There is that. So Outer Region will probably still make it. Yeah, so many factions to choose too. That's probably the biggest difficult challenge for getting new players into this game is the into multiplayer is there's so much knowledge. Like some RTS games you just need to learn the mechanics and you can learn it pretty quickly, but this game it's insane. Having all the knowledge is just nuts. Knowing what every one of these units does and its applications and all that. I love the old Command & Conquer games. I haven't played the Tempest Rising yet. I do intend to do it at some point, but yeah. You know how they go. Let's see here. That's me for Total War Warhammer. Right on, dude. Yeah, hopefully, Hootie, hopefully. Outer Region has not gotten a major tournament win. He's gotten second place, I think once or twice, actually. So he's pulling a bit of a Tim the Wilder, but he's one of the all-time greats of Warhammer 3 for sure. Just because you don't have a major event win doesn't mean you're one of the best. But yeah, he has yet to get one. Tim has one also. Tim has gotten second place like 5 times in major events. It's pretty rough. Yeah, poor lad. Okay, let's refresh the brackets and see how we're looking. Hopefully we'll have another game. Once we get into another match, it's going to be nonstop from there. We basically won't have any breaks in between games, except for the army building. Hey, Brad, thank you so much for subscribing with Old Twitch Prime. Thank you. All right, let's refresh this. Okay, those are sweaty matches happening right now. Oh, did you send me your replay, by the way? We could do the replay review real quick if you want to look, and I can criticize your Nurgle game if you want. I'm checking to see. I didn't see a replay coming from you, so yeah. Go ahead and send that Nurgle replay to me if you want. We could do like a little beginner coaching session here. Will it be posted in Discord? Yes, Cookie. Yeah. We'll announce it on streams too. So if you're just hanging out on streams, we'll be able to show you everything. So my favorite Command and Conquer game was the Red Alert 2 Command and Conquer. That's the one I played the most. You know, I was very young, but yeah, so I don't remember too much. But so yeah, just hanging out until we get our next match here. Yeah, Motel, send me the replay. I need it. Send it to me in Discord. You can just get the file and just DM me in Discord, and we can look. And if we have time today, we can look and give you feedback on what you did wrong. Yeah, we're still waiting for those. Attack speed and Joris can have a little bit of time. No, Motel, you gotta send me the replay file though. He did? Oh, Stinger sent it to me? Okay, got it. Great, thank you. Oh, were you playing Stingers? Oh, okay, hold on. I got it. All right, so let's peek in here real quick. So I'm going to do like a fast forward analysis here. We're not going to like go too hard in the paint on this with like full on commentary, but we're going to give you a little coaching razzle dazzle here. So let's do that and do this. Okay. Oh, okay. So dude, Red Rocks. Here's the first thing I'm going to tell you about this game, okay? Stingers is one of the best tile players in the world. Like, Stingers and I, like, when I'm playing my peak Nurgle, him and I would be going back and forth. So, you are playing a player who's a high-level tournament player who's won a lot of tournaments. And you're a new player to the game. So, a lot of my, probably, criticisms here are just going to be, you know, micro and play. Because, yeah, you're playing somebody who's really, really good. Yeah, Jared, we will. I don't know what yet, but we'll figure something out. Yeah, so that's pretty big. You're playing Stingers. He's an absolute killer. He's really good. Okay, so out of the gates, what you'd want to do against Elves is he's going to open with mobility, right? So first thing you want to do is secure the objectives. You just, not all of them, but just get at least the home objective and begin using your Noxbringer against the skirmishers, which looks good. You did miss. So you're going to want to scoot. Every time you want to do this, you want to scoot and shoot a little bit. What does he have? He has an Archmage of High Magic, which is fine. He's got the Phoenix and got the Narnia lines as well. Yeah, so the good job with the Noxbringer. This is very good. I like what you're doing here. Like moving it up, scooting and shooting, and getting the close range shots. That, dude, chef's kiss, man. You're like, that's really good. Because now they're already at half ammo, and they're going to be very big non-factors. Another thing, if you can, put your Sorcerer and your Exalted Heroes maybe in separate control groups, and so they can cover like multiple areas, right? Yeah, in this case, like you would want to leave, what you would want to do is you want to leave your Exalted Sorcerer, because he's doing a really good tactic. He's threatening 2 points, and you're moving around with a big like anvil that can only be one place at once, right? So what you want to do is you want to get the Sorcerer Lord and have it chill with the Noxbringer, and the 2 Exalted Heroes can screen out this. That's just an experience thing. That's just knowing that like the Lord and the Noxbringer could beat the Phoenix, and the 2 Exalted Heroes can keep the Dragon honest, basically. What you'd also want to do is call out Marauder Horsemen. So this would be the first call out. I would immediately see a Phoenix and a Dragon. I'd be like, Marauder Horsemen, give me that shit. Right? I forgot to tell you what spells to bring. You need Rancid Visitations in this matchup. So you don't go with the Stream of Corruption. You use Rancid Visitations instead, which is the direct damage spell, okay? Because that's going to help you fight the single entities and cause havoc. But at this point in the game, you have 1,600 supplies. You should have called out 2 Marauder Horsemen throwing axes, because this dragon would not be doing shit. It would be running. You would be able to screen it out. So the idea is your Noxbringer shoots his skirmishers, your Marauder Horsemen deal with his units. It's kind of like a bit of a rock, paper, scissors duel, right? So, yeah, that's basically that. So we're going to fast forward a little bit. Yeah, you have your mobility squad, but again, you're kind of getting pulled apart here. You need to leave use the 2 Exalted Heroes together, and then leave like your Sorcerer Lord near, or have it mirror the Arcane Phoenix with the Noxbringer. That's going to be very, very good. Okay, so skirmishing is fine. Advancing here is risky. Yeah, when you get these guys, advancing is fine. You're going to need a little bit more to push out. Noxbringer is doing pretty good, but again, the fact that it's taking so much damage is tough. He's almost out of ammo here, so you would just ignore this one, which is good. You're doing a good job with that. But yeah, you really need Marauder Horsemen. Going straight for the Rot Knights is okay, but there's not like too many... Yeah, I guess he does have Fireborn out, so it's not terrible, but you didn't know they were coming out, I don't think. I think you called yours out first. Gotta watch out for the spears. Good Stream of Corruption. Really nice cast there. That was great, boss. That was good. All right, so on the backside, yeah, this is what's going to lose you the game right here. Like the fact that you're kind of having trouble dealing with the Arcane Phoenix harass. Whereas if you had the Sorcerer Lord back here casting Fleshy Abundance and fending off the Phoenix, and then the 2 Exalted Heroes are, you know, screening out the Dragon and other threats, that'd be pretty big. Okay, taking a look at this fight right here. It's looking decent. Yeah. You're poking away at those bad boys, so it could be worse. His archers back here are still cackling. Definitely the Noxbringer at this point in the game, you want to just buffer out these guys. So what you should have been doing too is you should be using the Marauders to chase these guys in melee, because then it pushes them away so he can't shoot you with arrows too, right? And you want to get the Noxbringer down here and have it be pounding these archer units. That's what you'd want to be doing. Rot Knights, you know, a little bit of a rough engagement getting Fireborn there, but you do have the 2 Exalted Heroes and your Lord, so it's not the worst. A Fleshy Abundance could definitely help salvage the situation a little bit. We're going to see if that's able to come into fruition. But really, it's just this. Yeah, so the 2 Marauder Horsemen throwing axes will keep a dragon super honest, right? That's gonna be the important thing. Middle fight's not going terribly. Like, you're doing pretty good considering how experienced Stingers is. He's one of the best Hive players in the entire world, like straight up. So, okay, we can break down the fact that you needed Marauder Horseman to screen his dragon, and you needed to have your hero core split to make sure the Phoenix can't just do whatever it wants. You know, that's basically the idea of it. Because now that you're going to lose the Noxbringer, his skirmishers are going to run rampant, and his archers are going to punish you super hard because you don't have anything to really stop them easily. And yeah, it's going to be tough at this point. So I can't miss the next game, but hopefully that feedback was helpful for you. Okay. I think the next game is just wrapping up right now. And great, we got another match. Cool. B6. Lobby code, please. And Solanius. Lobby code, please. All right, so we asked for the lobby code for these 2 players. Even just to screen the dragon with enough skirmishing is, yeah, exactly. So just get the Marauder Horseman. Because, like, the idea is your Noxbringer counters his skirmishers and your Horseman counter his monsters. Because if you just have a Marauder Horseman sitting next to a dragon, it's going to kill it. It's going to do a hell of a lot of damage. So it's kind of like a weird rock, paper, scissors in that matchup, and then you just spam out Pestigores and just grind them down, basically. All right, cool. So well played, you though. Stingers is really, really tough. I mean, he's a top tier opponent. So, like, he could have beaten me too, 100%. I'm one of the few Nurgle mains out there, and he still would have had a good chance of beating me. Stingers and I have had a lot of really good matches. Okay. Yeah, you played well. You played well. All right, guys, let's freaking get it. So we have, another Lizardman matchup. Okay. We don't know who it's going to be, though. Let's find out. You look like a toddler fighting stray dogs. Oh, my God. That conjures quite the image there, for sure. Okay, so we're just waiting for... Is this going to be another Lizardman versus Wood Elf game for reals? Okay, so it looks like Stingers was defeated, actually, by the... by these Lizardmen. Let me see. Are you Lizard? B6 is always such a Skaven player. I'm a little bit perplexed to see them on the nemesis of these guys. Yeah, a lot of elves tonight. A lot of elves. So we might go down and watch. I know, dude. And Hobo's still in the tournament too. Max and Hitman Hippo are playing it out right now. Yeah, we'll see what's cooking. Coughing Baby versus Hydrogen Bomb. Yeah, a lot of great analogies, guys. A lot of great analogies. Yeah, and if you need Nurgle builds too, man, I have a build for every matchup. BRB, 1 second. Okay, so I'm gonna jump out of the lobby here and show you. So what's cool about this game is, like, if you're getting into multiplayer, you can jump in with somebody who has some experience and you can save builds, right? So you could, like, be like, oh, what's good? I'm gonna build my army, and then you can save it. and it goes into a preset. So then you have all your races, right? So I only have this for Nurgle at the moment, but I have a build for every single matchup with Nurgle. So whatever matchup you're curious to see, I can pull those up and show you. Can you do reverse Nurgle build? So pick a faction and create exactly what you can't stand fighting against? Oh, absolutely. I mean, I could. You would just need to tell me which one, and I could do that. I'm a little bit rusty. You know, I've been taking a bit of a hiatus from competitive Total War. I mean, I've been casting but not playing as much because I've been focusing on the Warcraft 3 event that I was doing, but now we're going to be getting back into it as well. Okay, you've already watched the build guide video, yeah? Yeah, so for Dark Elves, my build versus Dark Elves is this. Let's see. Where is that? Nurgle versus Dark Elves. Where is that? Do I have a build versus Dark Elves? I have to have one. It's got to be here somewhere. Demons of Chaos, Doc. Yeah, I have a couple. There it is. Okay. Yeah, this is my build against Dark Elves. The idea is like your Noxbringer kills their Dark Rider skirmishers. The Exalted Hero and the and Kha'Zix the Befouled, they go hunt down like the freaking Medusas and things like that, and then Festus and the infantry grind it out, and you just it's a hard matchup actually. It's a little tricky, but yeah, like Dark Elf skirmishers are really punishing. Bolt throwers are also good too in that matchup. Like a single bolt thrower shooting Noxbringer is kind of annoying. It depends on the map though, I guess. Yeah, Chimbambu is a good Dark Elf player. He's in Discord. If you guys join our Discord, like we have mains of like every single faction, I do dare say. I think you can find a main for every faction. Yeah. Okay, so let me jump back in here. And we're going to see what this other matchup is before we cast it. Because I might want to just wait for the other side and give you guys a little bit of difference, even though it could take longer. Oh, shit. Okay, that's going to be... Are they still not there yet? Yeah, Carrot Shell. No response from the host. Okay, I think they're redoing this. Maybe it's this lobby. Let's see. We're lurking. We're trying to find our prey for tonight. Yeah, I don't know if we want to watch this one. We just watched it again. So I'm going to go to Hobo's lobby. Hobo. Lobby code, please. Go on without us. We already... Okay. So we're going to go to the Hobo lobby, and we're going to just wait, because I think we have some more faction diversity there. Hitman, Hippo, and Maximilianer are playing different factions, so we're going to go see what's cooking. Falcon loved his dragons. He did. You know, honestly, he didn't really... He kind of stopped playing Warhammer 3. It's normal, though. People burn out, you know? It's like, you play a competitive game at the highest level for like a couple years, and, you know, it's not like something that provides you a living, right? It's just like a hobby, so... People are going to burn out. Warcraft 3 has a decent amount. I mean, it's not a lot of prize money. Like most tournaments in Warcraft 3 are very small, but there's some weird, like at the very pinnacle of Warcraft 3, it seems like there's a lot of money from some events. I don't know if maybe it's like the Chinese community or something, but it seems like some of those events have a decent little prize pool. The ones that like Happy plays in and Fortitude and all those guys. All right. So checking with the old Hobo here. We just need to see who his opponent's going to be. Hopefully he knows it's double Elim and he didn't just go AFK. Yeah, Anticity comes and goes. He does. Yeah, he's like the Green Knight. He disappears and wins a bunch of shit and then leaves. And then he comes back like 3 months later. Yeah, he's a beast for sure. You've been watching competitive Total War since Rome 2. Damn. Yeah, Rome 2 had the same problem as Warhammer 2, right? Like, it was just land battle, so you had to have, like, player-made rules to make it fair, right, Alex? Or did Rome 2... I never played Rome 2, actually. So did it have, like... Was there, like, an objective, like, conquest style? Like, how did they do that in Rome 2 competitive? Or did they just have to be, like, you have to attack and we need to have referees to, like, officiate this shit, you know? Like, how did they do that? Rome had naval battles? Yeah, so it did. So it did. Yeah, Dread, it was the launch of Domination was rough too. Domination wasn't super good at launch. It's very good now. It's like a solid RTS now, but when it first came out, it needed some love. It needed some, you know, development time. And the podcast, which podcast did I do, Greedy? Was it an AI version of me on a podcast? Could have been. It had an objective early on. Each team had one. Oh my god. Got it. Total War Arena. Yeah, Skander. I've heard mixed things about Total War Arena, but I've also like the people who like it. They're definitely passionate about it. I've been playing a little bit of Tamarcon, which has been fun. The Tamarcon campaign's super cool. Okay, Hitman Hippo looks like, is he out? I think they just finished. Cool. So Hitman Hippo, you two done. I see the lobby isn't in game, so I'm gonna message them and see what's cooking. So refresh the brackets. Who won? Okay, Maximillionaire won the game. So let's get them in there. Maximillionaire. Yo, yo. So let's find these guys and track them down. Lobby code for you versus Hobo. All right, so we got our game on our hands. I think he's vampire counts. So you guys get a break from the elves. It's been a lot of those bad boys tonight. Been a lot of elvish games, which I know is a change of pace. Yeah, you know, I'd be interested to see like in future Total War titles like a game mode for multiplayer that is. Let's join here. Perfect. Battle, and we're gonna do this. So a game mode in multiplayer that like it has some fundamentals of domination, you know, like you have 3 objectives and then the player who has more objectives gets the victory ticket, or, you know, or is going to be earning more victory tickets, or like, you know, whatever. And then you have an army with like so it's like kind of like conquest mode, but with 3 objectives. I'd be really interested to see how that would play out in like future Total War games. Yeah. All right, guys. So Vampire Count's here. We do have Count Chocula coming in, and we need to see if Hobo's coming. Hopefully he's not AFK. The Hobo might have fallen asleep. He might have been getting a little bit crunk over there. Okay, so this is round. Let's check this. So got an admin question. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is going to be round 4. Round 4 map will be the one. Okay, Hobo's here. So Vampire Counts versus High Elves. This is going to be fun. Nice little Halloween match. Dude, Halloween I think is one of my favorite holidays. Halloween's a fun one. What's your guys' favorite holiday? Like, what's the number one? I'd be curious if there's going to be a recurring theme. Halloween's pretty goated, though. Thanksgiving rules, though, man. I know that's obviously just like localized to you know, us here in the States, but I'm sure other countries have their equivalent of it, right? Yeah, Thanksgiving rules. Just getting all fat. Yeah, it's good times. So, not sure how this is going to go. I think Max is going to be very practiced in this matchup. 100%. In the olden days, this used to be pretty good for the elves, actually, because they could just sit in a box and cackle with, like, you know, Phoenix Guard and, you know, elite units and force the vampires to have to crash on their box. But now, you know, they have to play the field, so a little bit trickier. Thanksgiving, because the family was always together. Yeah, it can't be nice. Midsummer in rural Sweden. Halloween. Yeah, Groundhog's Day. Yeah, Halloween, and then Thanksgiving is a close second. Yeah. Well, what's cool about Christmas too is it's like a second Thanksgiving sort of. You know, at least in my family. Like my mom will make the same stuff. You know, she used to. Yeah. It's always a good time. All right. So Vampire Counts High Elves probably going to be seeing the dreaded Necromancer with the Gaze of Nagash, and then the Double White King is very meta. And the Legions of the Dead will be marching on the Hobo army. We'll see how this goes. We have any predictions? Who you guys think is going to win this one? Who is your champion? Who are you rooting for? Yeah, Fireborn are very good here. They're very good in this matchup. They definitely do some serious lifting. They do some serious cackling in this matchup. Christmas is your favorite? No. Yeah, no, for sure. High Elves, yeah, you guys are in it. Vlad the Impaler. So Max is currently, I think, number 7 or 8 on the leaderboard. I don't know about Hobo. I don't think Hobo is on the leaderboard at the moment, but he's definitely an up-and-comer. I think if he keeps training, he can do very well for himself. We'll have to see what he's able to get done. Christmas for the annual watching of Die Hard. Oh, that's fun. That's classic, yeah. Poor Bruce Willis, man. He's got like some, I don't know if it's like actual dementia, but he's got like some sort of an issue like that, which is really tough. Yeah, him, and then we lost Val Kilmer too. Sad times, man. All right, let's fire it up. Let's get into the match, and here we go, Mario. Does anyone know if Lizardmen are considered OP? Not at all, no. They're a very fair and balanced faction roaming, in my opinion. Lizardmen are like one of the most fair factions in the game, in my opinion. Viva la Hobo, yeah. Okay, that is a forbidden build. We got Eltharion and the double Lore Master of Hoeth to fight the White Kings. That's pretty badass, not gonna lie. I'm digging that one. You guys see that sauce? The double Lore Master. Let's go. Rise, champion, rise. So, pretty much what we expected for the Undead. The High Elf build's definitely off meta. Eltharion the Grim is pretty good here because of the Tempest, so you can use that to punish. But, yeah, it'll do some work. Man, getting old. You know, like, age... Yeah, so you say getting old sucks. It definitely... The biggest gripe I have with aging is the physicality. Like the ailments. Granted, I'm a little bit more cursed because of my stupid autoimmune disease, but yeah, that's like my only big gripe. Other than that, it's been pretty chill. Yeah, I've been. Lore Master is Henry Cavill, correct? I'm pretty sure CA modeled the Lore Master after Henry Cavill. Yeah. As a matter of fact, when you start a High Elf campaign, your Lore Master's name that you start with is literally named Cavill. So, I am Gotham's Reckoning. Yeah, it's good times. All right, guys, let's break down the High Elf army. So Sylvarins probably? Yep, Sylvarins in the front. So very elite army here for the High Elves. So basically the High Elves are going to waddle up with their Sylvarins on the objectives, on Objective 1 or Objective 2, and they're just going to try and use their single entities to fight. So basically it's going to be a big single entity fight. We have Eltharion the Grim with Arcane Unforging and Tempest, really good kit, and Apotheosis. And we have an Arcane Phoenix as well. So Hobo's going to be going in there trying to win the single entity fight, like snipe the White Kings and snipe out the Vampire Lord. And if he's able to do that, he could definitely win this battle. And Sylvarin's going to be on the ground with the double Lore Master of Hoeth, which is super, super fun. So there they are. These guys are good fighters. You know, they're no White Kings, but, you know, they can get work done. They do have this cool book, which gives +8 leadership, so kind of an interesting one. I have not seen that tech since Warhammer 2. Now, looking at the build of Maximillionaire, he is basically the vampire count in our Discord in the competitive scene. He is Count Chocula himself, along with Subutai. But he's going to be rocking Skeleton Spearmen, a lot of zombies, and we do have the Skeleton Warriors and the Mortis Engine. So this thing is insanely strong. It's very weak to archers and weak against monsters, but if it is able to sit amongst infantry, it is going to be draining the souls of all those mortal warriors and doing a lot of damage and healing up your boys. So, yep, corpse carts, you know, all the stuff that you know and love for the vampire counts. Crypt Ghoul is also in the Vanguard, so this is a good idea for the vampire count player. Basically, you get these stinky little golems and you move them up, and you have them grab the objectives very quick because they have Vanguard deployment, so they can start outside of your Vanguard zone. Now, the one thing I don't like about Hobo's build is the fact that he doesn't have Reaver Archers. Reaver Archers are one of the strongest things in the game, probably against vampire counts. I think having at least 2 of them would be very good because it would keep the ghouls off the objectives early on and also allow you to get the objectives quickly. So I would even do 3. So understandably, though, he wanted to have like the exact kind of layout of this build. So there is that. Arcane Phoenix is going to be flying overhead, going to be looking for some prey here. And where's it going to go? Is it going to go after the Mortis Engine? It looks like it is. Or is it going to do the bombardment? Oh, the Chad bombardment, and it does hit the skeletons. So that is the Phoenix's diving ability, and it is able to cook the Conic Sign Stalkers up pretty good. So, you know, it's free real estate, man. Not bad, right? Able to get that going. Hey, Chaco, welcome to the stream, man. All right, so battling on in the Skeleton Warriors and zombies being harassed by the big monsters of the High Elves, but the vampires don't really give a shit about this. They're just losing a couple zombies here and there. It's nothing really serious. So the Gremlins got the outside objective. So for the remainder of this game, you're probably just going to see a couple spears and zombies parked on this objective. The vampires are going to start fighting like this direction of the battlefield, and that's going to be the plan, right? So Monster Mash fight, it continues, and yeah, Eltharion the Grim and the Arcane Phoenix going to be chewing away. Eltharion does have the Mistwalker Barrage, so that's the Lord of the High Elves. That like mist ability bombarding from the skies is quite good. But now it's time to peace out. You don't want to get tar pitted by the Cryptors. Cryptors are pretty good fighters, and they have good mass and poison, so they're great at dragging down monsters, so you don't want any of that smoke. Keepers of the Flame coming out, man. So the freaking elves are bringing out all the big elite guns. So one spearman going to be camping on the back objective, and it does look like the vampires are going to be trying to maybe steal this one. So we have some sneaky ghouls kind of creeping over here, the sneaky hobbitses, and they'll go after the spearmen once they're isolated and alone. So it's all going to come down to the SE play. Can Hobo get the good fights he's looking for? If he does, he has a chance of winning. Otherwise, that Mortis Engine's going to be tough. There's so many threats that need to be dealt with on this vampire count roster, you know? Going to be very, very hard. So where are the Keepers of the Flame? They're on their way up. These guys are really good, but they're going to be hard countered by the Mortis Engine. So the Mortis Engine is a draining piece. It basically does damage over time to nearby enemies, and it doesn't care about your armor. It doesn't care about much of anything. It's just going to straight up drain health. That makes it a very brutal counter against elite units. But of course, it's super weak against archers and monsters and things like that. But it does not look like the elves are going to be using any archer play, but rather actually going to be pressuring the other side. So Hobo calling in the Rangers, and this isn't a terrible idea. Like, the vampires are an army that like to just unga. They like to just sit in a box and just chill and, like, blob fight you. So if you can force them out of their comfort... Uh-oh, hold on. Are we going to see a Tempest? Is the Master Necromancer going to get punched in the wiener? I think it might happen. Where's the Tempest? Cast it. Oh, my God. He could have just killed that Master Necromancer. Oh, man. He was so close, and frickin' Maximilianer wasn't reacting. Okay, that was a big mistake. He could have cast Tempest on him, locked him down, attacked him with those 2 big SEs, and brought him down to, like, at least half health. I think that would have been worth it. But, yeah, it's not like he maybe wouldn't have gotten the kill, but he would have done a lot of damage for sure. He would have done a lot of damage. So vampires are actually the ones pushing here. We do see the Ranger split push coming in, so Ranger's going to be trying to fight it out, but they're going to get surrounded. Skeletons will go in the front. Ghouls are going to come around the back and probably finish them off, so they're not going to have a good time. But now we do have a pit fight, and it does look like Eltharion is going to be going after the Mortis Engine. So that's a good call. If you can take the Mortis Engine down, the Elven Elite Infantry will win their fights. So Mortis Engine getting Blitzkrieg bopped in the face pretty freaking hard. We see Eltharion, we see the Arcane Phoenix in there fighting, and the Mortis Engine, of course, draining down the health of many of the spear units. Oh, man, the Scabscraith there, very nice. But they are Silverins, so they don't care so much. They have really high armor, so Scabscraith actually isn't super brutal against them. But yeah, if the Mortis Engine gets killed here, that's pretty big. Max is going to be bringing in the Master Necromancer, so he's going to be stroking his Forbidden Rod up and down very violently, and getting ready to maybe cast Gaze of Nagash. So Mortis Engine down very low, ladies and gentlemen. That is not good at all. To take that much damage on one of your big centerpieces out of the gates is a very tricky one for Maximilianer there. Sorry about the lag. Peer-to-peer connections, I believe. I don't know where Hobo's from. I think we're all in the United States, which is a little bit perplexing there's any lag at all, but, it is what it is. So Arcane Phoenix back up in the sky, probably going to fly overhead and try and do its Vortex ability, so I think that's what's going to happen. Yeah, see, he's parking it here, and there comes the Vortex right on top of the Konigstein Stalkers. Beautiful stuff. Going to be cooking a lot of the undead there and sending them back to the zombie pits. All right, so definitely need to take down the Mortis, though. And you'll notice that Hobo has not engaged his elite infantry yet. It's because he doesn't want to engage them near the Mortis. Okay, we're going to be seeing Tempest going down here. That's going to be punishing that Master Necromancer. And see what I was saying? Look how much damage he's taken within like a second. If it had been 2 units attacking him, he could definitely be dead. All right, so he's moving in. Master Necromancer down to half health. Really, really nice cast there. And Arcane Unforging, he's going for the Alpha Strike. So that's a 2 spell cast. So that's probably why he didn't attack earlier. He wanted to save up enough Winds of Magic to just 1-2 punch. And goddamn, Joe Rogan, that freaking guy's getting blasted. Negative 22 leadership. Master Necromancer in the pits of hell. If that Phoenix was there, he would be dead. Even still, he might die. He's at negative 20 leadership. He's being hunted down. And they are on the way, ladies and gentlemen. They're coming for it. And Arcane and Forging still active. Negative 44 leadership. That is a freaking disaster and a half for the vampire counts. And that's what happens when you don't bring a tanky Vampire Lord and you bring a haggard Palpatine. I'm too weak. Oh my god, brutal. Necromancer. Oh my god, is that a headstone? Did that shit just appear where he fell, or was it there before? I don't know, man. That was a really, really good play by Hobo. All right, so the Hobo is honking, ladies and gentlemen. So now he just needs to methodically remove the rest of the army, which of course is going to be the Mortis Engine, but that is really, really brutal. On the other side, we do see the Vanguard play. So some Silver Helms were called out. So they came, they got around the back, they flanked the undead, and the Rangers are chewing them in the front here. And the Vampire Counts are in the process of losing this objective, probably. The Rangers and the Silver Helms will probably be able to beat the Crypt Ghouls, no problemo. So this is a pretty bad situation for Max. Vampire magic is some of the strongest magic in the game. And now he's going to be fighting potentially from behind for quite some time. Especially if the Mortis Engine dies. The Mortis Engine is a carry piece that could maybe keep them in the game. But if the Mortis Engine gets karate chopped by Eltharion, as well as the Phoenix, then probably going to be game blouses, and he's not going to have a good time. So retreating through, where's the Arcane Phoenix? Arcane Phoenix, is it over here? You could use the Phoenix also to help win that objective. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Miss Walker's Barrage coming in there, doing some work. And where the hell is that Arcane Phoenix? Did it die? There it is. All right. So the Phoenix is battling it out versus the White Kings, it looks like. And how's the health on the Mortis Engine? 3,500. The one good thing about the Master Necromancer guy is that he's dirt cheap. So in a couple minutes, Max could bring him back to life, but it's a big investment. He's not having any magic during this entire duration, so that's like really, really rough. That was a beautiful pick by the Hobo. All right, on the outside, Silverhelm's going to be charging into the Gremlins here, so they'll be issued the charge order. So they're going to flank up and around the back. He's going to get behind them, and then he's going to issue the charge, and yeah, it's going to get in there. Is he going to issue it? He needs to do it quickly, though. He needs to get this objective before the Necromancer can rise again from the dead, right? So he issues the charge order. I'm sure he will. We can come back to that at another point. Lore Masters of Hoth getting a little apotheosis, and the grind continues as Eltharion is slightly trapped up here. But Max showing why he is a very skilled Vampire Count player, keeping the Mortis Engine alive despite having these big monsters chasing it, no healing magic, is a pretty good feat. And it's probably a good value right now. It's currently sitting at 1,000, so not as much as you would think. Phoenix Guard, are they in the fight? The Phoenix Guard are fighting over here. They're able to chase away the Crypt Ghouls. Oh god, the heavy hitters of the High Elves are here now. Yeah, you can bring dead units back in this game, yeah. But it takes a long time and it costs a lot of money. So it's just like in like other RTS games. When you lose your Lord in Warcraft 3 or your hero, you can resummon him at the altar. And, you know, Age of Empires, well, there's no heroes there, but you can rebuild units, obviously. And, you know, Dawn of War, Company of Heroes, you can rebuild things or, you know, build new version. It's basically like a new version, but you get the idea. So Phoenix Guard are going to be pretty Chad, although Hobo could throw this game. I mean, if he lets Eltharion get trapped in the pits and killed by all these Cryptors, that could be very, very tough. He needs an Apotheosis, but the Fireborn with a brutal charge in the back here, going to be folding up a lot of these Cryptors in the sustained fighting to come. So we will see if they can get it done. Mortis Engine putting in a lot of work. Currently, it's at 2,700 HP. The Arcane Phoenix has been getting dragged down by the just legions of chaff units. And Vargeist and the Necromancer's back. Oh, he's cackling. He returns. All right, Gaze of Nagash activated, and he hits the bird. It looks like he actually missed there. And a beautiful rear charge coming in from Max, using their flying Vargeist units to charge back into the kind of isolated Cav units here. The Fireborn a little bit trapped up. But the Cryptors are getting crumbled down. These ones are also in weak binding as well. The Keepers of the Flame doing great work, and the Elves have secured an objective advantage. So over here, we do see the Elves cackling. It wouldn't be a bad idea to start pressing the middle with the Silverhelms and the Rangers, because all the units guarding the middle objective are just straight trash. Like one Elven infantry unit could like threaten those guys, right? But, you know, Gaze of Nagashman is back, and it looks like there is going to be a healing going down. The Arcane Phoenix does get its Rebirth ability, so that feels really bad for the Vampire counts. The Rebirth is pretty nuts. Basically gives him a huge percentage base heal. Mortis Engine at 2,400. Eltharion the Grim being dragged down by the dead. So maybe, I think this misplay might cost him the game. Leaving Eltharion in the pits of hell to like fight a bunch of Cryptors for like 3 or 4 minutes. He should be like full health right now. There's no reason Eltharion should really be that damaged. Using him more as a scalpel to cut out the Mortis Engine would have been very nice. But yeah, we now have a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Max is the Dreadlord of the Night, and if anybody can come back with the old Children of the Night, it's going to be him. Eltharion, very, very low. Mortis Engine's getting low, 2,200 as well. Phoenix is hot on its tail. Eltharion is going to be getting a heal, but man, the Cryptors and all the spears. You have to remember, all these spears, even if they're doing 1 damage at a time, it's going to be adding up with that many of them. There's 133 of them, right? So it will get there. So another Gaze of Nagash shooting Eltharion in the face. It looks like it might have hit there, a little bit hard to tell. And the bird is the word. As the Mortis Engine's down to 1,400, the Arcane Phoenix is going to be trying to chew that bad boy down. Nothing really going down to the outside. The Cav and the Rangers just holding on to Objective 3. So really, everything is going to be going down right here. This is going to be the epicenter of action. And will the High Elves be able to clutch this after a very good start? The Vampires have actually pulled the value back. And both sides have a crazy amount of healing too, right? So you gotta be very, very careful with that. Eltharion is wavering. I wouldn't hate another attempt at the Necromancer. Seeing Collins here for the Elves, it's going to be Silverhelms and also some White Lines of Crace. Eltharion going to be getting back up in the sky. Oh my god, he's broken! Oh, Max can win the game right now. If he gets his Necromancer to chase Eltharion off the battlefield, that's going to be super good. But, oh, he's not doing it. He's going to let Eltharion come back. Man, Max could just win the game right now by chasing Eltharion off. That would probably do the trick. All right, guys, Phoenix Guard's still giga-chatting it, but this is a huge problem, guys. The fact that the Mortis Engine was able to live, it's going to counter all the Elven infantry, basically. It's got 3,000 value in climbing, so the Elves have just been getting drained. So, like, if Hobo had not gotten Eltharion trapped and had been able to take out the Mortis Engine, he wins the game. It's over. The Vampires would probably lose, because the Elven infantry would just beat down the zombies. But with that support piece being there, it's going to be tough. Okay, Eltharion getting hunted, but he does pop the Fang Sword, is able to get a heal. So Necromancer was a little bit late, and that means that Eltharion is going to be able to come back here. Some good tea right there. And he's going to be chasing those bad boys down. So objective number 1 is now flipping back to the Children of the Night. Mortis Engine is at 1,000 value right now. There are a couple Elven Spears nearby who can attack it, like Halberds. But man, this thing is so brutal, man. Yeah, I mean, Mortis Engines are one of the bigger, scarier centerpieces. Gaze of Nagash from the Necromancer. He's going to be trying to snipe him. Where's the Necromancer right now? Where did he go? From downtown, the MLG snipe at 1400 HP. Oh my god! The steel chair and the Grim Warden tumbles to the ground, blasted by the overcasted gaze of Nagash. Oh my god, brutal. And with that, all hope is probably lost for the Elves, as their Phoenix is going to be retreating, so the Arcane Phoenix is going to be peacing out. It saw Eltharion go down there, and ladies and gentlemen, that is probably going to be game blouses. So, a game that was a very good back and forth match. Honestly, Elves had the huge advantage, but Eltharion staying in sustained combat with the Cryptors and the Spears, I think, cost them the game. Phoenix is trying to heal itself, and it is at its healing cap, so it's not going to be able to heal anymore. And yeah, now this game's basically over at this point. Yeah, he broke that elf in half. He did. Yeah, the gaze of Palpatine strikes again. It's very good, but I loved the play from Hobo this game. It was very fun. The Apotheos, or not Apotheosis, the Tempest, and the Arcane Unforging snipe ability, dude. Just chef's kiss. That was so good. GG, well played, and the Children of the Night are going to be advancing on. So, one less elf advancing here. And we are going to be going. Yeah, the Eltharion play was tough, but he played, dude, I mean, Hobo played super well. You have to remember, Max is the number 6 ranked player on the leaderboard right now, 6 or 7. So that's like a super impressive victory. GG, well played, or a super impressive almost victory. Arcane was good. Eltharion still got 2,700. Palpatine came back, only got 900, but it was enough. And the Mortis Engine carried the infantry fight, 3,100 on that. Okay, so let's jump out of here, and we're going to see who's next. And refresh this. So we have Wood Elves versus Vampire Counts in the next one. So Solanius, I will stay here. We'll stay in lobby. Grab Solanius. So we're just going to follow the winner of this like sequence of the bracket through the rest of the tournament, basically, and see who's going to clutch it today. All right, let's go to the desktop here and take a look here. Perfect, perfect. Okay, so we have Blake was just defeated by Max Millionaire. That's Hobo. And Solanius is a Wood Elf player, and Max is going to face him. And then Max is going to face, Max or Solanius will face Tim the Wilder, and the winner is going to face Attack Speed Enjoyer as well. So that's going to be that. That is going to be that. Perfect, perfect. Good times, man. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Some good sniping, some good cinematic moments here today. And now we're just going to wait in the lobby, and we'll go to the next map. Oh god, you got to win, Max. Otherwise, semis finals path will be. You have to beat Wood Elves 3 times. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You're gonna have to beat the Wood Elves twice in the finals because they have 2 lives. We're doing the 2 lives today, where the finalist, the winning side, since they haven't lost, it's not technically double Elim if they don't get 2 lives, right? So Anticity's not playing tonight now. He grinds a lot, man. Anticity's been playing a lot. I would imagine he taking a little time off tourneys here and there, but he's already going to be ready for the next season finals. The headstone was there before. Got it. I thought the Necromancer died, and then the headstone was just there at his corpse. I think that would have been such good flavor, you know? Yeah. You'd kill for an undead faction. Oh, dude, someday it's going to happen, you know? Like, one of the most iconic characters in Warhammer Fantasy is Nagash, right? And he's not even in the... Like, whenever that homie gets added, they're gonna probably give all the undead some sauce, I bet. SFT is a single faction tournament, which means you pick one faction and you play it all the way through. Because normally in competitive Total War, you play like 3 or 4 factions in a match in a best of 5 series or whatever, you know. But here they just play the same faction over and over. It's simplistic. It's good for beginners. You only need to know how to play one faction to play in these events. It's very fun. Yeah, that's right. That is right. So Vampire Counts versus Wood Elves. I would assume Wood Elf favored, but I think Vampire Count main can certainly do it. We will have to see. I need more Tomb Kings. I'll play some Tomb Kings are a really good faction. I mean, let's look at the win rates. We got a little bit of time while we're hanging with all the homies. So let's do that. Okay, so Slanesh is number 1. Vampire Counts are actually creeping up. Now, I legit think the Vampire Counts win rate is just being carried by this guy. Like, I don't think Vampire Counts are a top 2 faction. I think that Maximillionaire literally just plays them in every tournament and is extremely good, so he brings their win rate up. Beastmen definitely deserve to be there. Wood Elves are very strong, too. The Pit Lord factions are Grand Cathay, but, like, we saw Anticity dominate everybody with Grand Cathay, right, in his tournament. So it just goes to show that even the weaker factions in this game can do well. Considering we have 24 playable factions in competitive, the balance is actually very, very good. These are only tournaments too. This doesn't include like quick battle, but quick battle's a joke anyways in this game. Sadly, it is. Okay. Alrighty, and here we go. So they're ready. I'm gonna go refill my water. I'll be right back. What the hell did I just walk into here, man? Is that an Isabella von Karstein pick? What the hell is this? I haven't seen that pick in ages, man. That has been a long time coming. So it's going to be Isabella versus Durthu, though. Talk about off-meta picks. I mean, Durthu's not off-meta. He's a pretty good grinder, but yeah, that's crazy. Let's see what's cooking. You're 2 hours late. The coolest Chaos Lord is Nurgle. I don't know. The Corn Chaos Lord is really cool, too. You remember in the cinematic when he yells at Azazel? That was super badass. What's broken in Slanesh? Just a lot of their Pavane is kind of busted, but Seekers are actually just like functionally broken. Yeah. What's your upcoming opinion on the upcoming? I mean, I'm excited Slanesh is getting an update, but I'm also nervous for multiplayer. You know, because I feel like they're so strong already. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. So is this semifinals? I think this is the losers bracket finals. No, it's not. This is the losers bracket semifinals, and then the finals will be after this with Tim the Wilder waiting there and cackling. So Isabella, yeah, the healing chalice. Wood Elves are a faction that like to snipe, and she provides a ton of healing, so kind of cool. Now, looking at the Vampire Count army, it's going to be zombies and skeletons, very standard stuff, nothing too avant-garde, and we do have the double corpse card. So, yeah, very, very meta, you know, in terms of that. You don't want to provide good units against Wood Elves. They're really good at sniping. But, you know, just like Vampire Count armies have been historically in Warhammer Fantasy Battles, which I really do want to start a Vampire Count army someday. I think they're so cool. Yeah, she's a good healer. So she has Winds of Death for clearing out bricks of infantry, Raised Dead, and then the Blood Chalice of Bathorai. So this is an insanely big heal. So you'll notice she didn't bring Invocation. Rather, oh, this is really clever. So he's not going to be using any magic to use healing spells, but rather he's going to be using the Blood Chalice to heal his characters and spending his Winds of Magic on Winds of Death to just like one-shot units. Oh, shit. All right, we got 2 White Kings. White Kings are very Giga Chad units. They wreck Dryads. They have, you know, Scab's Graith, which does a lot of damage. And yeah, very disruptive units. Only problem is there's not really anything here that can kill Durthu. So if the Wood Elves like find a way to just like hold their back objective and camp Durthu on the middle, the Vampires could definitely lose this. We'll see. Now looking at the Elven army on the other side, it's going to be a very cool force. We do have the Eternal Guard in the front with the Killy units in the back, the mighty Celtic warriors. They definitely have that vibe to them, which is cool. But War Dancers are excellent at blending chaff units, and we got archers in the back, so it is going to be just 2 units of archers, very easy to protect. Or easier. If you go like 10 archers against vampires, they can definitely swarm you with like bats and felt and dire wolves and shit. But yeah, this is a cool matchup. And then Durthu. So Durthu is just a giant angry forest tree, and he basically is like Optimus Prime of this game. Look at him. He's like, I am the Autobots. But he's going to be moving out, and yeah, very, very tough to kill. Grindy, can fight most characters in combat. Has a really good lore magic. He does of course have beasts, so he's able to use Flock of Doom here, and that's pretty nasty. So the battle is on. We do see some sneaky gremlin play in the back. It is going to be Crypt Ghouls in the Vanguard. So we know Max does this every single game. If you play against Max, you can basically expect there's going to be crypt ghouls trying to steal your back objective here. And now we know who the internet gremlin is. It's Max. It's been the recurring pattern. It's not that bad. It's a little bit of an issue, but you know, it is what it is. New to watching this, what does that mean? 20 of 29 for the undead and 11 of 14. Okay, so what this means is the undead army has 29 units in total, but 20 of them are on the battlefield. That means that Maximillionaire is going to be able to summon in up to 9 reinforcements, basically. The Wood Elf army is a little bit smaller. It has 11 starting units in the battlefield with 24, more in reserve as well. So that's kind of the idea. I think that's correct. But objective number 1 of the far side is going to be going to the forces of the vampire counts. So Isabella and her entourage of vampires were able to get it done. And now they're going to be moving to the middle, riding on their mighty steeds of the night, and going to be trying to wrestle that objective. But the elves are going to get there, and on the back point, we do see the crypt ghouls. So each unit in this game does have capture weight. So when you're fighting over an objective with somebody, it weighs the capture weight of the units that are there. The crypt ghouls, of course, do have 5 capture weight themselves, and the war dancers have 5. So in this situation, the vampires have 10 capture weight against only 5 for Solania. So this is actually a very, very good play because, you know, the Elven army probably a little bit more stalwart in a straight up fight because of Durthu, but ninjaing their back objective is a very, very brilliant play. I think that's quite good. And yeah, sorry about the lag. This game is peer-to-peer. We don't have servers, so it feels bad, man. Maybe someday. It is something I've pitched to CA. Like, can you let the community provide servers? Like, I would be happy to try and like crowdsource and, you know, put some of my own money in as well to get servers that we could like play in tournaments and things like that. That'd be so freaking nice. But the Wild Hunters of Kurnus are going to be the call-out. Elven Archer's putting a lot of damage into the Vampire Lord here. And here they come. So she's going to take the fight probably because of Winds of Death. That is a very, very risky fight, ladies and gentlemen. So what's the play going to be? Raise dead firstly. That's dangerous. That's really dangerous. Durthu's coming over as well. The tree is going to be coming in for the bonking time. And we do see the undead being raised on top of the Wild Hunters of Kurnus here. So that's, that's good. It's going to be tar pitting them and mitigating some of their DPS. But Eternal Guard are on their way in. I think he's going to be setting up he's setting up a Winds of Death. He's going to try and line up a fat Winds of Death down the pipe here and maybe kill a bunch of these units, right? On the outside here, the Vampire is calling in some heavy cavalry. So the War Dancers, of course, do beat Crypt Ghouls, but this is a pretty MLG play. Did we see a Winds of Death already? Oh, we did. I look away for 1 second. We do see the Winds of Death. Okay, so that was able to melt one of the Eternal Guard units, but this is still very risky, right? This is a very, very risky fight. Regrowth activated, so the elves do have some healing. It looks like there's a Spell Singer somewhere. I didn't notice. Yeah, look at the backside. The elves did call out a wizard, which was able to do some heals. And I don't know. I mean, the elves might be able to actually kill these characters back here. In the meantime, the Varix Reavers, the Black Knight's going to get a beautiful charge into the back of these elves, and that's a punting amount of damage. A lot of just those elves getting punted into the Shadow Realm there. So yeah, War Dancers are going to lose this, and the Vampires are actually laughing on the back objective here. In the middle, the elves do have control. They have more capture weight on this point, and the zombies and skeletons just kind of having a bit of a stalemate. A lot of the game is going to be decided by this back fight here. The zombie summons are going to be disappearing in about a minute and a half, so still quite some time. Wild Hunters of Kurnus still have these characters trapped, and Durthu is here now. So Dad is home, he's pissed, and he's going to start bonking some of these units when he gets into combat. I'm not sure what he's targeting. Definitely should be targeting the White Kings and or Isabella. You can see that Maximillionaire is trying to escape. He's like spam clicking the units to try and get away there. Solanius with a bit of a micro blunder. I don't know what the hell he's doing with Durthu. Yeah, he should have just been attacking. He could have gotten a lot of free damage there. So micro blunder. He's probably stressed out about what's going on the other side here. So Varix Reavers charging in, and we do get a nice little charge right there. There they go. And yeah, going to be very favored for the Vampire Count Cavalry. The Varix Reavers are going to hammer these Glade Riders down. Crypt Ghouls are also on the back point. I mean, most of the things are looking pretty favorable for the Vampire Counts right now. Elves are going to be sounding the Horn of War, probably tired of like fighting on the flanks, and now they're going to be moving up. And they will chew through zombies, but overall the zombies will be happy to just kind of bump and grind this. On the backfield, Durthu is able to catch Isabella a little bit. Okay, so Isabella von Karstein, the Lord of the Vampire Counts, does get caught and is taking a hell of a lot of damage. Now, she does have her Blood Chalice of Bathorai, but is that going to be enough? Now, if you're Solanius, what you want to be doing is getting all your cab and spam clicking on her to make sure she doesn't escape. But it does look like she is going to get away, but not before losing about half her health. But, you know, the grind wasn't terrible. You know, you do get two zombie summons on the Wild Hunters, which is able to target them a little bit. And the White Kings have relocated back to the middle of the map. So I'll talk to the players about the lag after this. There are some solutions we could do to try and fix this, but yeah, maybe they're on Wi-Fi or something. Okay. So, objective number 3 being held by the Vampire Counts, and we do see Solania sending some Dryads over, which is a huge, huge mistake. because they're going to get run down by these Black Knights. So that's going to be a pretty big disaster right there. And Dryads are designed to kill enemy infantry and will not be good against heavily armored shock cavalry. So that's going to be an extremely one-sided massacre for the Varix Reavers. In the meantime, Crypt Ghouls and Fellbats diving on top of the archers. This game is looking pretty over. I know it's a little bit early to call, but the vampires are winning most of the engagements and just having favorable trades all over the battlefield where I look, right? So Isabella fleeing the scene, getting away from old Durthu here, and yeah, we do see the White Kings moving on over towards objective Dose to try and get that. It's the only objective the elves are holding. The vampires have been able to hold like the opposite sides of the battlefield, which that should not have happened. We definitely should have seen it's caused by me as a spectator. No, definitely not. I have software that tells me when I'm lagging, so this is because these players are all US based. There shouldn't be lag right now at all. It's somebody's internet is struggling right now, 100%. And I have the monitoring software. Mine is not dropping any frames or anything like that. Okay, so on the backside, Isabella was able to escape. Durthu's going to be working his way back to the middle. The expensive elite Wood Elf cavalry still tar-pitted in these haggard zombies and skeletons, which is a lot of pain right there. And looking on the back objective, does not look like the elves are making any progress here. We do see the War Dancers finally starting to chew through some of the gremlins, but there needs to be some Eternal Guard over here or something to fight these Varix Reavers. So Varix Reavers are the Regiment of Renowned Black Knights. These guys do have regeneration, so that means they passively heal. And they also have high armor values. Like these are things that like these cheap like Wood Elf units are not going to be able to deal with. There needs to be something harder hitting. Like the Wild Hunters of Kurnus need to come over here and try and sweep these guys out if they can. Because these guys are armor piercing, they're hard hitting, and very, very strong indeed. So looking around here, what do we got? Another Winds of Death going down. Holy shit. Okay, that archer just got deleted, I believe, or something did. Oh, no, that was actually just the Eternal Guard, so it wasn't that bad. But that was the Winds of Death attempt. But now that like the archers are kind of just like out of position, right? Like one archer unit's running from the bats, one archer unit's over here. There's nothing to kill the Mortis Engine. And as you guys saw in the earlier games, the Mortis Engines are a very, very hard counter against the infantry here. So yeah, these War Dancers are going to get drained. Isabella and her White Kings are still fighting, and Durthu is basically just playing Benny Hill. He's just running around chasing these characters and is having a lot of trouble actually being impactful, which is because the Wood Elf army straight up doesn't have the Vampire army doesn't really have any good targets for him to sit on. Like everything he wants to fight is faster than him, or it's like a crappy zombie and a skeleton or like a cavalry unit which he's not able to catch. I mean, he's doing pretty good. He's bashing up the White Kings, and he did get a lot of damage on Isabella von Karstein as well. Currently sitting at about 900 value right there. Arrow of Kurnus coming out, nice one there. Wood Elf should be able to kill Mortis Engines pretty easily. And Solanius able to get the dreaded Waystalker here. On the backside objective, we do see the objective here still being held by the Vampire Counts. Elves maybe going to finally be able to get this. We'll have to see. The Varix Reavers, are they still nearby? They are. So yeah, while they're still active, I mean, they can cause a lot of problems. And it looks like Solanius is aware of that being the play and is going to be engaging here. So the Varix Reavers will lose this probably. Yeah, but they'll do some good damage on the way out. But this is a good play by the Wood Elves, getting their armor-piercing anti-large cavalry onto the enemy shock cav here. So yeah, the Varix Reaver is going to go into the trash can. And finally, the Wood Elves are going to get their back objective back. But the Vampire Counts, during all that chaos, were able to get the middle back. You could see the positions being folded. War Dancer's losing here. These ones are losing here. Durthu is the only pocket of strength, but he's just getting tar-pitted and not really able to get in there and do too much work. So that's a triple cap there. And the value might look close, but you have to remember, vampires have just a metric shit ton of healing. So, like, what damage value you get against them, you kind of have to, like, assume a couple thousand of it is going to be gone via healing, right? So the Mortis Engine has a healing effect. Isabella has a healing effect. The Corpse Carts, these things, they're mobile healing stations, so they provide a very minuscule healing, but it does add up over the course of a long game, right? The lag is real. Yeah, we're going to solve it after this game. We'll figure it out. Thank you guys for sticking through it. It's always fun times. But, yeah, White Kings running across. Isabella going to be skittering away, and the win condition is very clear. You just kind of grind out in the middle and sit here and cackle, and there's not going to be a whole lot you can do. The White Kings actually were able to beat the Wild Hunters, but that's because it was an unfair fight. There was a second Black Knight called in. So Maximilian did call those bad boys in. Yeah, it's Max for sure, I think. He was lagging in the last game with me too, so it's all good though. It's not his fault. I'm sure it's an internet provider thing, or if he's on Wi-Fi. If I could, I would ban Wi-Fi from the tournaments. I would be like, you cannot enter on Wi-Fi. You need, unless you're in like a college dorm or something and it's all you have. Because the Wi-Fi causes so much lag, So much lag. So commentary from Chad, if Solanius doesn't get above 500, 1,000, he's going to be really dead because capping enemy safe objectives is really hard, yeah. So yeah, basically Solanius needs to get over 500 points before his opponent is able to get over 1,000. Because if he doesn't, then it becomes a triple cap situation, which is basically going to be extremely brutal, guys. It's going to be extremely brutal. On the back point, White King's hanging out. We do have the old Isabella von Karstein. Really good usage of the zombie summon, and more Black Knights are going to be on their way in. Very cool to see the Undead Chop Cavalry. This game would look so good if we didn't have the freaking lag, dude. A lot of cool cinematic shots. Varix Reaver is finally dying, but man, these Varix Reavers, these like elite cav have been a menace. They basically solo held that back objective for like a good 4 or 5 minutes, and were just so disruptive. The elves didn't really have any effective answers against them. Definitely needed some Eternal Guard. So the elven characters trying to snipe down the Mortis engine, so shooting into the dreaded engine. I shot twice, excuse me. Need some water there, man. Still getting over this damn cold. It's that point where like everything is kind of loosening up a little bit, and you're just like, yeah, it's just pure grunginess, man. Pure grunginess. Yeah, complete crushing victory for the vampire counts in the middle point. You know, we see a lot of vampires here, zombies coming in, more zombies, just capture, wait, swarm. And Durthu is just bad. This is not what you want to be doing with a big centerpiece, right? If any of you guys have ever played a tabletop game, like let's say you're playing against like Death Guard, or you're playing against, you know, any sort of a horde army, you don't want to have your Imperial Knight or like your big, you know, anti-heavy fighter like tar pitted in trash units, you know? Like you don't want your Thunderhammer character to be fighting Poxwalkers, you know, because he's going to be sitting there and not getting a lot done. And during all this, guys, the vampire counts are also going to be securing the back objective, so we are going to be seeing that one get taken here. War Dancers getting chewed up, and the Glade Riders here are basically done for. So this game is 1,000,000% over. Players might not know it yet. I could jump out to let the lag subside. There is literally a 0% chance Solanius can win. Not zero, he disconnects and huge misplays, but yeah, I'm not playing in the tournament tonight. No, we're not. So we're probably going to let this game... I'm going to jump out and see if that maybe helps with the lag, and I can start coordinating like the VPN option with the players afterwards as well. Yeah, because if he doesn't leave in, like, let's say by 8 minutes and 30 seconds, I'll jump out and let them finish quickly. Yeah, this one's over, though. Turin, do you have a top 3 favorite replays that you recommend for newer players to watch to get hooked? Ooh, that's a tough question. There's been so many good ones over the years. I could find some for you, for sure. If you message me in Discord, I can dig up some really good replays, 100%. Yeah, the replays obviously will give you more cinematics and whatnot than when the players are actually playing themselves. But Durthu doing the slow motion Optimus Pine battle, he's basically just been chasing the Mortis engine. You guys know that like really haggard commercial? I think it's for like a fishing store where the guy has like a fishing pole and he like is like pulling $1 from somebody. He's like, you almost had it. That's basically like the Mortis engine versus Durthu. He's not going to be able to catch that. Yeah, nothing else going on. Triple cap. I mean, the elves are slowly kind of working here, but the heavy cavalry are dominating the elves. It's been a problem the elves have had for a long time. Now, of course, elf players can counter that these days with great Stag Knights would be nice, and the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. But yeah, that's going to be probably it. So value's close, but with vampiric healing, it's probably like a 2,000 to 3,000 value lead for the vampires, if not more even, I would say. Yeah, so 8 minutes, 30 seconds. He's still Benny Hilling around, but yeah, that is going to be all she wrote. So I will jump out and let them finish without... Maybe it'll help reduce the lag a little bit, but we will jump out of there because that game is just so over, and we'll spare you guys the lag. Yep. There's no way that the Wood Elves are going to win that. No chance in hell. So, Tim, let's... You're going to be playing Max, most likely. Let's see... Oh, got it. Okay. So one of the players has a weaker computer is the problem. Okay. Okay, we'll check. Just responding, doing a little bit of admin stuff right here. Okay, is there any solution we can have to that? The VPN won't help. Okay, got it. So we're just gonna have to hope that his computer can hold up firm. We're gonna have to hope. Own Goal saying, I workshopped this vampire count build over like 10 games with Max. It's not bad. There's some Wood Elf play, but they can't go tall. Got it. Understood. Yeah, the Black Knights are really good. The Black Knights are very disruptive. I like that quite a bit. All right, so let's set up the next game. We're going to get you in there. So that's going to be, so L semis, Turin semis. So this is the losers bracket finals, actually. And then the winner is going to be facing the Wood Elves, most likely. So host game is a spectator. There we go. So let's invite the players here, and we're going to get the maps all set up and everything. It's not random faction. Players can select their factions. Yeah. Okay, here you go. And let me know who wins. Okay, perfect. So the boys are going to gather, and now for the map, what do we have? We could also, what we could also do is just let them play, and then I could just play a game in between for fun, and then I could cast it via replay, which wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah. That's totally an option too. So I could play like a showcase game for you guys so you can see what it looks like for anybody who's newer, and then we can do we could just get the replay from those guys while they play. I think that's an idea. Yeah, we've had really good high elf performance today. They've done pretty well. They've done very well for themselves. Man, so the elf player did not back out of that game. Those guys are still fighting. I respect the grind though, man. I respect the grind. So we're only 2 hours and 40 minutes. The double Elim tournament, we're actually making really good progress. Here we are, by the way. So Solanius Maximilian are right here. Tim is going to be waiting. I think that's a better idea, actually. So we're going to play a couple like intermission games for fun, and then we'll go and cast the replays. Because yeah, I don't want to subject you guys to that lag. We can just get the replays from them and cast it that way. I believe so. Go ahead and play him. Send me a replay. Perfect. All right, so we're going to let those guys duke it out. And now anybody who wants to play me, you need to have the Total Tavern map pack installed. That's pretty much it. So Turin game. So anybody who wants to battle me, you can join this lobby. And you can duke it out with me. So we'll have like a little, not a show match, but a bit of a look. Imperial Ambush is one of our new maps. Let's do it. So we'll play some factions that you guys haven't seen. Okay. Gonna play myself. Get me that replay ASAP when done. I'm gonna just let the players know. Play Tim and send replay after. Cool beans. So just waiting for a challenger now. I could also go to the quick battle if we don't get any takers here, but the maps are much better here. So if we don't have any takers in the next minute, we'll go there. Will you be rocking the Haggard Undead next season? It's been chaos heavy. I could play an Undead faction. Let's put it to a poll. What do you guys feel like watching right now? What tickles your pickle? Man, YouTube only lets you put up 4 options in a poll. I don't know about Twitch. All right. I will just play stuff that I think is cool, and you guys, we can roll with that. Dwarves. Oh, dwarves are not a faction that are super fun for me. So if you played in the tournament earlier, now's your chance. Come beat up the old man. I got a lobby open. The lobby name is it's just Turin something. Yeah. And you just need to have the Total Tavern Tournament map pack installed because we're currently on a mod, which allows us to have good maps. That's pretty funny, Matt. We could do some Empire. Let's play a little Sons of Sigmar. Yeah, we'll play some Empire. Look at this fat, glorious roster. Kislev is fun. Chaos Dwarves are always cool. We'll do Tomb Kings after, I think. Yeah, we need some Empire. It's my favorite faction, so we'll do it. Okay. Hey, Michael. Thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Still waiting for a challenger. Who's it going to be? Ah, the dreaded Lydia. So we're on the Imperial Ambush is going to be the map, and we will get our blocker so my opponent can't see my army while I'm building it. And they're going to be playing Kislev. Kislev. All right, this is a fun matchup. We have the man battle. Yes. So what do I do in this matchup? It's been forever since I played it. I think we do a little bit of this. Yeah, so we get you guys, and aside from that, I would like some of you. So we're playing against another good guy faction, which always feels a little bit sad. You know, you're like, oh, my brothers. Okay. Awesome sauce. Let's do this. And yeah, I like these guys a lot. They're quite good. You know, that might actually just be straight up better. It might be better. I'm not 100% sure. Ironsides are fun. I'm going to try and bring like a good build, though. We're going to try and bring something that's pretty decent here. Okay. Oh, we could actually do this. This will be fun. So we're mixing it up a tiny bit. We're going to try some craziness. Okay. Okay. Yeah, badass, dude. Hell yeah. Okay, going a little off meta here. Like a little bit. We'll see if it gets us in trouble. Trying to remember what this map looks like. Okay, and then we're going to need some of these boys too. Looking fine. Now, what do we want to get in the mix? Get you back there and you back there too. Great. All right, so the initial build is set up. Great swords are pretty good in this matchup too. They're definitely good at chewing down some of the Kislev units. War wagons are a viable choice. Maybe one grenade launcher is good. Free Company Militia are just always a badass unit too, so no complaints with them. We ready to rock? I think we're ready to rock and roll. I think we're all good. Vote on the poll? Ah, well, Frost, you'll have to let me know what the victor is. This game we're playing Empire though, but after this we can switch it up. We can switch it up nice and good, like. Yeah, I think, are the greatswords really that useful here, though? Are they? Or is it a trap? It's a trap. It could be a trap. Ironsides are okay under very niche situations. Yeah. Very, very niche, if you ask me. So Kislev's like light cavalry is very troll and very disruptive, 100%. Those guys, they get some work done. You guys in the mix, and you guys in the mix too. All right, good luck, have fun to my opponent. Let's see what they're cooking. I'm excited to see what evil Kislevite schemes we have to deal with here. Yeah, Kislev is a menace, man. They really are. Oh, you know, that style might be good too. No, this is more fun. This is way more fun. But defending that is going to be difficult. Yeah, I think that's a little ambitious. Okay, so we have the items here. I don't think that's going to be terribly helpful, and we can get you in here too now. Yeah, that's way better. All right, good luck, have fun to my opponent. We just got to wait for them to ready up. No, they're still playing Kislev. Yeah. Hey, it's 4 a.m. for you. I'm allowed to be sleepy. Yeah, you sure are. A fellow creature of the night. What faction won on the next poll, by the way? What did you guys want to see? I know Frost ran one. Let me know, brother. Let me know. Come on, baby. Ready up. Lydia, you can do it. Give me the ready up. Undead with the staggering 2 votes. Oh, that's fun. Here we go. All right, so we're loading into the battle. This is an interesting matchup. I haven't played it in a while. But so begins the Imperial Ambush. This is a really cool map. It's actually a new map that we made. A recount. We'll play Tomb Kings next game. Yeah, because you guys saw Vampire Coast today already, right? Yeah, we had a Coast game. Tomb Kings are really fun. I can do a meme build for you guys, too. I'll do something really crazy. We'll see what we can make happen. I play Tomb Kings in tabletop a little bit. I have a Tomb Kings army. Okay, so hopefully no lag. Which Warhammer game would you recommend for someone new? Warhammer 3, yeah. It depends on which faction you want to play, though, because like different games unlock different factions. What I would recommend, Red, is just wait for a sale and get like all 3 of them for like 20 or 30 bucks, which often happens. Speaking of, isn't there like a skull? There's probably going to be an event this week. The game will probably be going on sale, right? I would imagine. All right, so let's deploy the armies. So that's going to be 1, that's going to be 2, a 2, a 3, and a 4. So that's our infantry line. We're going to have a deep set Silver Bullet. So that's just a gun unit that's kind of invisible. We have our Pistolier Corps. Look how badass these guys are. They're so cool. The Rough Riders. Hell yeah, dude. So Pistoliers are going to be 2. We have the Supreme Patriarch Balthazar Gelt. And then we have a cannon. So the cannon, we're going to kind of creep out here. So it's going to move up along the side. We're going to have a single spear unit defending it. And where are you? So we'll get you guys back here. Looking nice. 2, 3. And Theodore Bruckner can ride with the heavy cavalry. 4 and 5. Hey, James, thanks for being a member for 3 months. Thank you so much. All right, good luck, have fun to my opponent. So the battle's going to start. And basically, you know, you want to go get the objectives initially and start trading with your opponent, right? Yeah, that's going to be the plan. Yeah, there's a lot of planning, Dark. Like, building your army is like basically one of the most important things. So you know what your opponent's playing. You don't know their unit composition, but you know what race they're playing. And then you build an army to face them. So we're going to set up the cannon. The cannon's going to set up on the outside and try and bombard any of their big stuff. All right, so first things first, we move up the army and do this and this and get the heavy cav coming here. And you guys are going to move up here too. So Kislev does have a little Grom, which is a very, very powerful cannon. So we need to get our cannon up to screen it out. So we're going to move that cannon there. We're going to park some spears here. And we're going to go try and get the contested objective. And I can send a single spearman over here to go sit on this point. That's fine. So we're going to use this item to give us fat winds of magic and do that. So you guys go get that point. I don't know where most of the Kislev army is. Looks like it's hiding mostly in the trees. The cannon is being slowly pushed into position. All right. And from here, we basically just spam Demograph Knights is going to be the play. Little Grom is a menace, though. That thing's going to suck. So we get this outside objective. We can park a errant spearman on it. So we're going to put you in control group 8 and then just move you down there to get this. So the Pistoliers are able to grab that objective. So we're going to go get this one now. And get ready to go. So little Groms and a lot of infantry. Okay, so very, very infantry heavy. So our cannon can start shooting here in a minute. It's not quite in range. We need to get it a little bit closer. I don't hate the idea of some Hochland long rifles, so we're going to call these bad boys out. They're long-range snipers, basically. But yeah, Kislev is coming, like trying to march us down here. Yeah, it's going to be a nasty little push. So we can start cannonballing some of the armored Kossars, and we want to get this home objective. All right, Balthazar Gelt is just going to be looking for magical opportunities. Get you guys setting up like so. Hochland long rifles can set up there too. And the spearmen need to get behind the cannon to not obstruct it. All right, so anything I want to do here, yeah, tricky stuff. So we do get that objective. We are being shot by the little Groms now, which feels bad. So we need to get our Pistoliers out around the outside and have them go after the Kislevite warriors. That's going to be the play. So we're going to be exchanging cannon fire. I could go after their little Grom. It's a bit far away, but I think my cannon can eventually reach. All right, so the Hochland long rifles are just about in range, and now I can start shooting at the armored Kossars. We need to keep you guys back so they don't get caught by the hybrid shooting of my opponent. Silver bullets are here, and Demograph Knights are going to be the next call out as our cavalry corps is going to sweep around. So you can see our snipers are now shooting into here. Tricksy fights, we might need to get some greatswords out actually. So we're going to call out greatswords because they're pretty good at fighting these type of units. We're going to pull back a little bit and get you guys around the outside and get Bruckner around the outside too. And hopefully we can endure. Silver bullets shooting here. Balthazar Gelt's going to do it. And we're almost in range of the little Grom, although, ooh, we see some Warbear Riders being called out. Okay. So juke back, and we need to get ready to cast some magic. So we're going to do a little bombardment on the armored Kossars right there. Looking good. Get the greatswords coming. Dodge that if we can. And where are we going to go with our cav? Yeah, I don't know if this... I like this fight too much. It's a little bit sketchy. So our cannon fire is doing work. Our front line is a little bit fickle. On the backside, we do get Kossovite dervishes coming in. So that's a bit of a menacing fight for us. Ooh, I blundered my Pistoliers pretty hard. I just moved them into a big enemy missile box. So that feels bad. But, you know, the frontline trading's going okay. The Warbear Riders are kind of getting hammered a little bit. Let's get the spears in there to shoot them. And then the Pistoliers can shoot them as well. And Theodore Bruckner can go and actually slow these guys down. Yeah, so we'll see if we can get that. All right, so on the flank, we do have the Kossars coming around. Greatswords can move in and get ready to start fighting. How are we looking here? These guys are getting worn. We're going to get you guys on that. And yeah, the Warbear Riders are having a really, really bad fight, actually. They're kind of getting wrecked by those guys. All right, so let's pull back this way. Get the spearmen up to defend the cannon. Hawk and long rifles need to get back. You dervishes can go chase there. Value trading's pretty close this game, honestly. We have our little like kind of powder positions going, which is fun to see. Great swords engage. You guys engage there. And now we need to call it Demograph Knights to defend our backfield. So the demis need to get back here. These rifles need to retreat. And the Warbear Riders are hustling towards my backfield, I think. No, those are just dervishes. Okay. So where is Theodore Bruckner? Is he nearby? Yeah, we might need to use the Pistoliers to form up. We'll have to see. Warbear Riders are getting it pretty good. Balthazar Gelt can also lurk nearby. We were able to intercept those units there, so we need to get these guns back online, start shooting here. Let's get you there. Silver Bullets doing great work. Let's switch the focus fire, and Theodore Bruckner needs to retreat. All right. So Pistoliers are still online. Let's go ahead and start skirmishing with them again. The cannon was able to kill the enemy Warbear Riders. So let's see if we could snipe the enemy Lord now. That's going to be very, very nice. Hochland's back online. And I do feel like we're in a relatively commanding position. All right, we need to get some good magic, though. Yeah, you guys shoot here. Theodore Bruckner can go and fight those armored Kossars. And we're going to have another bombardment here in a minute. So we're going to do that, nuke those guys, and outstanding. So yeah, everything's going more or less according to code. We're definitely very ahead of our opponent. And the Pistoliers are going to be able to kite the Kislevite warriors 100%. All right, let's use a stave for the regeneration. Demograph Knights, we're just keeping them very conservative and just keeping them very deep set to make sure we don't get dove and our guns and our cannons stay online. But Pistoliers will hard counter those guys. Now, I am triple capped. My opponent does have the objectives, but we're starting to win on a lot of the engagements. So we can retake this, which is going to be good. Let's get the Silver Bullets to shoot here, get you in there. Keep screening here. And we're just going to keep using our bombardment. So next up, I'm going to call out another demi. I need to be aggressive with them now, I think. So we're going to use them to go sweep. And what do I want to call out? Okay, so we're going to get this. We're going to call out another Demogryph Knight and get them on the field. Because my opponent's going to start spamming mobility, right? That's going to be the play. We can also do a huge bombardment here, which is going to wreck these archers. And he can attack in as well. Let's just Alpha Strike them. Yeah, get that Alpha Strike going. Nice. Demogryph Knights will also tear apart those armored Kossars, which is good. Let's form the ranks. And we do manage to get this objective back, so let's get you here, and you guys can just chill out. All right. How are we looking? Yeah, we're in very good position. We were able to fold the archers. This objective's not looking good for my opponent. We are going to be able to get another bombardment, so let's park you guys. And we need to do some housekeeping. So units, when they get really damaged, you want to unsummon them. So they go back into the pool, and you can replenish them. Okay, so Great Swords are being Chads. How are the Hawklands doing? I think they're still in line. Let's target down some of these Griffin Legion over there. Okay, so Griffin Legion are elite cavalry, so we need to hammer those guys if we can. They're going to charge into the front, though, so we should be fine. Okay, so another bombardment here is going to just fold up this position, although I don't think we even need it, so let's save our magic. We do manage to get this outside objective again. Let's get these Kossars here. Let's call in another Hawkland Long Rifle, move them up there. And I think we're in good shape. I think we're in pretty good shape. We'll get Spearmen into the Warriors. Demogryphs can slam into you guys. That objective's going to go in our favor. And we need to get another bombardment here in a second. All right, let's see what we want to cook with here. Yeah, you guys are just protecting the cannon. The cannonball is just nuking these guys. Check this shit out. Ready? Oh, this is going to hurt. So we're doing a searing bombardment on these. My opponent's very good, so sorry, I can't like zoom in and give you guys as many cinematic shots. We're actually facing a very strong player here. Ooh, that was big damage right there. That was big business. Okay, I do get hit with the Death Frost. Cannonball, I could probably cheese their Lord, actually. You know what? Yeah, let's like try and cheese their Lord out. That's going to be a very strong play. So we need some baseline troopers to hold this back objective because my opponent is pressing it and it's looking a little sketchy. On this side, the Pistoliers are doing good. Let's call Theodore Bruckner in here, rotate you guys. Start pressing towards your home point a little bit there and pull the demis over this way. So we have two like full health Demogryph Knight units. That's going to be really, really tough for my opponent to handle. Okay. Sorry. Damn, voice is going still. Another Searing Doom on them? Yeah, let's do it. So why not? So we're going to do that. Pop this. On some of these knights, get them back in the pool. Get you over there. You guys chill on the point, so make sure nobody gets that. And Theodore Bruckner needs to come over and help out. Okay. Demogryph Knights, form the ranks. Let's form the ranks. And the shooting on the high ground is brutal. The fact that my shooting has been online this whole game is so brutal for my opponent. And he calls in Griffin Legion, but I have the true Griffins, the Demogryph Knights. Oh, battle, cav battle, let's go. So my demis will rout them off for sure. They're going to get just slapped by those Demogryph Knights. Okay, Balthazar Gelt, where is he? I need to get him in a hotkey. Do I have a group for him? Yeah, there he goes. So another cav unit's on its way in, but we can easily just kind of like maneuver around and hammer them. Spears, get on top of this. And my opponent is basically tabled right now. They don't really have much left. So you see how the objectives matter? Like, yeah, my opponent's ahead on points, but like, if you just win the fight, like you could just kind of end the game, right? That's more or less the thing. Let's get some spears over here. And yeah. So from here, we're going to triple cap. The Demogryph Knights were able to push them back, so we're going to move up and get this objective. A couple Spearman units going to roll there, and we'll unsummon you for housekeeping. Hawkland Long Rifles shoot these guys. One of them can shoot here, and Silver Bullets can shoot here. You guys move up there. Great. And that's going to be it. GG, well played. Hey, Tigor, thank you for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Greatly appreciate it. So yeah, that's like an example of what it looks like when you're playing a competitive Total War game. Well played to my opponent, Lydia. You're very solid, honestly. I had to work for that. I couldn't zoom in, do any good shots. Why don't they kill? It's hard to kill the cannon because it's deep set and it's very well protected. They could take some light cavalry and go try and dive it dark. But the cannon, 2,700 value. God damn, that's thick. Balthazar did good. And what else did good? Yeah, demis were able to perform. I mean, they didn't have a lot of time on the field. Great Swords did good. Hawklands are always good there, too. Yeah, good game. GG, well played. So they're actually in the game right now. So it's a good thing I'm doing this. Otherwise, we would just be like in a miserable lag fest. All right. So I'm going to switch the map. And we're going to play something else. We will do the Decrepit Moor. I think is going to be fine. We can do the Eastern Isle Colony. Yeah, I'll do Eastern Isle. I'm going to play Dark Elves. They don't... No, we said Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings won the poll, right? Okay. Let's do Edge of the Darkwood. So anybody's welcome to join to face my Tomb Kings. Empire's like my best faction. This one I'm not quite as good at, but still decent. Hey, Tigor. Thank you, man. I appreciate the support, boss. Do you choose what is your reinforcing army? Yes, you do, Eric. Yeah. So the way competitive multiplayer works in Total War is you have a set amount of money. I have 9,000 gold here and 9,000 gold here. Okay. So what you do is you then spend that money on your roster. So every unit has a different assigned cost. And your lords and heroes, they can be fine-tuned. So these are all the spells he comes with, and they cost money. But look what happens when I get rid of all the spells. Boom. He's only 1,800. So you can fine-tune and like contour your build, right? So we got Nurgle versus Tomb King. So this will be fun. Hey, Surgeon Stinky, thank you. Thank you for becoming a Twitch subscriber. Appreciate that. So yeah, normally, you know, your opponent's not going to see this because you would use the screen blocker if you're streaming. But I know what my opponent's playing, so I'm building an army to beat him, and he's building an army to beat me. So that's going to be that. Do you guys want some really crazy shit this game? Like something real wonky? So I might get wrecked here because I'm going to try something extremely off meta, but it's going to be cool as hell, and you're going to like it. So let's do that. Yes, good, Anakin, good. Turin would be interested in doing survival with viewers. Yeah, of course. Of course. I'm going to try some weird units. Oh. Yes. Oh, man. If I win this. I don't know about Torzan's experience. We're going to see. I'm... Oh, man. I'm trying not to give too many spoilers. You guys are getting a bit of a tease of what's to come. Okay, that's fine. Yes, and then we need you guys. Okay, and from here we can bring just you. Gonna be all right. Holy shit. I don't know how this is gonna work. Yeah, what do we struggle with here? Like, what's our biggest weakness? I think I know exactly what it is, actually. Okay, and then we'll get 2 of you guys and 1 more of you. All right, we're ready. This is definitely a meme build, but it could work. It could be. It's like the build is very jarring. It's either going to be really good or really bad. 3 War Sphinxes? No, that's like super meta. That's like dirtiness. Okay. Okay. Okay, finals. So we do have the update from the previous match. Finals will be, let's see here. Okay, I'm checking here. Okay. So just doing a little bit of admin work while we do this. Cool beans. So we'll cast the Vampire Count versus Lizardman game, and then we'll go from there after this. But firstly, we're going to play here. No, that's not true, Ale. That's not true at all. There's people tend to type a little bit more on Twitch chat than YouTube chat. But I read them both equally. I literally have... I don't even know if I can distinguish them, because I have a mod that like combines them into one chat, so... Yeah. No, we're just playing a quick little showcase match for fun while we wait for the replays from the grand finals and stuff. Well, the semifinals and grand finals, yeah. Yes. Intermission game, yeah. All right, so the admin question has been dealt with. And where are we at? Wookie is out of here. That's my old dog, by the way. Yeah, he's been croaked for a couple years now, but he was a noble beast. Loved my wife, hated me. You know, little dogs often do that. They find somebody they like, and everybody else is just trash to them. Dude, are you guys ready for this? Are you ready for the forbidden double boner giant? Oh, God. Oh, yes. So we brought Bone Giants, which are really good at sniping characters, but they're pretty terrible. If he goes like Mass Infantry Swarm, I'm probably cooked. But we'll see. And we have an Iro Titan as well. The Iro Titan is like one of the coolest monsters in the game. I'll show you guys. Dude, we're not facing Tarzan. We're facing Torzan. Oh, yeah. Wookie was... When he croaked, he was 16. And he's, you know, that was almost 5 years ago, 4 years ago, yeah. So Wookie would have been like almost 21 years old if he was still alive. I don't know what that is, Rad. What is that game? Yeah. All right, you guys ready to see some of the coolest looking units in the game? So these are the Tomb Kings. Oh, yeah, baby. Look how cool those things are. So these are giant archers, and this is a giant melee monster. Oh, yeah. Talk dirty. So those are that. So I have these guys. I got the 2 bone giants to do a little bit of poke. And then I have skeleton horseman archers, which are going to go harass. My lord is Ark in the Black. The evil cackling necromancer. I just brought all the cool looking shit. Yeah, it's rad. So he's got an anti-infantry chariot and also can cast death magic and summon the undead using his blade. So boner giants are going to be here, and the titan's going to roll up to the middle, and we're going to send a single skeleton to the side. You wish you looked like him? I know, don't we all? Yeah, the titan has spirit leech, which is pretty rad. He's got 2 spirit leeches on him, which isn't terrible. Let's get it, man. Let's have some fun. So we're going to go up, and Arkin's going to go and go and go, and we're going to do this. Oh, baby. Yeah, this is going to be good. Let's get some actual infantry coming up. So my horsemen archers are going to trade very effectively against his marauder horsemen, and the boner giants can also put their shafts in. Oh, shit, he brought Tamarcon. Oh, yeah, baby. This is going to be a fight. We're going to snipe the hell out of that man. All right. So Tamarcon is going to get it. He's going to feel the wrath. So I can't let old Nurgle have this objective. So we're going to send you up on your chariots. And my skeleton horseman archers should be able to out-skirmish those guys. Oh, he's got the Noxbringer, though. What a beast. I didn't see that. That's very clever. Very clever indeed. So bone giants are creeping up. Yeah, they're on their way. Retreating back. My opponent's probably going to get the objective because he's got the Noxbringer forcing me back. It's awesome. The Noxbringer isn't super good at max range, though. It tries its best. It tries so hard and got so far. I have a play I could actually make here if he's not paying attention. Let's see. All right, so we're going to do this, and we're going to do... Oh, get closer to me. Give it to me. Okay, he's not going to give it to me. He's indeed not going to give it to me. So Tamarcon is hiding behind the pillar, which is very clever. So we need to fan out our archer boys and do this, and then we just kind of keep shooting here. The Titan is going to do a Shem's Burning Gaze on these guys, and the Bone Giants need to just keep moving up. All right, so let's get another archer boy. We're going to do that. Yeah, still trading very well into the throwing weapons. And now we can start the Spirit Leech here, and we're going to get the Boner Giants to start dropping their fat shafts on the face of that thing. So killing the Noxbringer is definitely going to be good, because that will take away a lot of the pressure. Oh, giant shafts to the face! So you going to get it? Nice. So we're going to Spirit Leech him too, and you guys keep skirmishing. All right, so let's get some Ushopti coming up to help out. Horsemen just keep playing the skirmish game. The boner shafts have been dropped, and now we just kind of keep moving the boners up a little. There we go. All right, outside objectives chill. We're going to get that. And we do get the Spirit Leech down on Homie, and the Noxbringer is almost in range. Oh, shit, we got a little bit cagey over there. Yeah, a little bit sketchy. So we're going to do this. I have a fun idea. We're going to flank around the side, see if we can cook there. Maybe do a little bit of work. So the Boner Giants now, he's hiding behind the pillar. He's basically playing World of Warcraft Arena. You guys remember this. And we're going to Spirit Leech you as well. All right, so keep the skirmishing going. Win the skirmish game. Tamarcon does get hit. So we're going to fan out the Bone Giants so they can shoot a little bit more effectively in either direction. Skirmish game is going very good, and we're going to have this flank potentially coming in. Arkin is here, so we're going to take Arkin around the outside. Uh-oh, Tammy's, Trailer Park Tammy's coming for it. Oh, we're going to Spirit Leech you. Oh, Titan versus Tamarcon is pretty sick. We're going to do the ward save ability. So, dude, okay, I got to zoom in. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, look at that. But now we're going to get all our Bone Giants starting to focus here. And, yeah, really get some good damage going. Okay, so how are the skirmishers looking? Yep, we're trading here. Let's get our skeletons around the back. Tamarcon, we can go drop summons, but you see Tammy's actually not having a good time. Getting blasted by the Bone Giants as well, right? Which is tough. Okay, so we do get a Shem's Burning Gaze. We're definitely going to be getting him towards that healing cap here in a minute. Let's keep you guys rolling. And we're going to need, okay, back pressures, Nurglings. So what we can do is we can call in some Nehekara Horsemen to basically go deal with that shit. Yeah, just make sure nothing bad happens in the backfield here. All right, so we do get a bit of a surround on these guys. Might be able to cut them off here. Bone Giants are a little bit obstructed, but we do get Angels of Decay. So these things are a big problem. They need to die. This player is actually good. Like, the build is good. Like, it's cool. This is a nice fight. All right, let's get you guys in here. Get them fighting. We need to run you guys away. So these are the flying bugs that do, like, unholy hand grenades. They do a lot of damage. Spirit Leech is going to wear off, so we'll cast another Spirit Leech. Do that, and I do manage to catch their horsemen. Yeah, so this player knows how to play Nurgle. They, like, know what the appropriate unit compositions are and all that good stuff. So, yeah, this is nice. So the Angels of Decay need to go. If those things live, we're in big danger. So we just kind of shoot them perpetually here. Let's get another frickin' Ushabti to come in and cleave out these warriors. Save the ammunition. And the Titan can move in and fight Tammy. Tamarcon able to get some fat heals, which is very, very good. And on the back point, we clean those guys up. Let's go get on you. Really good usage of the other units, the frickin' the Noxbringer. Those have been very, very good here. I'm loving that from my opponent here. All right, so Bone Giants are going to do their thing. We need to unsummon you. Get these guys back over here. Yeah, another shot right there, and we're going to get you with a Spirit Leech. So we're following them. We're doing some foul witchcraft. Tamarcon's battling the Titan, which is very fun. And hopefully we can lock this bad boy down. Let's do the shields. And I haven't used the summon yet. We will soon. All right, so the Boner Giants have almost finished off the Flying Bugs, the Angels of Decay. They should start disintegrating. Yeah, they're gone. Okay. So now we can switch back onto Tamarcon. It's a good thing I had that. Jeez Louise. All right, let's unsummon you guys. Get you back in the pool. We're going to bring these ones up, have them start shooting Tammy again. All right. Cool. Let's get another Ushabti. Ushabti are extremely good against Nurgle. They wreck a lot of the Nurgle infantry pretty hard. So, yeah, there's that. We tie down the backfield. We're definitely starting to run away with it a little bit. I believe. Do we have any units that were idle that weren't sent up? No, we don't. Ushabti will take down the Marauders. So now we just need to deal with Tamarcon. Plague Ogres. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, we'll drop another Spirit Leech. We're just going to try and heal cap Tamarcon. That's going to be the idea. So you park here. Let's get you around the outside. And the Plague Ogres, I'm going to use the Skeleton Summon to try and shut down. I think that's going to be the idea. Dude, look how cool these guys are, by the way. Oh, God, the Bone Giants are sick. They're so cool. So waiting for the reinforcements to come in. Let's go ahead and get Skeleton Spearmen to move up. So we're going to start tar pitting the middle with the Undead, although my opponent is stealing the back objective, so we need to get those guys back there. Stat. Okay, let's do that. Get the Skeletons to tar pit the Plague Ogres. Tamarcon is almost cooked, and I can't afford to lose the back objective. If I lose that, it's really bad. So we're going to swarm back here with all these guys, get you guys parking right there, and just have you fire at will. And Tammy's getting low, but my Titan is still alive. Oh, that's nice. So the Titan's still going like an absolute champion. Do I use this ability for the cooldowns? Yes, we do. The Bone Giants are going to use most of their ammunition. You know, they're going to be using most of it. So let's get behind them and then charge them in here. I'm just going to keep going after Tamarcon to try and force him off. I don't know if that's the correct play, but we're going to do it. Dude, I love the Titan versus Tamarcon fight. That's so freaking fun. We'll use the Shem's Burning Gaze here too. And what other units can I call in on the backside? We can do the infantry support, which is going to be nice. I am in the process of almost losing this objective. Tamarcon's, he's raid bossing this shit, man. He's cackling. All right, so we're going to pull behind you guys, get a rear charge, and that should do the trick. Will I be able to clear off Nurgle quick enough, right? That is really the question. So we're going to get two Ushabti, move them to the back point, and try and threaten my opponent's back objective while we continue rumbling here. Tamarcon is almost dead, so we're going to drop the heals. Because I'm probably going to have to play for a triple cap situation. Oh, dude, those giant shafts to the face are just so good. Okay. So I do have my Ushabti summon now. We have the Realm of Souls. We have some horsemen. We're going to use them to go chase that shit down. Make sure nothing happens there. And Tamarcon is very close to dying. I need to make sure that my Lord isn't nearby because he has the big ability. Oh, he's at 1,000 HP. Come on, laser eye him. Oh, bonk him. Oh, he laser eyed him. He did it when I asked. Let's freaking go. Okay, so Ushabti are coming over here. And now we're going to go ahead and do the Skeleton Horseman down there. Get you guys in the trees right there. And we do kill the Lord of Nurgle. All right. So that's pretty great. Could be worse, right? There's a couple Spearmen coming in to provide support. Let's shoot at you guys. How are we looking on the back point here? We're looking pretty damn good. And the Marauder Horseman countering the Ushabti is a great play, though. Really, really good instincts from my opponent here. Okay, so he's up on points pretty heavily. But we get a dominating victory in the back. So we can bring these guys around now to help here. Hide the Ushabtis there, and we're going to go send Arkin to help out there. Now it's the time of the Titans, guys. We're going to move in. Keep you guys parked back here. Get a couple Skeletors up there. And the Bone Giants can also fight in melee if they need to. Now we can shoot the Noxbringer. All right. So let's move in here. Let's get the Ushabti on the objective and steal his back objective here. And we're going to call out the archers here in a minute. All right. Yeah, looking pretty stable. There's a horseman there in the woods. Let's go hunt them down if we can. Let's get you on this. See what's cooking. And we can go ahead and do that. Spirit Leech you a little bit. I don't know if that's worth it, but we're going to try it. So the Boner Giants are almost out of ammunition. Nice little vortex right there. Feels kind of rough. So we're going to go ahead and unsummon you guys and get them back in the pool. And yeah, we found the horsemen in the trees. All right, great. So the back objectives for sure are going to go to us, right? Yeah, 100%. And we do have the Ushabti summon, which we're going to save. Bone Giants, yeah, this one is out of ammunition, so we need it to come help in the middle now. It's going to be close, this game, actually. It's going to be close. We're very ahead on value, but he did have us off the objectives for quite some time. I do actually kind of blunder my lord back here, so that feels bad. Ushapti summon or not? Do we do it back here? I think we do. Let's get these Ushapti coming in to butcher these marauders. And my lord took a lot of damage there, so that feels bad. Okay, so we do summon our Ushapti unit. They should be able to beat this piece. Yeah, that's looking good. We need to get you back here. And now we have the big daddy fighting. Yeah, we need to get into the Plague Ogre, so you don't want to get caught there. Bone Giant, get into combat, spears move in, and we just kind of start that bump and grind, you know? That's got to be what we do. You guys come around the backside, and how are we looking here? Good. So far so good. This objective, unfortunately, we moved off it. That's something I do not want to be doing. So we're going to get some more horsemen to come over and provide capture weight. Now we're back on the objective, so we're going to start capturing it again. Perfect. Yeah, Nurgle's kind of folding on most of the objectives. They have the best pocket of strength in the middle. The Titan is battling it out. Let's get all three of the big boys and have them go after this if we can. Okay, so I have a little bit of dough left. What can I spend it on? Let's get some skeleton horseman archers. We're going to call them up for capture weight, have them just sit on the objective. And Nurgle's been absolutely folded on the back point here. All right, so that's good. And that objective's going to go to us. And now we can call the Ushapti that we have here, send them back to this point, and we have a couple horsemen to intercept these guys. Probably going to be GG here for my opponent soon, I would imagine. I need to reinforce their home objective. We do have some dudes heading over there. I guess I could just park another Skeletor Archer to do this, but now we need to just basically collapse on middle and get that. My opponent, I think I win on just 2 objectives, but it's close. You know, it's close. Yeah, let's get on the Marauders there. You guys chase this shit down. The back objective's looking pretty stable. We have 10 capture weight coming in right now, which is going to be brutal. Ushapti can go screen them out. You guys chill here. Okay. So Ark in the Black's going to get in. The Boner Giant shafts are still singing in the night. Spirit Leech here. And we can do an MLG Pro Player play. You guys ready for this? Oh, Mom, get the camera! So we blocked him with skeletons, and then we trap him with the other ones, right? So that unit's just going to get cooked there. Yeah, he'll escape with some, but he's going to lose a lot of them. Okay, so this objective's going to us. Let's get another Skeletor Archer. Park them right here. My opponent may be thinking about doing something there, but yeah, that's basically going to be it. We just kind of slowly cleaned him up because we double his value, right? So you could see the paradigm of this game of like value trading versus winning on objectives. They're both viable playstyles, and it's usually like a combination of both, right? All right, so yeah, let's get our Skeletor Archers and put them in control group 1 again. Pull you guys back. Get the Boner Giant in here. And we have these like big Titans, right? These big boys there. Chase and chase. Skeleton Horseman Archers should be able to go over there and help. They should be in control group 5. You guys can stay here. No. Let's get you out. There we go. And combine these groups here. There we go. Awesome. So that's just GG at this point. Yeah. There's not anything they can do. Because, see, here's the thing. At this point, what's going to happen is, like, even if they got their home objective back, I've been getting 3 victory tickets for super long. So I can just sit on these, you know, safer objectives here. And, you know, what you'd want to do in this situation if you're in like a high-level tournament, you would want to reinforce your back. You need to think what your opponent's going to do. They know they need 2 objectives to win, so his only option is to try and sneakily steal my back objective and then get this one. Because the middle's too entrenched, right? So that's like the tacticianship that goes into that. So we're just going to use our archers here to cackle and keep spear leeching these guys. And yeah, do that. Boner Giant's getting in. So the Bone Giants can fight melee as well. Was he idle? He should have been fighting. Yeah, I don't know why he would have been idle. It's weird. All right, so yeah, you guys fight the Nurglings. You guys shoot here. We can get the Ushapti to run back over here and grab that again. We'll keep one here. Arkin and company can go over there, chase them down. Use that, and we're going to have another Spirit Leech in a second. All right, so we're going to target them. Yeah, Skaven definitely got some fat nukes. GG, well played. That was a good game. He brought a cool build, too. Like, Tamarcon is really off meta in that matchup, right? Because Ushapti great bows, but yeah, not bad. Well played to you, dude. Torzan, you were a beast. You did grandfather proud. Your fundamentals were very good with the not. And by the way, this matchup is very favored for Tomb Kings. Like, my side is very, very favored. All right. So, let's check it out. And we need to go here. Well played, Torzan. There's no way to type to you, unfortunately. And now we're going to do this. And we're going to load into the back to the tournament. So thank you guys for joining. Hopefully you enjoyed the little intermission. Certainly it was fun showing you guys some cool factions and what it looks like when you play. Okay. And here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, you got your multiplayer achievement? Yeah, let's go. Yeah, you're solid. Great game. Well played. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the semifinals of tonight's tournament. The winner of this match is going to be advancing to the grand final to face Attack Speed Enjoyer, who, of course, is the Wood Elf player. So, this should be fun. So, it's going to be Tim the Wilder versus Maximilianaire here on, I believe, Skjallandir's Cave is what this map's called. And you can see out of the gates, both players are going to be doing Vanguard deployment. So, Skinks Vanguarding up on the objectives to get them quickly, and the Undead respond with the dreaded Crypt Ghouls, right? Which is always fun. Now, back of the army here for the dinosaurs. It's going to be Temple Guard and a Metal Mage. So a slant of metal magic with AoE punishment and the elite Lizardman infantry, which are the Temple Guard. Badass, dude. I love to see that. Salamander hunting packs are pretty much S tier against vampires. They're really, really good at shooting against the Crypt Horrors and the different threats like that. And that's going to be it. So very elite lizard army, actually, with a good skirmishing core. Now for Maximilianaire, the Lord of the Night, he's going to be coming in here with Fate of Buna, as well as Invocation. So Fate of Buna is designed to kill salamanders. So you basically use this and it'll one-shot a salamander hunting pack, which is very good. The rest of the army is going to be classic vampire count. So we do have zombies, skeletons with Konigstein Stalkers and Corpse Carts. He's one of the few vampire count players who you really don't see use Cryptor or Graveguard. Graveguard are used pretty commonly in competitive play, but this Max doesn't seem to like them too much. Now on the outside, we do see the old Manfred von Karstein getting blasted here. So he's being dacked down by all the skink skirmishers. So this is actually not a good start for the vampire counts, that's for sure. And he's going to be getting counterattacked by the Feral Cold Ones and is sitting at 3,700 HP. So this is a really good start for the Lizards because Manfred came over here. He's bald, number one, and number two, you know, he's taken a lot of firepower from all these skink skirmishers. A couple doggies coming in, so vampire counts are going to be responding with the Dire Pack. So Dire Pack is an anti-large fighter, but a bit of a desperation play, right? Because he feels as if he needs to save the Vampire Lord, so he has to sacrifice a good unit. Using Fate of Buna on Coldwind Spear Riders isn't a bad choice, so Vampire is going to be using their own counterspell here to drop it like it's hot and do the work. But even still, the Dire Pack, this Hound unit, is going to be paying the Troll toll, so he's going to be in some trouble. Objective situation, far side objective taken by the Lizards, middle objective going to be held by the Vampire counts, as is usually the case. And over here, it looks like the outside objective should be going to the Lizardmen as well. All right, guys. So pulling back in, Coldwind Spear Riders are going to be the response. And as you've seen this game, the Mortis Engine is going to be here. Manfred already super beat up, though. Man, oh, man. I think that he got shot by some salamanders or maybe took some miscast damage. It was one of the two. So Manfred's going to need to put some Rogaine on that head, man, and get out of there because he's in a little bit of trouble. Dire Pack is going to be crumbling down here, but not before they do okay. But that was a 22 Winds of Magic spell used on those dog units, right, or those riders. Pulling back, the White King's going to be chasing. So we do have two White Kings in combat. These are the heroic undead characters. But they're surrounded by Coldwind Riders. So not a good engagement for Max because the Coldwind Riders are anti-large armor-piercing fighters. So they're actually a bit of a counter to these undead units. And you can see the White Kings are actually losing these fights relatively decisively, right? On the other side, the Salamander Hunting Pack, which is the ranged shooting unit, which the Lizards have been using to harass Manfred, does get tar-pitted by zombies. So somehow Tim blunders his micro and lets his freaking Salamander Hunting Pack get caught and potentially killed by just some trash house units. So that's a big, rare micro blunder from Tim the Wilder there. Tough stuff indeed. Now, looking back towards this. Oh, I love this from Max. The cheeky cap on the other side. So the ghouls, these guys have an ability called Stalk, which means they're invisible until they get close to you. So this is a really good tactic in multiplayer, is using these invisible units to ambush unguarded objectives. But on the other side, the final transmutation going down, the Slan able to cast some big magic here, and Manfred survives with 500 HP. Jeez Louise. So he barely gets by there by the hair of his well, I guess he doesn't have any hair. We've established that this game. Temple Guard still grinding up in the middle, so the Elite Lizard Infantry are doing well. The Salamander Hunting Pack, one of them was able to escape. One does go down, so the Salamander here is chased away by Fellbats, but the other Salamander Hunting Pack is doing great work on the Mortis Engine. No, the units are not revealed once they start capturing the point. You have to go there and find them. You'll be able to see that the point is being captured, so you'll know that there's something invisible there, but yeah, no, that's not the case. All right, so shots going down onto the Mortis Engine. The DACA is there. Buna on a 500 gold unit. No, Iskander, it was a different unit. The Buna was used on a Coldwind Spear Rider, which is like a 900 gold unit there. Yeah, so a little bit different. But as the battle rages on, the Lizards do seem to be in a favorable state. You know, Manfred getting karate chopped. The Mortis Engine is already down to half health and really hasn't been able to get in. Every time we look at the Mortis Engine, it's like looking like it wants to get in versus our spears. You know, try a little something there, but it's not quite able to get the job done. Cryptor is being called in for the Vampire counts. Those are the hard-hitting monstrous infantry. But yeah, man, I love Salamanders. They're such a cool unit. Getting a lot of firepower into the corpse cards here. And old Tim does have double the value, but against vampire counts, you do need to be pretty well ahead in value considering they have healing. So it's not as bad as it looks for vampires. I mean, it's bad for sure, but could still come back. Slan going to be using Banishment, so the Battletoad here going to be dropping a fat spell, so that is going to be cooking a lot of those skeletons. Nice cast right there, immediately bringing those guys down to about half health. Oh my god, the Salamander volley with the Skink Skirmishers, able to get the Mortis Engine to negative leadership. It's at 0 right now, it's on the brink of crumbling. Man, vampires are really just struggling to get activated, and there goes the Mortis Engine. Oh man, that was brutal. Okay, so friggin' Tim here, like an absolute sniper, just getting all the picks. Like every time one of the vampiric centerpieces comes in, we see frickin' Manfred get karate chopped. We see the Mortis Engine get karate chopped. Karate chopped. That was like Manfred and karate chop in one word. This is a good play though. We need more of this. Like Dire Pack hunting down the Salamanders. This is an S tier play from the Vampire Count player, but probably a little bit too late. The Salamanders have already done their job. So the fact that the Mortis Engine is gone means that Lizard Infantry are going to win their fights. The Cyrus Warriors, these guys are 9-foot tall Giga Chad lizards, and they're going to just crush these skeletons. It's not going to matter. And I think the Temple Guard are still online too. We have some more elite infantry, right? Yeah, dude, these Temple Guard, by the way, have been fighting for like a good 5 minutes. They've taken 20% HP, and they've killed 176 enemies. So Temple Guard are kind of a generalist unit, but they're better against large targets, but they're also okay against like infantry. They were able to get the job done. Yeah, so overall, like, yeah, we do see the vampire counts have the objective advantage, but it's not going to be for that much longer. In the backfield, we do see White Kings desperately trying to shut things down, but every time that happens, we do see the Lizardmen respond by using their Coldwind Riders to intercept them, using their cudgels and their armor-piercing damage. Even the big Chungus Battletoad's going to be getting in there and doing some big bonk right there. So yeah, he's doing it, and on the backside, more magic going to be getting dropped by the Slan. A final transmutation, that's going to be turning all these units to metal, lore-wise, but in the game it just does damage, and just absolutely crumbling the undead. Huge AoE punishment, Mortis Engine and the Corpse Cart, just, their remains hanging in there, but that goes down right there too. One Corpse Cart is destroyed, the undead are crumbling on pretty much every front. Objective number 1 is going to be taken here by the Lizardmen. Manfred flying over, trying to do what he can, but every time he flies over, he's catching a dart in his bald head here. So, yep, the blow darts, they're really good at dealing with like flying skirmishers. The Banana Slan certainly making some banana bread here today, as it's only a matter of time until the vampires are ground to dust, I think. Like, we see desperation tactics coming in. And yeah, it's going to be zombies and crypt ghouls. This is a good play when you're kind of behind like this. Just take wild shots, send some like sneaky units to the side objective like we're seeing right here, and try and steal it. If if your opponent's not paying attention, maybe they're a little bit tired or something, you might be able to get it going. You feel good being represented by Manfred, says Aiden? Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, Manfred got done kind of dirty with all the end time stuff, right? Yeah. But yeah, fun character, very evil, ends justify the means kind of guy. But yes. So objective 2, will the vampires be able to hold on to it without the Mortis Engine? Going to be very tough. 9.5k value here. Coldwind Riders still chewing through these White Kings. White Kings, though, do get a little bit of support as some zombies and skeleton spears do move in and chase off the Lizardman Cavalry. White Kings are definitely one of the best heroes in the entire game. Those guys are an absolute problem. But now Manfred's going to land on the ground. He does get a healing spell off on himself, but not before he gets nailed by the Slan magic as well. So 500 HP. Manfred's really low. -6 leadership. Will he be turned to metal by the Banana Toad? And yes, he is. So that's going to be GG, well played. And with that, the Lizardmen and old Tim, going by own goal here today, will be advancing to the grand finals. So now we have Lizardmen versus Wood Elves in the grand finals, which we saw earlier. So we prophesized this rematch, by the way. We prophesized this one. We saw it coming. Close victory. Yeah. It was there. The Temple Guard are very Chad. But, like, guys, they had 300 kills, but only 400 value. So they killed the equivalent of 4 zombies, basically. The Salamanders were the MVPs, I think. Not that their damage was off the charts, but that and the Metal Magic able to kill the Mortis was super clean. Tim has some of the best Salamander micro in the game. Like, those, like, kind of ranged skirmish units from the Lizards. Very, very brutal. All right, so let me get the next replay set up here. Okay. Copy. And now we have our grand final game. All right, let's get that going. So just setting it up here. Casting via replays is definitely smooth. you know, you don't have any lag, and you can get a little bit of cinematic action going. But the live replays are still the best, in my opinion. But, you know, we do what we can here. So let's head out of there and get in here. Oh my God, is this actually what I think it is? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals. Now, remember today, because it's a double elimination tournament, Tim has to beat Attack Speed Enjoyer twice to win the tournament. Freaking twice, okay? So here we are, and loading in. And it is going to be Tim the Wilder, our own goal, spawning on the south side of the map as the dinosaurs, facing off against Attack Speed Enjoyer with a very different build. Holy shit, what the hell's going on here? It's an Orion Rush build! Oh my God! He went with the King in the Woods. So he's got Orion, who is the Mel Gibson of this game. And he's mass cavalry. Hold on one sec, guys. I need some water for this. Some little H2O here. I cannot believe this is happening. The Wood Elves are probably going to throw the game with this, but it's going to be hilarious. So, dude, he is straight up rushing him down. He's got mass mobility, mass cav, and he's going to be coming for it. There's no archers in this Wood Elf build. Now, looking at the build here for old Lizardman and Tim, he's got the similar build, right? Saurus and Skinks and Cold One Riders and, you know, very meta stuff. He does have a slan of fire on the other side, so Burning Head's going to be coming out of the slan right here. And in the woods, we have a big vanguard of Skinks who are going to be trying to push up on the point. So we're going to fast forward a little bit while the fighting happens. And now the King of the Woods is advancing from the trees. The horn of the Wild Hunt has been sounded, and we immediately see the little Skinks getting run over by the Christmas Cavalry. The Wild Rider's also going to be advancing out from the other side, so they're able to get in there. And yeah, look at the damage. I mean, it is folding up the Lizardman Vanguard, but man, this Glade Rider got punished because they ended up taking a fight versus a Colden Rider. Here, the Wild Rider's also diving into the Saurus Warriors. But this is extremely risky because you're basically, like, this is the equivalent of fighting in an undead base in this game. You're fighting in your opponent's, like, spawn zone, which means they get big advantages, but we do see some big sweeps. Like, several units of chaff units are being cleared up. Saurus Warriors are going to be getting hammered as well, and the Wood Elves continue their onslaught of the Lizard Army. Both sides taking some casualties. No, Anticity would have archers. He would have mobility and archers. That's, like, his style. He likes, like, mass mobility with archer units supporting. This is just straight mass mobility. So we're going to see if he's going to be able to get through it. It's going to be tough. So as far as casualties go, one Wild Rider unit in the can, several units of Skink units, and a unit of Saurus Warriors is actually just straight up KO'd out here. Mel Gibson's going to be coming in, full chub, full boner, and he is going to get his anti-large spears into the back of these guys. So he is an anti-large fighter and will be able to do some work, so we'll see what he does. In combat, there he goes, skewering down a couple of those cav units with his giant stick. And yeah, fight going pretty well for the hardwood over here. But aside from that, the onslaught of the Wood Elves has been stifled a little bit. You know, the charge has gotten a little bit tired. More Wild Riders being called out as they continue grinding with the Saurus. And Orion and company, I like this Death Star. This, like, Death Star build from Orion and all these units is very fun. Like, kind of this big hammer just moving around the battlefield. Still kind of healthy, too. Able to get some of these Wild Riders back. Objective's going to be favoring Wood Elves right now. That is going to be a really nice Flock of Doom right here. While there is going to be a Burning Head going down in the Dryads from Tim and the Lizardmen. Does a little bit of damage, nothing too crazy, but it is what it is. But the problem is, you know, when you go for a big mobility build like this against a swarm, you can sometimes lose out on battlefield agency. So now there's an opportunity for the Saurus and the Skinks to move over towards Objective 3 and grab that bad boy if they can. But still massive devastation into the backfield. We do see a hell of a lot of these cavalry units taking some nasty fights and folding up a lot of these units. Orion, of course, very helpful. Dryads and Great Stag Knights really giving the business to these Saurus. So Great Stag Knights are a heavy armor-piercing unit. And the problem with Wood Elf Cav is they're not super tanky. They're very glass cannon, so if they get trapped in sustained combat too long, they can have a little bit of a problem, but, you know, they're trying their best. So here, this is going to be a freaking disaster and a half. It looks like a banishment going down from the Battletoad, catching both of the Wood Elf expensive cavalry units. One of them is down, loses. Oh, man, that was a game-changing play right there, honestly. This battle is pretty even, but just nailing 2,000 gold cavalry units and basically one-shotting them with a big spell, that, if the Wood Elves end up losing this game, remember this moment, because that's probably what's going to be the catalyst for that. Orion dropping a bombardment right there, nailing down the Skink cohorts, and he still does have the Great Stag Knights and Orion fighting versus the Cold One Spear Riders. We do see the Lizardmen pulling up in value, and this is a big problem for the Wood Elves. Their home objective has been captured. And we do see the Arrows of Kurnus coming out from the Waystalker in the back, getting a little bit of a pot shot. But now the Lizardmen do have the objective advantage, and the Wood Elves are looking really raggedy. I mean, they've been fighting in the backfield, taking a lot of issues, and Man, oh man, I do not know what's going to be cooking here. I think the Wood Elves are kind of running out of steam a little bit. Their Alpha Strike was cool, but it didn't do devastating enough damage to really cripple the Lizard army. And the Lizards are just even home camping them, sitting on their home objective. And now the Lizards are also going to be grabbing this objective here. So objective 1 most likely going to be flipping there to the Lizardmen as the Wild Riders turn around and fight. But I think that is going to be all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's going to be it. Pulling on up are the Saurus Warriors. Orion, the King of the Woods, going to be trying to stabilize it. What else going to be calling out mobility? But like, you know, a Glade Rider is a light, cheap kind of cav unit. It's not going to be able to do anything against the Saurus Warriors. The Saurus Warriors are just going to raid boss that shit all freaking day. So this objective firmly in the clutches, as this objective is going to be going as well. And the good thing about replays is we can fast forward when I think the game's over. So we don't have to... Yeah, look at this. So Orion gets caught back here, and he gets surrounded by anti-large cavalry, which are going to be very good countering him. And he loses a hell of a lot of HP. So, yeah, there's no way. This game's over. Wood Elves have, like, barely anything. Good scrappiness, though. He does have some cav units fighting over here on the outside, going after the Saurus Warriors. He manages to claim his objective back, which is cool. So, the nice little Alpha Strike there. But the Saurus are still holding and fending them off and doing really good damage against them in sustained combat right here. Orion dying is also a problem. Like, maybe if Orion was, like, healthy and back here and helping, that would be nice. But, oh, man, no mercy coming in from the cold-blooded ones. The calculated cold-blooded attacks as they do get a big surround right here. That's a nice one. So, yep, 89 HP. Freedom! He yells freedom as he goes down, surrounded by Velociraptor cavalry, and that is going to be it. Probably going to see a tap out from the Elves here kind of soon. I mean, he's still scrapping. He has really good micro, like really, really good control. Attack speed and endure are definitely very solid with that, but that's going to be all she wrote. GG. So now, guys, Tim the Wilder, a.k.a. own goal. I don't know. We'll figure out what he wants to call himself one of these days. He is going to be going to game 2. And if he wins this next one, he wins the tournament. But remember, attack speed and endure just needs to win one game, and the entire event's over. That was a cool-ass build, though. Shout out to our boy Attack Speed Enjoyer. This is like a forbidden style from the days of old. Where would it work in this matchup? I don't know. I don't know where this, like, against a lesser player, this could have worked for sure, but own goal is very, very good, so. Okay. Let's see. Perfect. No problem. Send replay when you can. So they're in the second game right now playing it out, and I'm going to get the replay. And we'll go from there. That was really fun, though. Orion tried, man. He yelled freedom. He went hard. You don't remember the Velociraptors and Braveheart? Yeah, that's true. They weren't there. Lizardmen are so funny. It's like, it's literally just dinosaurs riding dinosaurs. It's so absurd. It's quite wild indeed. Would this build... Okay, so if we look at these two builds, would this build have beaten this build in Warhammer 2? No, I don't think so. I think the Saurus would just, like, box up. You would just box up with Saurus and counterpunch them in Javelin and Burning Head. It would be a loss for the Wood Elves too. Yeah. On some maps you can do huge rushes, like depending on the situation. Usually like a slightly delayed rush is better. Like you would want to hide them in the trees, wait for your opponent to move up on the objectives, and then alpha strike them. But on that map didn't have the opportunity to really do that. It had like a really safe home objective, and the map's incredibly small. See, he couldn't abuse his mobility that much on that map because it was very small. Yeah, where in the rulebook does it say a dinosaur can't ride a dinosaur? It's true. Those are some facts right there. Absolutely. Got to rewatch Braveheart. I rewatched The Patriot recently. The one with Mel Gibson, the Revolutionary War is so good. So fun. You'd buck up with the Saurus. That video on YouTube of the I Hate Saurus one, that one's really funny. If you guys haven't seen that, definitely look it up. It's pretty hilarious. All right. So let's jump out of here, and we're going to hang tight. Braveheart's an amazing movie. Yeah, it's pretty god tier. Oh, I love just like looking at the campaign cinematics sometimes. Look how cool Tamarcon is. I want to use him in tabletop as my like Nurgle Lord, but the problem is his frickin' the Toad Dragon is too big for the base that you need to have a Chaos Dragon on. Yeah, True Grand Finals coming up. I wonder who has the best one here. Yeah, Luther's is pretty good. The Merworm lurking in the back is always a really cool touch for this. To this day, your favorite movie is Troy? The 2004? Yeah, I enjoyed the Troy movie. It's a little corny at times, but it's fun. I'm a simple man, you know. I enjoy those kind of movies. I hate Saurus. I hate them. It'd be pretty funny. Scarbrand's pretty Chad also. Look at this guy. He's in 40k too, right? You could play Scarbrand in 40k. He's not just like fantasy. Yeah, Moltra, absolutely. We can't watch our beloved Sons of Sigmar be violated like this. This one was a little underwhelming for me. Just kind of like, that's such a wimpy battle cry too. It's such a shame for such a cool character, you know? This is the goated one though, right here. You guys ready? This is the best one. He like launches the attack and then like cowardly like slinks away into the shadows. I love it. It's so good. This one's also pretty great. Just like the meat slide. This is probably what most of us look like here. This is the true male Warhammer player. Powerful stuff. Yeah, Golgs is all right. I think the dwarves have. This one is badass too. He like kills a star dragon, then just like pops out. Oh yeah, the Slayer King, baby. Got it, Haxies. Got it. I haven't played 40k in a hot minute. I'm planning on playing this week. You want to see Mel Gibson's? Okay, we can show you Mel Gibson's. It's old. I don't think it's been updated in a long time. That's still badass though. Oh, the Horn of the Wild Hunt, baby. Durthus is old as shit too. This one, I was literally in my mid-20s when this one came out. Dreyka's just hanging out there. Who has the coolest vampire one? I think probably Heinrich does. He like summons the dead, and you see like Krell lurking behind him, and just like in a silhouette of darkness. That's so sick. Okay, let me check here. Yep, still no replay from the boys. We'll just kind of keep hanging out. The Chaos Dwarves have some rad ones as well. Yes, Gremlin. Yeah, no, I'm excited to play some Death Guard games. I'm going to go pick up the Codex this week. He's alive! Yeah, he's a Necromancer. In the game, he's considered undead for the sake of rules, but he's technically alive, yeah. He's just like, he's not a lich or anything. That was alright. I feel like the Chaos Dwarves could be a little more hype. This guy just like straight up laughs and just kicks someone down a hill. Grimgore. You wanna? We can do some Norska. That's such a weak battle cry. Like they need to give the work on the battle cries to these guys. Wolfric is badass. Look at this. Oh yeah. Oh, that's like some Arthas shit right there. That's like in the Frozen Throne cinematic, or the Wrath of the Lich King. Damn, that one's good. Oh, the fat dragon's coming, and there's like a horde behind him. Throg's pretty scary too. I haven't played the Oblivion game. No, I haven't. Where's Krell? You saw Krell, Kyle. Oh yeah. Certainly not bad. Yuan Bo's pretty cool. The Jade Dragon. Cathayan Tabletop's gonna be pretty rad. They're probably gonna be miserable to play against. Just like cannons and like super tanky infantry. And because the problem in Tabletop is there's no objectives right now. They're probably gonna add them to balance it. Would be my guess. That's so cool. Yeah, he's definitely one of the coolest ones. Then you got Baba Yaga over here. Oh yes, evil hag. It's everyone's Slavic grandma right there. They should equip her with a slipper to hit you with. Okay. Yeah, we looked at Vampire Coast already.
I fight for the great our future.
Have you guys seen the trailer? Oh, we should watch that. If you haven't seen the trailer for this guy, it's so freaking good. Yeah, let's actually pull that up. I wish. Can you watch the trailers in the game, like the cinematic trailers? I don't think you can. I think we have to pull them up. Okay. So let's do this real quick. Hold on. Okay. I think this will be it. All right. Hold on. So we're gonna get this set up for you guys right now. So if you guys haven't seen this trailer, it is lower left icons for cinematics, so it's not for like the game, the DLC trailers, I don't think. Okay. So hopefully this won't be too loud. Let's get in there. Do this. All right. This trailer is so freaking good. It's literally just Batman and Mad Max mixed together. Okay. I'll just mute myself.
Where is he?
It has been many years, but this city will never be safe. Not whilst he is still out there.
We'll show them pointy ears! We'll show them all! His immensity, his enormously, as we can!
We're just warming up! A storm comes to Elfwan. It is my duty, our duty, to endure. It's time we give the pointy heads a proper fight! Stand with me! For as long as I still live! Our Ibris will never fall!
That freaking trailer is so cool. It's so good. And the bit in the beginning with like the goblin in jail, like he's like the Joker, you know, he's just like laughing and like Grom doesn't suck. Grom is really good in multiplayer actually. And Eltharian's good too. They're both like solid now. But like you get the freaking, it's so good. You get the Joker goblin in jail. And then he walks out to the parapet and he's like looking, he's like, this city will never be safe. It's literally Gotham. And then like, you know, while he's still here and then another Batman villain appears, it's like, dude, it's so good. It's so good. All right, what's cooking now? We're still, oh my God, we still don't have the replay. We literally watched all that. They must be done here in a minute. It must be super sweaty. An ancient high elf having beef with a fat goblin is pretty funny. It is, absolutely. Yeah, the Immortal Empires trailer is the best trailer, I think. Yeah, it's one of them. I love that trailer. Storm clouds gather. Those Rogue Isle units look pretty cool. I hope they're good in multiplayer. They're not, unfortunately. I hate that I can't find certain trailer songs as standalones. Oh, I know. It's so annoying. Yeah. I have been able to get some of the standalone audio files in the past for like special events with, but yeah, it's tricky. No, that's not Greasus. That's a different. No, that's Grom. He's just another fat dude in the setting. It is not Greasus. Call it a labor of love. There you go. There you freaking go, man. All right, guys. So we're approaching the finals here. Thank you for sticking around tonight. I know there's been some downtime, but we've had some fun together as we approach the dreaded 4-hour mark here. And these guys have got to be almost done. I mean, they've been just rubbing their sausages together for the past 15 minutes. Yeah, the Rogue Idol's all right. It's just too slow is the problem. If the Rogue Idol was more maneuverable, then it would be a threat. But it's just so potato. Like its turn speed and everything is so haggard. It just doesn't seem to do much damage either. Yeah, the Ogre Kingdom song is really good. Yeah. I think I might try and get some of those songs together. We could actually just like play them while we're chilling in between games and stuff. The Demon Prince trailer song is really good. It is. I wish we had a full version of the Warhammer 3 launch trailer where Katarine battles the Bloodthirster. I wish we had the full version of that like lullaby from Kislev. Oh, that would be amazing. Grom versus Grease's hot dog show match when? Who would win that? All right, who do you guys think could eat more, Grom or Greasus? Fat equals evil in fantasy. Bald equals evil in 40K. Well, bald is that's kind of been a trope for a long time, like since the 70s and 80s. Yeah, because Grom just constantly eats, right? Because of the troll flesh is just, he's constantly like expanding. Yeah. No, we're waiting for the grand finals right now. We're just waiting for the replay. All right, so they started playing, I don't know how long ago. Not too long. So Grom has an insatiable hunger. Okay. Yeah. Grom the Punch. Grom's a very good lord. He's actually made some meta appearances. Greenskins are fun. Really cool faction to play. They're kind of like the Haggard Empire. Like kind of a jack of all trades, can do a lot of different things. Oh, Haxies, yeah, that was pain. Imagine if the idol hit everything hard, you'd actually have to dedicate micro to Benny hilling it. Yeah. It just doesn't hit hard either. It's so lackluster, you know? Would Grom eat Greasus faster or vice versa? I mean, I think in a lore fight, Greasus would probably defeat Grom. Like, I remember watching a lore video about the actual characters and, like, their power levels. And I think Greasus is a very terrifying fighter. And he also has, like, some really crazy magical scepter that's from, like, an ancient race of titans. And he's an ogre. He's just, like... Grom is just an overgrown goblin, basically. So Greasus would annihilate Grom in a fight, probably lore-wise. But Grom is also, like, you know, a cunning, scheming war leader and, you know, things like that. So it's not always about who just beats who in a fight. Greasus almost beat Grimgor in a fight. Yeah, I think there was, like, some serious plot armor that saved him, but Greasus was kicking Grimgor's butt in the fight, I think. Yeah, Sky Titan Scepter, yeah. Grom is an overgrown goblin who absorbed the power of a troll. Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's check here. Still nothing. Dude, pure sweat from these guys, man. I wonder if one of them is streaming it. We can just go watch their stream. Exalted Hero of Khorne. Yeah, he's one of the coolest. He looks really good. I mean, Khorne models in general. Let's just, like, load in and look at some of these bad boys while we're waiting. Yeah, the Wrathmongers are sweet. We also, the Chosen of Khorne look really cool. Skull Reapers. Khorne has some of the coolest aesthetics in the game, 100%. Like the motorcycles, the Mad Max shit they got going on. It's freaking awesome, man. We should have a... Dude, I would be so down. We should have a hot dog eating contest amongst the multiplayer community to decide who do you think would win? Of all the people who do, like, you know, the YouTube and the Twitch stuff, who do you think could put down the most hot dogs? You know? I think that if I started exercising a little bit more, I could probably put down 8 to 10 hot dogs with buns included. All right. You think Goji would win? You think so? All right. So check these guys out. Like, look how freaking cool these Khornate warriors look. So those are Wrathmongers. These are Chosen of Khorne, so these are super elite infantry as well. And then these are Skull Reapers. Those guys are sick too. Man, Khorne looks so good. Anticity? I don't know. I don't know if Anticity could eat as many hot dogs as I don't know what Okoye looks like. I haven't seen the man's physique. Anticity would cap out at 3. Dude, and the Slaughter Brute, that thing is so cool. Yeah, Anticity does have the competitive spirit too. That's actually true. So if, like, I think Anticity would be like, he'd be like Batman. Like, if you gave him prep time in the hot dog eating contest, he'd probably start working out, like, super hardcore and developing this crazy insatiable appetite. He would be like that professional eater, Kobayashi. Oh, have you guys seen that? Kobayashi? He's like tiny. So there's 2 famous hot dog eaters in the world, right? There's Kobayashi and there's Joey Chestnut. And the Chestnut guy is like what you'd expect. He's like a bigger guy. He's like, he's an American dude, just putting down the wieners, right? But then Kobayashi is just like a monster. Like, he's like tiny and super jacked, and he can eat like 1 million hot dogs. It's insane, and he has like just a ripped 6-pack. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? I'm not crazy. Do I have to show you guys this? I don't know if I've ever done that. Like, yeah, I don't know what it's like on YouTube with, like, watching other videos and stuff. I know, but I would love to watch that with you guys. Okay, we can look at pictures at the very least, right? Okay, let me check. Hold on. Yeah, still nothing yet. Hold on. We can look at the hot dog eaters. Okay. Okay, there he is. Takeru Kobayashi. All right. So here's the Japanese hot dog master. Okay. Would you ever think that like this guy? Here's his Facebook. Oh my god. Yeah, here's the two guys. Would you ever think that this guy could eat more than like these hulking behemoths? Like he goes to the competitions and he just oh, this is a great picture right there. He absolutely just crushes people. Look at that. 68 hot dogs being put down. It's insane. And he's like super fit too. The guy's like very athletic, works out a lot, you know? Yeah, you can see like he's lean, but okay, he's actually pretty jacked. I don't know if that's actually him, but yeah, that's like a serious bicep right there. When I saw him in the earlier days, he was a little bit less jacked, but yeah, no, he actually looks pretty ripped. Yeah. And then you have Joey Chestnut, obviously. One sec here. This is like what you expect, you know? this is what you expect right here, you know? Yeah, like this kind of like goofy Joey or guy. Oh, he actually lost a lot of weight. I've seen pictures of him where he's like very large. Yeah. Okay, what's the world record for hot dog eating actually? Gotta have strong arms to lift all those wieners, yeah. Okay. So let's see here. So we're gonna go look real quick. Let's see, world record hot dog eating. Okay, so the world record for hot dog is 83. Oh shit. So Joey Chestnut is the champ. The second guy is the champ. He's got 83. He broke the previous world record was set by another Japanese individual, Miku. Let's see this guy. Oh shit. So I always wondered what that would be like. So the world record for hot dogs in the world is 83, or was it? But the second place record is held by a 39-year-old woman, and she was able to put down 76 hot dogs. Holy shit. Yeah, here she is. Okay, let's go look at that real quick. Perfect. Yeah, this lady. So this woman, apparently, I feel like that was a dangerous click right there. Like searching like the lady's name with hot dogs. But yeah, she apparently has the second place record, and she's put down something like 70 hot dogs. That's crazy. Okay. Wow. Today we learned, huh? Like, I feel like eating like 8 hot dogs is a lot. That just seems like superhuman. You know? He must have some, maybe he's secretly a space marine and he has like 2 stomachs, or he's like a goat. He's got like goat genetics. Why is the hot dog the metric for competitive eating? That's a good question. Let's why are hot dogs the metric for competitive eating? Let's see what AI says. The tradition of competitive hot dogs dates back to the early 20th century, with the roots in New York City. Nathan's famous hot dog stand in 1916. A group of immigrants engaged in a spontaneous eating contest, laying the groundwork for what would become a beloved American tradition. So it's like it was just the first thing that apparently popped up. Yeah, New York City going hard. Yeah, okay. Public spectacle, and hot dogs are also shaped like, you know, they have a bit of a, what would be the word, a phallic shape. So it's funny. Also, there's like a humorous element to eating hot dogs. Yeah. The Meridian. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. I ate 10 hot dogs for $50. Miserable? Yeah. It's not worth the suffering. All right. Yeah. Copy that. And outstanding. So we're going to get that. And we have the Grand Finals replay. Okay, let's do this. And let's go to the replay folder. And all right, so finals. So thank you guys for sticking around. I know there's been some downtime while we were waiting, a little bit of lag issues. But yeah, we're finally here. We got to talk about eating hot dogs and explored that culture, which was fun. Is this it? This is it. Okay. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is for all the frickin' marbles, all right? It is going to be a duel of fates between the Lizardmen and the Wood Elves. And look at this. He's going to try the rush build again. We saw Attack Speed Enjoyer beat own goal earlier by essentially just playing, you know, standard mass archers with spears and, you know, kind of this defensive concave position. But here, he's going to be mass vanguarding again. All right, guys. Let's get it going and let's break it down. So we got to pause. This is some Warhammer 2 shit. A mass, this is one of the only maps in the game where you can literally vanguard on top of your opponent. So the Wood Elves literally vanguarded on top of him, like on both sides. So we have 3 cav units here. And on the other side, Mel Gibson is back. Another rush build, round 2. So this one's going to get right into the action. Let me get some water and we're good to go. All right. I think we're good. So the rush immediately comes out. The Wild Riders with the Horn of the Wild Hunt. Charge bonus of 105. And the Lizardmen are like, oh God, they're back again. So Ryan, you know, he lost that first fight and he didn't like that. But look at the Vanguard, getting all the Glade Riders on top of the point, getting right on top of the Skink Skirmishers. That's some pretty brutal stuff. Out of the gates, Lizardmen do take some heavy casualties. On the other side as well, we do see that going down. But this side's a lot better for the Lizardmen as the Coldon Riders were nearby and were in position. So they're able to get a nice little ambush right there. So out of the gates, I would say pretty even trading. Attack Speed Enjoyer does get a lot of picks over here. And this map, by the way, is exponentially better for this playstyle. You know, it's going to be a lot better. So he does get the Bum Rush. The Coldon Riders do get pinned down here. So this entire flank is collapsed for the Lizardmen. But on the other side, it's also probably a little bit better for the Dinos here. As we do see a Wild Rider unit being pretty much KO'd. The Glade Riders are going to be KO'd as well, not really get much for it. And now both players are probably going to maybe pull back and get their bearings. We'll have to see. Dude, he didn't even grab the objectives. He's not even getting the objectives. He's straight up just trying to kill his opponent, which is freaking hilarious. He definitely should get the points. I mean, the fact that he doesn't have the... Oh my God, the Wood Elves don't have any objectives. I don't know. Like, I like the rush build, but I like it behind the objective grabbing. So Wild Riders are going to be creeping in the backfield. We do see some magic going down as a Dryad is going to be using the Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma here. Banishment coming down from the Battletoad, going to be dropping it like it's hot in the Skink cohort. Burning Head response also from the Battletoad. Going to be nailing some of the Wild Riders here as we do see the maneuvering of the Wood Elf Cavalry being faster than the Lizard Cav. Trying to get away, but they are going to be hugging the edge of the map. So a little bit cagey indeed. So on this objective, a couple Skinks do get it, but the points still belong to the Lizardmen, which feels really, really bad. And the Lizards have a big pocket of strength right here. They have the Coldon Riders and Saurus Warriors. Very stalwart units that are going to be incredibly tough to finish. They're probably going to move up and just grab the objectives right here, right? On the backside, Wild Riders battling it out versus the Saurus Warriors. Mel Gibson's going to be heading back this way. And here we do have the Glade Riders still not getting to the point yet. So it's just pure carnage here. On the outside, Wild Riders battling it out. But these are not the anti-large spear riders, I don't think. No, these are just feral cold ones. So the Wild Riders will actually win this fight relatively decisively. But if the Skinks get in there, it could change the dynamic of that fight. Still no objectives being grabbed by the old Wood Elves. Looking at the value trading, 3.8 against 3.4. Slight favor for the Wood Elves here, as these guys are basically just having a bit of a land battle here. Orion is after the Battletoad. He is. Burning Head activated. Does manage to cook a couple Wild Hunters, but for the most part, they do dodge it and get back. And now on the backside, we do see some more Cav being called out. It is going to be Sisters of Thorn. Exquisite, maybe. Yeah, maybe we'll do a Warcraft 3 game after this. I'm not sure. I'm pretty damn hungry, but I would be down for maybe one match at the very end to kind of close things out. Horn of the Wild Hunt activated. They're going to be cruising up for a bruising, heading towards objective number 3. So still none of the objectives have really been grabbed, and Wood Elves do have pockets of strength. The Wild Riders back here are going to get surrounded and enveloped, so it feels bad. They're like 1,000 gold cav unit. Going to get swarmed by all these units, so you kind of forgot about them in the corner, and they're going to be getting dragged down by all these bad boys. In the meantime, this objective is going to be taken by the Wood Elves, or is it going to be ignored? It looks like Attack Speed Enjoyer is straight up just playing like pure carnage. He's just going for violence, going for blood, and we're going to see what's cooking here. Coldon's Riders are okay. They're not anti-large, so Ryan probably beats them in combat. It's not looking good for the Wood Elves for me. I feel like this is going to be a repeat of the previous game, as he's committing so heavily to this corner fight, but this is like... You're in the spawn zone of the freaking Lizardmen, you know? And, like, here's the thing, guys. If you had done this exact same rush build and then had maybe a couple gremlins grab all the objectives, so sacrifice 1 or 2 wild riders, sacrifice the entire flank over here. Like, you don't need those units. And get the dryads to get all 3 objectives, you would be up like 800 points right now. And then you would at least have a win condition with your rush. Because here, you're just playing into your opponent's strengths over and over. And I just think it's not going to work. We'll do a little bit of fast forwarding here. I straight up don't think there's too much of a chance, as we do see the Wood Elves kind of getting picked apart in the backfield here. 6.7k. Orion is able to salvage the middle a little bit. Takes down some of these units, but still no objectives are being grabbed. As attack speed enjoyer, does he stabilize? The Wild Riders still chewing here. I would love to see a comeback. I would love to see the Wood Elves, claw a close game here, but I don't know, man. Those Saurus and those infantry are going to be tough. And Mel Gibson's also getting a little bit low here. He's very, very beat up. He does, of course, have a spear, going to be shanking down some of the Saurus warriors, and does have passive healing when he gets low health with the Cloak of Isha, but we'll see if that's going to matter. In the backfield, Wild Riders and Glade Riders, they are actually getting a little bit of work done. I mean, there's not many Saurus spears in this position, so it's going to be good. This objective is going to be finally flipping as the Branch Wraith does grab this, and some Wild Riders back here. Glade Riders chasing down the cold ones. Mel Gibson getting smashed up, though. He's at 2,800 HP down to 25, looking very, very tattered here. And the Lizards just have this Death Star of units, right? So here, there's so many of them. They're going to be just rolling around the map. And pretty much all the Wood Elves can really do is kind of play like Rat Gremlin style. But the sustained durability of the Saurus on the points is going to be tough. So objective 3 goes to Dinos. Orion is super low. He's at 1,600. We do see attack speed enjoyer looking for opportunities in the backfield with Wild Riders and Sisters of Thorn. But yeah, that's going to be rough. Mel Gibson also not long for this Earth. He's at 1,300 HP right here. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that we're going to be... I mean, he's behind on points too, right? Like, this is a cheeky, using the Sisters of Thorn to try and fight the Saurus over here. They actually did pretty good for themselves, but you can see when the sustained combat kicks in, the Saurus warriors start to really trade well into them. Middle objective here belongs to the Lizards, and Orion very low at 700 HP. If this has any hope of a comeback for the Wood Elves, I would be so shocked. That would be absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. On the backside, moving up are the Skink cohorts with javelins. They're going to be heading over here, and maybe the Wood Elves do get this. With their mobility, isolating that Saurus unit's pretty good. But they're still behind in points. Man, if he had just had the 3 Dryads or the mobility, grab the points and then bum rush, maybe. Although, the bum rush out of the gates, I think, is necessary. This side was very good, but this whole engagement over here was rough. They had just been Dryads. So Wood Elves contesting the point. Wild Riders fighting it out. Hey, do we have a game on our hands? Can the Lord of the Woods, can he pull this out? We do see the Wood Elves getting a little bit of momentum here. Value trading is 9.4 against 9.1. Neither side really has healing outside of Orion. Skinks arriving up to the point with another Skink unit. That's going to be 10 capture weight against 4 or 5 here, which is tough. The Cold One Cavalry in the middle, not Cold One Cavalry, but the Wood Elf Cavalry are actually killing a lot of the Lizard stuff. And, as I'm kind of looking around here, I do see that much of the army for the Lizards is very raggedy looking. Dude, if this is a Wood Elf victory, I'm going to be so excited. That is going to be so good. Yeah, he's scrapping hard. Cold One Spear Riders and Cold One Riders going to be getting called in. Lizards do stabilize the back objective, but somehow Palpa Wood Elves have returned. And they do indeed have the first objective and the second objective. Although, don't run off it. Capture that objective. Capture it. Oh, he's going to run off the objective. He does have a Dryad there, or a Branch Wraith. But yeah, man, he didn't get the objective. That feels bad. Granted, I think he's more focused on just killing shit right now and trying to isolate. So this is where maybe the Wood Elves can come back because they have this huge mobile army that can just run around and isolate Lizardmen assets that are a little bit trapped up. He does pop the Horn of the Wild Hunt to try and catch the Cold One Riders, which unfortunately is not able to close the distance for his sake. Orion is still alive. He's been able to heal up to 1,800 HP. At any point in the game, he could certainly hunt down the Battletoad. And we do see the Lizardmen just trying to catch their breath, trying to consolidate some forces, get some units here, and gather enough to push back this mobility, which is going to be hard. Orion's very good anti-large fighter. He's at 1,800 value so far, so he's been a bit of a pimp for sure. No infantry, really. A couple Dryad units, maybe, for the army of the Wood Elves. And the Dryads do get into combat. Oh, Orion's coming for that booty, I think, guys. I think he wants it. I think he wants them toads over here, so he's going to be maybe thinking about attacking the Battletoad. Cold One Rider's now going to collapse in the middle. The advantage does lie in the hands of the Lizardmen. They do have the 2 objectives, so the Wood Elves are the ones who need to move up and get a point. It's not really going to be on the Lizards to do that. Blood Statute of Spite or Melkoth's activated on these guys, and they are going to charge into some haggard Wood Elf skirmishers on the outside, so they're going to get trapped and dragged down. Battletoad heading over towards objective Dose, and the skink cohorts are firmly holding their ground. Sorry about that. Oh, the big finisher. All right, so this is the Gambit. This is the Lost Sylvan Knights. So Lost Sylvan Knights are really tough to kill because they're ethereal, so they get 55% Phys Res. So if there's no magic damage on the Lizardman roster, they could actually be maybe the asset that the Wood Elves need to fold things up. So probably what's going to happen is we're going to see the Wood Elves save up for the Horn of the Wild Hunt. Not save up for it, but wait for the cooldown. So Orion's going to blow the horn, and you're going to get a charge bonus of like friggin' 120 on those guys. And they're going to try and fold up. So yeah, a bit of a surround attempt right now. We do see the Wild Riders coming around the outside, currently points favoring the Lizards. They're looking pretty okay, so we're going to fast forward while they posture and jockey for positioning, because we can do that since it's a replay. And in the front, the Lost Sylvan Knights move in, and they roll over some of the skink cohorts. The Wild Riders going to be encircling around the back, and immediately we see a retreat from the Lost Sylvan Knights. As Orion is getting ready, he wants to go after the Battletoad. You could tell the way he's kind of lurking around here, he wants it bad. Cycle charging from the Sylvan Knights, but this is very dangerous for Orion. Those are Cold One Riders. They're going to do some work against him. He does use the Horn of the Wild Hunt, and it has been sounded. And on the outside, the Wood Elf Cavalry have engaged, getting a proper engagement versus the Cold One Spear Riders. Now, normally the Cold One Spear Riders win that fight, but because of the charge bonus, maybe it's a little bit closer. Although it does look like they were just healthier to begin with, and there are more Cold One Riders nearby. Wild Riders here with a 95 charge bonus going to be plowing through those Cold One Riders. And in the front, the Lost Sylvan Knights getting some work done. Mel Gibson is surrounded, guys. He's getting a little bit cagey here, so he's trapped up by the Cold One Riders. But thankfully for him, these are not the anti-large variant, so he's going to actually be able to endure this. Yeah, his spear attack is good. It'll take out one or two of them every time he attacks, basically, so it ain't terrible. In the backfield, Wild Riders forced to retreat. I think this is maybe the death knell for the Wood Elves, as we do see two Wild Rider units getting folded up. Lost Sylvan Knights do well, though, with some Dryads. Yeah, but as it currently stands, I believe that the Lizardmen can win on just one objective. The thing is, Tim is like he's a tech guy, he's a math guy. He's going to be able to do that math in his head, so we'll have to see how that goes. All right, Golden Riders duking it out with Orion. Sylvan Knights and Dryads, though, getting momentum, able to get that objective back. The points, we just see the Lizardmen are too far ahead on points. They're going to be able to win on just the one. So right now, the Lizardmen just need to helm deep. But if they lose this objective, if somehow the Wood Elves can flip this real quick, then that suddenly flips the game on its head, right? Yeah, because in the middle, crushing victory for the Wood Elves. On the back flank engagement, it's still kind of dodgy, actually. Wild Riders and Wood Elves really showing their tenacity and their leadership as they fight the Children of the Cold Ones here. All right, back on the fight. Wild Riders trying to get it, but we do see the response of the Cold One Spear Riders being brought out. And is Orion going to take his momentum? He needs to get this third objective. He needs to frickin' get it. Is the freedom going to be brought? Is he going to do it? Is he going to yell it? I don't know. Find out. Battletoad's being harried and harassed. Now, the problem, Battletoad does do magic damage, so he can actually do some okay work against Sylvan Knights. But maybe he's going to die here. Melkot's activated. Oh my god, the Battletoad's going to get surrounded and killed probably. This is an insane game. I thought this was over, like earlier, just looking at it, but it's still up. So Sylvan Knights maybe going to get Battletoad. Orion needs to get over there ASAP. Golden Rider's going to be coming in. Shield of the Old One's activated for the ward save. And the middle objective does belong to the Wood Elves. For now, Dryads coming in. Dryads and more Glade Riders with spears. Lost Sylvan Knights take a bit of a hard fight. They were seduced by the sweet siren of Lustria, the thick booty of the Slan. Lured the Lost Sylvan Knights to their doom. That's probably how they become lost in the first place. But in that particular case, they do not get the Slan. All that damage that they did do against the Slan is pretty much irrelevant. And the big expensive Sylvan Knight units kind of take a bit of a hard fight. But I think the Wood Elves have gotten enough momentum maybe that they're going to be able to move up. Then they do start to steal this objective. Glade Riders getting on top of Skirmishers. 2 units of Dryads arriving. So we have 2 Dryads right here, 1 and 2. And now that's going to be enough to start flipping the objective in the favor of the hardwood. So are they going to get it? And yes, the objective does flip. Sylvan Knights making a big sacrifice over here, occupying a lot of the mobility. And we do see the Wood Elves or Lizardmen heading to the middle objective to try and grab that. Okay. So they are going to be heading for that point, and we're going to see what they can get going. Over here on objective number 3, we do see the Wood Elves grabbing that one, looking very firm, very in control heroes. Orion continues chipping away at these units. And wowza, is this going to be a comeback? It's still, but if he loses the middle objective, I don't know if that'll be enough. Yeah, he might have enough just momentum to just start crushing the Lizardmen everywhere, though. Because Orion is a pretty good combat character. He can actually carry some fights, whereas the Battletoad, the Slan is basically useless at this point. He's just going to be using Shield of the Old Ones and, doing his generic stuff. So on the outside, Skin Cohort's taken down. Middle point is in flux. It looks like it's going to be flipping. The Lizardmen might be able to just rush and grab all these objectives. Scrappy play on both sides. Oh, but the wild Hunters of Kernus are out. Anti-large armor-piercing fighters, they will be able to defeat this cav blob that the lizardmen do have most likely. Now, there's plenty of time left for the forces of the Wood Elves to get the points too. On the backside, it looks like the Wood Elf mobility is able to farm these guys, and there are going to be some Coldwind Riders heading up to the middle. Okay, so pulling back. Wood Elves are playing a bit of whack-a-mole right now. Wild Hunters of Kernus are gathering their forces, so we do have some Dryads, and the Wild Hunters are on standby. Middle objective going to be going back here, as we do see the Hammer of the Wood Elves, and the fact that there's 14 Lost Sylvan Knights left is so freaking big, and these Coldwind Riders do get slapped by a Melkoths, which is going to be slowing them down by 25% and allowing the Wood Elf Cavalry to catch them, which is pretty nuts. All right, guys, middle objective looks like it's in flux, but going to the Wood Elves. Back objective for sure will go to the Wood Elves with 2 Dryads and the Wild Hunters of Kernus coming in. So let's see them get there. They do get up, and the Dryads do get charged by all these cav units, but the Wild Hunters will come over and fold them. And man, oh man, we're at 1359, 1361 points for the Wood Elves, but they're only getting 1 victory ticket per second, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be incredibly tough. But Wood Elves, look, cleaning up everything, basically. I think that's going to be it. We do see he's going to need to allocate some resources here. We do see the Lizardmen going for a cheeky little grab right here, trying to get this, but the Wood Elves are nearby. Mel Gibson is there, and Glade Riders are going to be moving up. Dryad should have charged them earlier to get the charge bonus, but all good. That is a lot of Lizardmen capture weight, and I think it's over. I think it's over. Oh my god, that is one of the craziest games we've seen. I cannot believe the Wood Elves won that. I was like 80% sure they were going to lose in the beginning. Like 80% sure. But I think the Wood Elves clutch it. I think they just barely clutch it. I don't think the Lizards are going to be able to get this. Because what's going to happen is the Wood Elf Cavalry will rear charge them and break their leadership, and you're going to see the Skinks running for the hills. They're currently confident, but sitting at a very low amount of leadership. Big flanking charge by the Wood Elves, ladies and gentlemen. And leadership is going to be wavering. Yep, broken unit, wavering. And that's it. GG. Well played. The Battle of the Bastards is there, and that was an insane game. Crazy victory. Dude, I thought he was done for. I've never seen a rush build like that actually work in domination mode, but the map made it work very well. Orion, 2200, 69 kills, the blessed number on the Branch Wraith. Wild Riders did really good. Surprisingly, I thought they would have trouble. Sisters of Thorn, 1400 and 1800 here as well. Holy game. That was crazy. Looking at this one, decent stuff. That definitely caught Tim off guard. GG, well played. So if you guys enjoyed that one, make sure to drop a like. It was quite a bit of fun, and we will see you guys soon. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for tonight. I'm actually going to, I'm super hungry. I haven't had dinner. We will, for any of you Warcraft enjoyers, probably do Warcraft tomorrow. But man, that was really good. Super micro-intensive. Super micro-intensive. So congrats to Attack Speed Enjoyer for winning tonight's double elimination tournament. And if you guys enjoyed the stream on YouTube, consider dropping a like. And for those of you on Twitch, consider following, subscribing, all that good stuff. As always, we'll see you guys on the flip side. That was a lot of good times indeed. And we'll be back with some sweaty streaming throughout the week. I don't know what's going to be up on the docket, but something fun for sure. So adios, take care of yourself. I'm going to go eat a bunch of chocolate and lay with my pot belly sticking up. It's going to be great. And that is going to be it for today. Do widzenia, and thank you all for joining.
Thank you.